Say Alberto, okay, which is, okay, perfecto. Hello, 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 and one more hello for the people who like the word hello. So, welcome back to day 2 of Valencia Digital Summit. My name is Joe Haslam. I'm a professor at IE Business School by day, but I'm an occasional MC for events, particularly when the original guy had COVID and pressed me in at short notice. So Alex Barrera, who's watching on streaming, you know, hope things are getting better. You know, Alex did the right thing with COVID. We all have to be responsible in that sense. So anyway, so here at day 2, loads of interesting things. The first thing is, what I said yesterday about the fishes is apparently true, that, you know, the fishes are very sensitive to light. So apparently we have to be sensitive with the flashes on the camera so as not to... The sharks, don't worry about the sharks, okay, because they're sharks, they can look after themselves. But the fishes, we need to be sensitive about the light. So we have a great lineup of lots of interesting people today. So we're going to begin, if you want to come out, Alberto, and we're going to begin with Alberto, who's going to talk to us about Valencia in the city we're in today. How are you today, Alberto? Feeling good?
Great, doing great.
Okay, what's it like to begin the action on the main stage? You're excited about that?
I'm very, very excited.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah. Okay, so big round of applause, please, for Alberto.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being here. Looks like last night probably was a little tough for some people. So the party at Theos and Sesame was really good. So hopefully we have a lot of people streaming today. I'm here today to talk to you about a new initiative. It's called Fundación Lab. It's extremely exciting. But before talking about Fundación Lab, let me introduce myself very, very quickly. As you know, my name is Alberto, but I'm not originally from Valencia, and that will be important and relevant during my talk today. But I came here 25 years ago to start up a company, a business concept from the US called Aqua Service. I'm the co-founder and CEO. And today we have over 2,200 employees, most of them here in the Valencia region, but we service all over Spain, over half a million customers. At the same time, I co-founded with Said Amidi and his family Plug and Play Tech Center, and Plug and Play is the biggest platform of connecting technological startups with large corporations. So I'm also very much involved, as well as an investor in the startup scene and community here in Valencia. So what I'm here today is to talk to you about Fundación Lab. And this is a new initiative, and it's an initiative from AVE, which is the Asociación Valenciana de Empresarios, and it's actually the biggest and one of the leading business entrepreneurs associations from Valencia. Both entrepreneurs that are first generation, as well as business owners that are second and third generation. And just to give you some facts about AVE, it was founded in 1982. If you put together 160 companies, we employ close to 300,000 people. And if you put together the revenue of those companies, it would represent 62% of the GDP of the whole Valencia region. So, quite an impressive organization from a regional standpoint. And what's the mission of AVE? It's very simple. We want to improve the reputation of entrepreneurs, and we also want to contribute to society. I would say those are the big two missions of AVE today. And what are some of the things we do? Well, we have one of the most prestigious business universities in Spain, very concentrated on entrepreneurship, and that's EDEM. We're also a sponsor of the biggest entrepreneurship prize and reward and recognition in Spain, which is Premios Jaime I. And we support big projects, like infrastructure projects, like El Corredor Mediterráneo, for the good of Spain and the good of the region and all of the country. So as large companies, from Alicante, Castellón, and Valencia, we decided to join forces and create Fundación Lab. And to make the Valencia region into a major technology hub. And let me tell you now a little bit more, why we did this. First, we did a little research, and we wanted to see how we stand. And we saw that a couple things that I want to share with you in terms of the Valencia region. The first one is that this is a region where with an entrepreneurship spirit. And we saw that there's a very large intention an intent to start up a business here in this region, much higher than the rest of Spain. At the same time, the entrepreneurial activity was not as high as we would like to, so there's a little gap, as well as the R&D investment, mainly due because R&D investment comes from large companies that are industrial and technological. And then our Digit index, it's in line with the rest of Spain. On top of that, if we zoom in into the startup ecosystem, there's a couple things that are relevant. Valencia as a city is the third largest ecosystem in Spain. We're also one of the youngest, so we've been around basically for 9-10 years. Other ecosystems have been around for, like Barcelona, almost 20 years. But I think it's very interesting that we have the highest startup per capita in all of Spain, of any large metropolitan area. And I think that's something very relevant in terms of what has happened here over the past 10 years in the technology startup scene. And then we have this. We're a region where we have 320 days of sun a year, but the nice weather's not enough. There's other things that are also very relevant. Cost of living here is very affordable compared to many other parts of Europe and other parts of the world, as well as the talent that we have here. We have exceptional talent, and we have exceptional local talent, and at the same time, we also have the ability to attract exceptional talent from the outside. Okay, so this is extremely relevant. And I don't say this. Actually, we have reports like the expat city ranking ranked Valencia #1, Alicante #2 in the top 10 cities last year, ranking of quality of life by expats. They actually call it the Iberian effect because there was 5 cities from the Iberian Peninsula. Lisbon was #3, and then also Malaga and Madrid were there. But Valencia was #1, Alicante was #2. And it's not only the expat city, also National Geographic said Valencia was the world's healthiest city to live in last year. Okay, so we have a really nice basis here to do wonderful things as a whole, as a city, and as a whole region. In terms of a startup community, in terms of a great place to be. So we said, what would happen if our society, and us as business owners and entrepreneurs were fully committed to all entrepreneurs, scientists, and visionaries. And this is why we created Fundación Lab. And we also created it thinking about this African proverb, which is, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And we want to be part of this journey for our whole society and the whole society here. And we wanted first to get together ourselves, and that's what we did. And 27 companies from AVE made the initial foundation. And just so you know, there's 27 leading companies here from the region. All we're doing are putting our resources into this. So we're putting both economical resources as well as our time, okay? And we don't charge for anything. We're doing this for the well-being of society and the well-being of entrepreneurship here in the Valencia region and all of Spain. That's basically what we're doing. And we had a very, first thing we did was set up a mission, and we wanted to make it a big mission. And we want to make, our mission is to make the Valencia region a leading hub for entrepreneurs, innovation, technology, and research. We don't want to say we want to make this Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is there by itself. It's hard to replicate, but we think we can be a very important hub of technology, entrepreneurship, innovation, and research in all of Europe, and a reference definitely in Europe and obviously in Spain. And in order to do this, we set up 5 goals. Okay, the number 1 goal was to attract technology startups. We already have a good ecosystem. We have 9 years already of runway, which is very important, and we want to continue promoting this. We want to continue promoting, creating new startups here, as well as attracting technology startups to the Valencia region. So that's the number one goal in order to do our mission. The second goal is we also want to attract large corporations, large technology corporations, both Spanish ones and international ones, to come here to Valencia and to work with our startups. From our knowledge of other important ecosystems, we need the startups, which we have, and the entrepreneurs, but you also need the large corporations, and the large corporations only come if you have a good startup ecosystem. Obviously, you need talent, and we have incredible universities, and we can also attract talent from the outside, and then we need investors. So that's the fourth component. And investors come if there's a large ecosystem here as well. And then the fifth thing that you need is a nice place to have all this thing happen, and I think we have it here, okay? Our third goal is to help with the digital transformation of the thousands of SMEs that we have here in the region. And I think the technological startups can have a very important role in doing this digital transformation. We also didn't want to forget about R&D. We're not as far ahead in R&D as we would like to. The reason why is because the sizes of the companies. So we need larger size companies here, and also the sectors. We need more industrial and technological. That's usually industrial companies and technological companies that spend more money on R&D. And this is one of our goals as well. And then the fifth one, we didn't want to forget our scientists. We have an incredible pool of scientists, of talent here in Spain, in Valencia region, but all over Spain, that have to go away. And we want our foundation to be a middle ground that we can connect the large companies from here, the technology companies, with the scientists in order to do new innovation and relevant innovation. So that's our mission, that's our goals. I told you who we are. How are we going to do it? Well, we're going to do it the following way. First, a lot of communication. In Spain, we tend to be pretty good at doing things. We tend to be average at promoting ourselves. Okay, so communication is part of the promotion. Communication is the platform in order to promote things, and that's what we want to do. We want to make sure that people understand what's happening here, what's going on in Valencia and in the rest of Spain. And we also want to share our knowledge. There's a lot of knowledge that needs to be shared, and we do this through different events. Some smaller, some bigger, but we do this through different events, and this shared knowledge is also part of our communication scheme. But we don't only want to share our knowledge. We want to get knowledge from the outside and generate knowledge through think tanks that we work with different universities, different organizations, and really understand what's happening out there. So we're working on 3-4 publications per year with very, very high quality research and knowledge. And then we want to support existing events. Events like this one today, like the Digital Summit, which is a big event happening in Valencia, but there are other events also in Alicante, or others that happen in Valencia, like F-Talks, which is more focused on agribusiness, and that happened in November. But what we really think is that we need a really big event here as well, and we think that will be an important part of our ecosystem down the future. I hope it's a digital summit, and I hope it's something that will end up being like a mobile world in Barcelona. So what do we want to do? We want to connect entrepreneurs with society in order to create a community. This is not only for the business people, this is for all of society. And we want to be inclusive, and this is where the work community comes into place. In this case, I want to show you a 1-minute video of what we really want to do and how we want to do it. This is more from inspirational standpoint, but this would be our goal down the future. So let me show you this 1-minute video.
Nos conocen por nuestro sol, por nuestros horizontes, nuestras playas, por nuestra impresionante gastronomía, por toda nuestra historia o por nuestra gente abierta. Pero es el momento de demostrar que no somos incluso mejores. Y esa es nuestra visión, nuestras ganas de avanzar, de ser pioneros. Es el momento de que descubran que no solo somos ilimitados en sol, sino en conocimiento, en sueños, en no tener horizontes, ilimitados en intentos. Es muy difícil fracasar para quien ha decidido no rendirse nunca. Que no tenemos fin cuando se trata de emprender, innovar, investigar, creando tecnología puntera. En reconocer todo nuestro potencial. En poner todo lo que somos en todo lo que hacemos. Ilimitados en identificar lo que de verdad nos mueve. El valor ilimitado de nuestras empresas. En saber que el valor de una empresa está en el simple e increíble hecho de serlo. Comunidad Valenciana. Sociedad ilimitada.
So for the non-Spanish speaking, just let me relate a little bit the play on words. Sociedad in Spanish is the same as obviously society, but as well as corporation. Okay, so a corporation is una sociedad. And most corporations, like in other countries, are limited liability corporations. So here, the equivalent in Spain is sociedad limitada, so a limited corporations. But since sociedad also means society, we played on the words, and instead of calling it limited, SL, we call it SI, which is unlimited, or ilimitada. And when you put the S and the I together, that's C, which means yes. Okay, so that's kind of the play on words. So it's a little bit, I don't want to sound like Ronaldo, but kind of like sí, or if you bring it to the States, it would be like, yes, we can, right? So that's our motto. Do you want to be unlimited like we are? We're doing this for society. We're doing this for the good of the Valencia region, and we think that the Fundación Lab will become an important player in helping grow the ecosystem here in Valencia. And then, as I started earlier, all this is coming from a person that's not originally from here. And I've been here for the last 25 years, building companies here for the last 25 years, and I don't think there's a better place to do it. So this is what I wanted to share with all of you, and thank you so much, and look forward to the rest of the event. Thank you. And I'm not going to do MCing, so I don't know where the MC guy is.
Ha terminado. ¿Qué ha pasado? Has terminado. You finished? Yeah, but you have 5 minutes.
But you said finish at 20, and I'm finished at 20. It must be the American in me.
That's brilliant. But you don't want to inflict my ad-libbing on the lovely audience. It's far too early in the morning for me to talk about my childhood stories and the first time I came to Valencia, I thought it was a beautiful city, and say things about oranges and all sorts of things. So anyway, yes, so here we go. The big kind of innovation is they gave me cards now to look a bit like the TV. So, yesterday I had my phone, which was seen to be very bad. So now I have like cards. So that's all very cool. So what we're going to do next in the second, they're just putting on the microphones inside, is we're going to talk about esports and corporations with Blinkfire and also with Valencia Football Club. The only thing I know about Valencia is that I'm an Arsenal supporter, and back in 1980, when I was a very young guy, they made me cry by beating Arsenal in the final of the European Cup Winners' Cup. I don't know whether anyone else remembers that, but that's about the only negative thing I have about Valencia. I was quite a young guy, and it was very late. If you might remember, Valencia won on penalties, but yeah, that was the first time I became aware of the existence of Valencia. But it's funny how things that happen to you when you're young live on for a long time. Anyway, Arsenal went on to win things, as indeed did Valencia come on to win things. So that's great. What else are we going to do? Yes, I mean, let's talk a bit about the program that's coming up during the rest of the day. We have lots of speakers, and then we're also going to, of course, announce the winners of the startup competition yesterday. Those of you that saw the people pitching, we're sort of keeping it as the finale for the end of today, so we're going to announce who that people is. We're also going to have Iker from Zubi Labs, so who's founder of Flywire, which is someone I'm really interested. I mean, I know you guys in Valencia have probably heard him before, but it's someone I admire a lot. You know, a very successful guy who's still very humble. Okay, so Jonathan, if you want to come out, if you guys are all ready, and Franco, if you want to come out, we have to. If you want to just sit down and take whatever a seat of your choice. We're supposed to be socially distanced and all of that, but at the same time, you don't need to be. Okay, perfect, wherever you like. And I just need to check your microphones are all working, so if you could...
Yes.
Perfect.
Hey.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning. And
Good morning.
okay, well, Arturo, I leave everything in your capable hands. Okay, round of applause, please, for the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We are going to be very fast because we know time is an issue here, right? So, first of all, I want you to introduce yourself, please. So, please, Johnny, who you are and what do you do and why you're here?
So my name is Johnny, Johnny Kudnowski from Blinkfire. I'm the director of product at the company, but I also lead all of our esports ventures. Yeah, I guess I'm a big gamer and a big nerd, so it fell on my lap. I'm here, excited to talk about
All right.
esports.
Thank you, very fast. So, Franco, please, can you tell us who you are and why you're here?
Doesn't work? Yeah. Yeah, my name is Franco Segarra. I work for Valencia CF. You probably know because we play football every weekend. We play football today at the afternoon. I'm the innovation director. It's quite strange for a football club to have an innovation director, but that says a lot, in my opinion, about how Valencia is trying to be different, trying to be bold, disruptive in the sports industry. And yeah, I joined Valencia almost 4 years ago. And we've been trying to do different stuff in Valencia CF. We recently launched our Innovation Hub, where we already have 2 startup competitions, 2 startup programs with the help of Startup Valencia that created, together with us, the framework to do this in the sports tech industry. And yeah, we're already working with around 20 startups and happy to be here and be invited at home.
Thank you very much. So my name is Arturo Castelló. I'm the founder of Encon Games, and we organize DreamHack events in Spain and Portugal. I've been involved in the esports industry for more than 10 years now, and I'm very happy to moderate this table. So first of all, when and how did you get involved in esports? And what did you think at that time about esports and how that perspective has changed?
So when I first got involved in esports, it came from the bridge of traditional sports a bit. The company is well aligned to do traditional sports analytics, but esports was such a digital space by definition that as an analytics company, as a tech company, we deal with AI and computer vision and stuff like that. It was like a Tinder match instantly, and we had a really good click with esports. So that happened around 6.5 years ago. That we started there. I believe at that time, esports was still discovering itself. I think, at least from the business perspective.
I think it still is, probably.
It probably still is. Agreed. It's an industry that changes a lot. Changes very quickly. At the same time, but back then, the proof of concept of the business side of esports was kind of still to be determined. And now we are reaching a point where, at least from our perspective and the way we see it at Blinkfire, some of the esports customers that we have are partners at this point, like they're friends. They have better capacity for growth and adaptation than some traditional sports teams. Some may even have more budget than NBA teams, but by the way, that's pretty interesting as well. The shift from the past 6 years to today is tremendous. So that we started 6.5, 7 years ago in esports, 6 years, and it's day and night.
Very quick, was it difficult to convince the people in your company to get into esports at that time?
So I'm lucky enough that no. I'm also a big pain in the ass generally, so I'm very insistent. Luckily enough, because we're a tech company, we have a big understanding with technology. Gaming is part of it, really. It's true that I had like the first deal, the first conversations were a bit under the table, like because it's sidetracking from the main business. But no, and at this point, we've reached the point where esports is a vertical of its own within the company. It has its own dedicated people, its own dedicated roadmap. And yeah, we're expecting a big investment in that in 2022.
Great. Franco, Valencia Football Club was, I think it was, if not the first, one of the first European clubs in launching an esports operation. I think it was in 2016. So what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, you're right. In fact, we were the first club in 2016 that launched an esports dedicated team. And in fact, the claim that we have is hashtag VCF Pioneers, because we call ourselves the pioneers in the sector. I wasn't here back then. I mean, I wasn't in Valencia CF yet. My relationship with the esports, I manage this innovation hub, this innovation and digital sector inside Valencia CF. So there's a lot of innovation startups recently that are interested in the esports world. So there's an esports manager. So there's a person that manages the esports. And yeah, we've got a team that's growing. We have many other milestones, like the fact that we were one of the first that had their own shirt dedicated for the esports team. We don't have the same shirt for the sports team and the esports team. So there's a sign of how much we care about esports itself. That this is thanks to Puma, which is our current partner that created this esports shirt, and you can buy that shirt in the store. We were one of the first ones that had our own main sponsor for the esports team, and of course another sponsor which is currently Blinkfire that sits on the left of the shirt. So yeah, there's many things going on. It's a really fast world that is constantly evolving and changing. And there's many things that have happened since 2006 to now.
Thank you. So, Johnny, you work both with traditional sports teams and esports teams. So what can you tell us about what they have in common and what are the differences between them? Because we normally think that esports teams are going to be very similar to traditional sports teams, but maybe you differ. So what can you tell us?
I think really when it comes down to brass tacks, like really the day-to-day stuff is fairly similar. It's still sports content. There is a huge fandom. Football fans are just as passionate as esports fans. I think many times it's the difference lies in the ability to react and change much quicker. There's less of a, and again, it depends on the size of the esports team in this case, where they can react to changes and adapt to needs. Really, the social media, the fact that esports was born into social media, was born into the digital space, makes it that they need to be able to adapt. But that being said, they are also very similar in the sense that it's a commercial endeavor. Like these are companies that are for profit. These are companies that are seeking new partnerships. They are seeking new revenues. And
which one pays more?
Traditional sports is still way bigger than esports.
And how easy or difficult is to close the deal? Who is faster?
It's much faster with esports. The correlation and the ability to see how digital, because we delve in digital analytics and online analytics, traditional sports has this still a big physical presence, right? The stadium, the physical matches. So there's still a lot of the more traditional, tangible elements that get sold. Esports, because it's 100% digital, the understanding and the click is immediate. So also the turnaround times are faster. They're very, very similar. We were just talking about whether it's sports, esports are sports or not. No one in esports really cares. It's entertainment at the end of the day. We're all fighting for eyeballs and seconds. So they were very similar, even though they try to be different at some point. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. So Franco, how difficult is, you think, for corporations to understand gaming? And first of all, are you a gamer? Do you understand gaming? Are you part of the culture?
Well, I play games, but I don't consider myself a gamer. I mainly play, and we're interested in most of the games related with sports. So not only football, but golf and basketball and so on. I love playing those type of sports. It's difficult because once you have kids and so on, it gets more tough. But hopefully the kids grow. And someday I can play with them too, because I love playing gaming. And of course, as every disruption in every sector, some people are like early adopters, and some other ones tend to resist the change, right? And this is no different. When esports game, probably spoke to my father at the time, and he didn't see this as having any type of path in the future. But then it started becoming big, and now you get to see all these kids. As Johnny said, it's not only about gaming, it's also entertainment, it's content. We have changed our strategy because now we don't only focus on winning on the esports competitions. We also are interested in creating content. So we are not only looking for gamers, but also gamers that are able of producing content and entertaining and getting those eyeballs that Johnny said also. So as always, everything that comes into technology in the digital world, it takes time for some people to adapt to the change. There's always naysayers and people that pretend to say that this has no future, but the reality is, and because of COVID, we experienced that this is growing big, and it was a big boost, I'd say, COVID for the esports world.
Yes, I agree. 6 years ago, 10 years ago, a lot of people thought this had no future. Now it's impossible to think that, I guess, for most people. But I understand that being a gamer, are you a gamer, Johnny?
I am.
And what do you play?
I am sad to admit I still play Overwatch.
All right, so you play shooters, right?
Yes.
Do you think Valencia could have a Counter-Strike team, for instance? A shooter game?
I mean, we're not only interested in sports game. I mean, we started with League of Legends, for example.
Clash Royale too?
Yeah, and Hearthstone and the Rocket and FIFA and then there's this partnership that we are working with Thailand, with Garena, and there's also other games that we play. So it's not only about playing sports simulator games.
Good.
Gaming is much bigger, same as content. We don't do only content related to Valencia or the sport itself. It just could be, I don't know, whatever thing attracts eyeballs and gets these Gen Z people, finally, this early generations that they're not so much interested in the traditional sports, because basically traditional sports sometimes is kind of boring. We all have this grandfather that took us to the stadium once, but I have to say the experience is not so much as playing a game from home in your underwear with 25 degrees, eating a pizza at the same time. Probably if you go to see and watch a game at the stadium, you probably be cold, maybe you end up 0-0. You probably have a traffic jam before and after you get to the stadium. So there's many things that you need to compete with, and that's the way we see it. We're not competition, but at the same time we need to fight for the attention of the people, right? So we need to understand, and the traditional sports can benefit a lot from the esports, understanding how we can do that. And the other way around, of course, Valencia is a 100-year-old company, so there has many things to teach about the professionalization of the industry to the esports sector. So there's a constant learning from both of us that I think is quite interesting.
Yeah, that's a very good view, and I guess it has to do to the fact that you started very early in 2016, so you've learned a lot. What can you tell us about other traditional sports teams that maybe don't have that view, and maybe they still think that they cannot have, for instance, Fortnite teams or Counter-Strike teams? They have a more traditional view on that too. What is your experience?
I mean, it's definitely the safest first step, right? these are, like Franco mentioned, I mean, these are many times are very established organizations. These are companies that have existed for a long time. I believe and there was also the debate about the Olympics and non-simulator sports in the Olympics, and it's gonna get there. I mean, it's unavoidable. The sports simulator games represent 1.5% of the viewership on Twitch, so it's marginal at best. I think the traditional sports companies that are going into esports are exploring these new games. Fortunately enough, there are new games that are not maybe as violent as Counter-Strike, I guess. But at the same time, it's simulated violence, right? And we do have boxing at prime time. Sorry. So I do believe it's going to get there. I think it's also on us. The onus is on the esports people to show the traditional sports people, to share knowledge, to share insights, to teach that it's not pure violence, it's not pure chaos. There's a sport behind it, there's a tactic behind it, there's a strategy. And I believe that is really important, and that will help make it seem that it's not such a violent endeavor. And we can welcome everyone into this space, really. They are coming, for sure.
Great. So I think we all agree that both traditional sports teams and big corporations can learn from esports and the other way around. So we have around 4 minutes. I want some debate because we are agreeing on everything, right? So, question. And I want you to take the bad side, please. Are esports a threat to the sports industry or an opportunity?
This is an interesting question. I mean, it could be seen as a threat if we take the base about the eyeball theory that we both want to attract people and younger generations mainly. So it's a competition in the sense that there's people that are going to prefer at some point, and already happens, to watch a game in FIFA rather than watch the game at the stadium or watch the game on the broadcast. In fact, something really interesting happened during the COVID quarantine, which is, remember the broadcasting showed, because people were not allowed to go back to the stadiums, the broadcasting showed like a fake crowd inside the stadiums and fake noise in order to make more. It was an enhancing of the video and the audio, basically, so because it was really sad to see a game without fans, right? At the other side, we always have that video games every year, FIFA 22, 23, and so on, are more and more realistic. So you get that reality is more like video games, and you see that video games are more like reality. It makes one wonder if we're going to converge at some point in the future, which is interesting. So it's somehow a competition, but at the same time, it's something that we could learn a lot one from the other. And in Valencia, we see this as the entry point for younger generations also.
Yes, very good. So
because you want me to speak of the bad side.
Yeah, but I want to direct the question. If you talk to a lot of people in the traditional sports industry, the big problem right now is that they're losing the younger audience. And you see that the viewership of League of Legends in some segments are much higher than the viewership of not football here in Spain because it's a religion, but maybe baseball or some other sports. So what do you think about that? Is it a threat?
Short answer is yes. Really, because at the end of the day, what you have is a limited number of minutes, of hours, of seconds, right? And just like Netflix, the CEO of Netflix said that their biggest threat wasn't HBO, it was Fortnite. It's the same concept. We all have a limited time in the day to either watch Valencia play or watch Valencia esports play, right? And it's really not, you have to choose one or the other, or maybe sleep less. But it's definitely a threat in the sense that now around 60% of the younger audience, Gen Z, chooses esports over traditional sports. So it's becoming the de facto entertainment option for younger audiences, and they have this. They invest that emotion in that part. So it's definitely a threat. I don't think it's going to be the nail in the coffin. Definitely, it's not going to be the end of sports. And I do believe that companies that are smart about this, that embrace it and say, well, let's not treat this as the enemy. Let's make this part of our own strategy. are the ones that are going to last longer.
I agree, and I think we have the two sides, right, of the debate. I personally think that is somewhere in the middle, and it's very difficult to know what's going to happen. So, last question. How do you see, coming from a corporation 100 years old like Valencia, with a very established institutional structure, and coming to a place like gaming and esports, who nobody knows who owns what, right? Because you have the publisher, the streaming platform, the teams, the competitions. So how do you navigate that new ecosystem?
Well, I mean, you have to make sure that this disruption, you have to be open-minded, right? Like coming from a 100-year-old company, we're kind of established, and it's difficult sometimes for us to do different things. That's why we launched our innovation hub. It's a place where we try and be different. And I think it's just the fact about looking at esports with an open mind and thinking, what are we going to learn from this? Not trying to move and own the esports industry, rather the other way around, saying, where is this going, where is this moving, how can it benefit, and trying to constantly learn, because it's much more agile, the esports, because they're natively digital, so they were born digital, so there's many things that we can learn from that in big corporations, where we usually tend to move slow, and we usually tend to take a lot of time, bureaucracy, and so on to do stuff. I think there's many things that we can learn from there. So just keep your open mind.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. Time's up, and I hope you enjoyed the debate.
Thank you, guys.
Very much. Thank you very much. And thank you for finishing on time. And you have to go now. I mean, you can. This is about it. Like, I'm not going to ask you any. And could you go deeper into this point? You know, it's like none of that. Take your stuff with you. Come on. But, okay. So thank you very much to Jonathan. Thank you very much to Franco. Okay, so we're going to continue. Now we're going to have, if Indiana and Robin would come out. Just one quick change to the program. Rhett isn't going to be here, but Raul is going to be here instead of Rhett. So Robin was on stage yesterday talking about with Magdalena, talking about the gig economy and sustainability. So he's back now to talk about the gig economy. I don't think Robin would like him to say that he has things to say about more issues than that, but at least in this occasion he's going to continue talking about the gig economy. We do have quite a big presence here. There's a number of people, not just Indiana and Daniel, but they have various people from the company, and they have stands and inflatables and things like that. So they've really made an effort to commit to Valencia Digital Summit. Okay, quick microphone check. I was just saying, Robin, you were talking about the gig economy yesterday as well, so you know you're becoming like Mr. Gig Economy. Just test your microphone.
Hi, Joe.
Yes,
how are you?
Indiana?
Test.
There you go. Raul, perfect.
Test.
And Dan is very good. Okay, I shall leave you in your capable hands, Robin. Best of luck.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you all for joining us this morning. Good morning. I hope everyone's feeling fine. We are going to talk about beyond the gig economy, sort of future of work. We're going to talk about all of that in 20 minutes. It's going to be awesome. But before that, like any other panel starts, we're going to start with brief introductions. Indiana, of course, we'll start with you.
Hi, I'm Indiana Gregg. I'm the CEO and founder of WeDo. WeDo is a telecommunications platform and neobank. And basically what we're doing is bridging the gap for freelancers and solopreneurs and SMEs, removing the barrier of entry to help people help more people.
Great.
Thank you.
Raul?
Hello, my name is Raul Almeida. I'm from Brazil. Musician, entrepreneur, had a business in Brazil, sold it, came to Spain, and now I'm working in Jeff as strategic project manager, trying to do this change from traditional work in Valencia to a more digital, remote-first culture.
Great. Daniel?
Hey guys, I'm Dan. I'm Indy's COO at WeDo. You've already heard about the company. I'm on the fourth part of my little short career, so we're about to talk about the gig economy and the future of work. Looking forward to hearing all of your thoughts about it as well.
Great. Raul, you gave a brief introduction. What you didn't mention is that you were a very last-minute addition to the panel, so thank you so much for jumping in last minute. For people who don't know Jeff, which I can't imagine because you were your CEO was also on stage yesterday, can you explain a little bit more about Jeff and why this panel is so relevant to what you do at the company?
Okay. Well, Jeff, for those that doesn't know, it's a company that will have a chain of franchises, more than 2,000 franchises, mainly in Latin America and Southeast Asia. what we want is to democratize entrepreneurship. So basically, we give them to these entrepreneurs that start a franchise with us very robust software so they can manage their franchise with easy, and also ways for them to do this investment, initial investment of starting a franchise with low capital. So we are actually, democratizing entrepreneurship. And as it is a global company and we're growing in different countries, we need really to understand how each country works and adapt to give a really valuable service. So for us, having a global workforce is crucial. And having a global workforce means working remotely with people from different cultures and understanding this map of culture that we have in the company. And being only in Valencia is impossible. So now changing this culture of this mindset of, hey, we need to really understand asynchronous communication, reinforcing trust between employees, autonomy, and all this trend that we are now living is crucial as well. And it's a change management super hard to do that we are working hard now.
Right. So what I get from those introductions is that both of those companies are enablers. You're helping people help other people, sort of facilitating the whole thing. Indiana, where did you get the idea from? When and how did it start? I want to know sort of more about the background.
Well, my background was in the creative and music industries, but I started in tech around 1990. And the last 6 years before I started WeDo, I was working as a freelancer myself, and I realized that it was not sustainable for the gig economy, which is a $4 trillion market right now, the actual freelance economy, and it's projected that 52% of the world's workforce will be freelancer by 2027. And when you see that J curve, you realize it's unsustainable at the moment. I mean, 20% on the first $500 you make with sites like Upwork and Freelancer and things like that, it's just not going to work. It's going to create an inflationary effect. It's bad for companies. It's bad for the freelancer. And so I really did it because I had the problem myself and I was really pissed off about it. You know, when you get pissed off, you want to do things about it. And I also saw that the banking system is really unfair. Like, when is the last time your savings account was paid above the rate of inflation, right, in terms of the interest you get paid on your banking? And so one morning I woke up, my dad used to say this crazy thing. He used to say, I used to have to do chores around the house in order to earn some money, right? So I'd mow the lawn, and I said, Dad, could you give me a little bit more money? And he used to say this thing, if you want to beat the bank, you better be the bank. And I woke up one morning and I went, oh my God, that's it. If we become a bank for the people, we can remove the SaaS model so that people don't have to pay, and we can create an ecosystem that can actually help people and remove the barrier to entry for the entrepreneur. Because I believe entrepreneurship should be a human right, right? I think everybody should be able to when you come on the planet, to like be your purpose, to be your you, right? And to be your very best you. And not everyone has the opportunity to do that because they're stuck in a job. But if you have the opportunity to do that and the barrier to entry is removed with companies like Jeff and like WeDo, I think the future is super bright for all of us, you know? And that's where the idea came from. Sorry.
Great. That's okay. Dan, just as a follow-up, I don't know when you joined, if you were a co-founder, but what compelled you to sort of join on that journey?
So for me...
Can you hold the mic a little bit closer?
Yeah, sure. For me, you've just heard just how compelling Indiana can make a vision sound. So that was inside of one phone call, and we all signed up, right? But for me, I'm already, like I said, I'm on the fourth part of my little career. I've been through retail, I've been through banking, I've been through renewable energy, and now I'm in tech. And what I've discovered is that the future of work, and it's not just the gig economy, it's the whole concept of the future of work, is enabling people to make those changes and to have the to be able to follow their dreams and to be enabled to do that without all of the hassle that surrounds that. And what we have here is we have the opportunity to take the smallest of businesses, a solopreneur, and turn them into a global business. And I think we've all discovered that during, especially these times that have been forced upon us by COVID, that actually if you shut people down, they might say, okay, well, I can't reach all of those clients that I served face to face, But actually, once I've set up my tech stack, and it's been a battle for them to set up that tech stack, I can actually serve somebody from the UK in Sao Paulo, or I can serve them in Sydney, or wherever it is. Time zones might be a pain, but once the tech's there, it opens up all of those opportunities. And that lets people become truly global. But there's a bunch of admin that's involved in that. You're trading across currencies, you're trading across time zones, you're trading across a bunch of things. If we put all of the tech in place, we can give people the opportunities to actually really grow themselves. And we can take those people that might be stuck in the 9-to-5 job and thinking, okay, I really wish I could do this, but there's so many barriers in my way and I really don't know how to do all the admin, I don't know how to set up a business. But if we do that for them, they might be able to release that dream and become, what exactly they want to do.
We went a few minutes, but the C word dropped, and by that I mean COVID. So that was the obvious next question. Services like Jeff and We Do, of course, must have had quite a good year last year, so to speak, which a lot of tech companies, in fairness, did. Pandemic was good for the majority of tech companies, I would say. Raul, in your experience, what was the main effect on Jeff's business?
Yeah,
and
actually, in our case, it wasn't positive, because basically, imagine that Jeff lives we sell franchises, right? So we have all these chain of franchisees around the world, and they are working in local neighborhoods, offering a service for local people. So we depend on people walking in the street and go in there and go for a beauty service or laundry service. So the lockdown affected us pretty hard. So actually, in our case, it wasn't. And actually, what you were saying, it relates a lot to us, because people now have this option of entering in the gig economy, being a freelancer, being more flexible. And this brings a huge challenge for the company to offer their employees this flexibility, this connection to the purpose, and this gave us, like the rise of the gig economy and these possibilities gave us another challenge of how should we manage our employees to keep this freedom and connection with the purpose.
Well, I'm going to stick with you. How did you overcome those challenges?
We are working on this. I think this is a continual work that actually, to be humble and frank here, Jeff now is a little bit below the average in the market of employees that wants to leave or even wants to leave without having another job. We're kind of good based on the whole market, but it's impressive. Like 40% of the workforce today in the world wants to leave their job. And 60% of these 40 can leave without having a plan B. So this is massive. In Jeff, we are better, but still a very impressive number. And we are working a lot on making people connect really with the purpose, stop thinking about the mission, think about the vision, think about the why. Because when you have this option of being a freelancer and doing what you really love and being flexible and being with your family, people in quarantine had the time to think about what they want, right? Really. And sorry, I'm talking too much.
That's okay. That's still a massive opportunity ahead. Of course, like all of us, waiting for the pandemic to end so we can get back to work. What is it like for We Do? Because of course you sort of facilitate people to really make that jump into entrepreneurship and being a freelancer for the first time in their lives most often. So how was the pandemic for you?
Well, I think for us, it was great because a lot of people were looking for work. For us, from a growth point of view, finding people who could be part of our team, it was brilliant because a lot of people were like, "Yeah, I'm at home. I can do this." But in reality, I think people become very disenfranchised with the way they've been treated. I know, like in terms of furloughs and people becoming very quickly unemployed or being like moved down to like partial, for the business to be able to sustain itself. And I think that gave people the opportunity to think about their side hustle, and your side hustle can turn into a new opportunity or a new career. And for me, the future of work is about working where you want, when you want, and how you want. And I think that we've evolved as a human race, and we've have a lot of the heavy lifting has been automated. Labor isn't as necessary as it was before. We have robotics and a lot of things replacing jobs that people had before. So People really can't actually go out there and pursue their passions and do it. And we want to make that happen, you know? So I think the pandemic was good for us. It gave everyone a lot of time to think about who they are as humans and how they want to make the future look like, you know?
Yeah, definitely true. But when we talk about freelancers, I feel like there is a certain category, we don't need to generalize, right? There are certain freelance jobs like being a graphic designer or a journalist or translator, all of these services. I feel like everyone in the freelance marketplace sort of focuses on those, trying to facilitate, trying to matchmake, trying to make their lives easier. But there's a whole host of types of freelancer jobs that really are unaddressed at the moment. Dan, I don't know if you have any insight on that.
Yeah, there absolutely is, but we are setting ourselves up to be agnostic. You know, for us, it's about the creation of the right package of tools. It's not about focusing down on a niche. So you're right, freelancers are everywhere, from the coder or the web designer through to the musician, through to the people that are teaching English as a foreign language, whatever skill that is. And if those are people that are out there, they require, by and large, the same base set of tools. They need a way of onboarding their clients. They need a way of finding new clients. They need a way of delivering to them, be it audio or video. They need a way of raising an invoice. They need a way of getting paid. And so if we provide that core package of services, we can actually be, agnostic as to who we address off against. But absolutely, those you've just heard about the challenges from the Jeff point of view. We sit on the opportunity side of that, and we're very glad to be there. But what you'll find is, the traditional employment model will also have to change. As people achieve or are open to more opportunities, there will have to be more incentives from the traditional employers or adaptation as to how they will actually take on from the freelancer economy to fill some of those vacancies. So it will end up being a very broad spectrum. But I just think it's a great time to be on effectively the buy side of that, being the person that's available with a bunch of skills in the marketplace. It's a really good place to be, as long as you can get your hand on cool tools, like we do.
Good pitch. Like that.
Got a pitch.
So Raul, you have the benefit of having an international perspective with Jeff, because you're active in so many countries. Are there any trend lines that you can see that differ very much from geography to geography, where you have to approach these things differently, that local services and local communities differ so much that you have to sort of adapt the way that you provide your service?
Yes, and this is a huge challenge, because Jeff have been growing super fast. And adaptability is actually a pain point when we want to grow fast, right? Because it takes time for you to understand the market and adapt. So it was something that in the beginning we couldn't look too much into. We were just growing, and then trying to adapt. There are some trends that you can see in Latin America, between Latin America, but yeah, well, you see McDonald's or all the franchise industries, they have a core business with their value, and then they adapt only the border. So they have one menu in McDonald's that is different in each country. So we do find this core for each one of our verticals of different franchise business, and then we kind of adapt a little bit each part. But just following a little bit on this question, just taking what he said, I guess there is another adaptation, not just about talking about the business model and the final client, but the employees. Each country has a different mindset, a different purpose, and it's harder to motivate or to deal with them in each country. So actually for Jeff, there is this second challenge. It's not just adapting our service, but adapting how we will have this team in Ecuador or in Brazil or in Costa Rica or in Singapore. So how can we manage them? It's completely different, and yeah, it's pretty hard.
Indiana, in the beginning you shared some statistics about how many freelancers we're going to have at some point in the world. It's only going to grow. The people who are who can become freelancers but haven't yet, we just spent like 18 months in the pandemic. What is stopping them still? Like what do these people still need as an incentive to make that jump?
Fear sometimes, and the barrier to entry. It is costly even to start a side hustle. And a lot of people don't want to invest the time into, growing their network on, say, an Upwork or a Fiverr, because it's a pay-to-play model. a lot of the freelancing sites are pay to play. You have to pay a monthly subscription in order to go use their lead generation tools. Then you have to give away 20% of your income. Then you have to wait 10 days for them to put the money in your bank account. And guess what? They even charge you money to deposit the money into your bank account. So it's a tragedy, really. It's horrible. And so, you know, we think that if you give people the tools that they can use and make it super easy for them to pursue something, even if they're just doing that a half hour a day or an hour a day, they can make that transition much more clearly. And the truth of the matter is, it's unstoppable. The J curve is going straight up. It's going to be more than half the world's workforce, you know, being consultants, being gig workers, working in the gig economy, working in social media. And all these services, companies have found it's much easier to employ a freelancer and consultant than it is a regular employee, because you can fractionalize it and it saves costs. So that's the trend, and I don't think it's going to change over the next 10, 20, 30 years. So what we're going to see is the manifestation of more entrepreneurship, which is great, because over the last 20 years, we've been relying so much on big business to sort out our needs. You know, I'll go work for Siemens or Philips or Google or one of the big corporates, right, that are global. And the more and more that happens, the less and less you have for local businesses. I mean, that's what's great about Jeff, is they're doing local services in local areas by geographic in order to penetrate their markets, right? And with freelancing, you need that everywhere and have access to it. But if someone's taking a 20% cut, it's not going to work. You know, so I think it's really important that more companies do this. And then on our side of the coin here too, with WeDo, being a neobank, providing the banking facilities, providing the invoicing facilities to automate that for the freelancer, it takes away the headache and the fear. A lot of people are afraid, oh, if I'm a freelancer, how do I deal with that if they haven't run a business before? But it isn't that complicated, and we have technology to replace this problem, right? And you know, the other thing is governments aren't going to do it for us. If we rely on the public sector to, you know, to look after us all the time, and technology isn't filling those gaps, we're going to continue to have this disparity in the market. And that's impossible. We can't continue like this. Too much friction, you know? So, yeah.
No, I like the ambition behind it, for sure. We only have about a minute left, but I'm still going to ask each and every one of you very briefly to sort of say, the title of this session was Beyond the Gig Economy. What is the future for the gig economy? What is it going to look like? Not next year, but say in 3-5 years. Is there anything going to be fundamentally changed about the nature of the gig economy? Very briefly, because we're almost out of time. We'll start with Daniel.
So I just think that we've got to just address it as the future of work. The gig economy, portfolio careers, traditional employment models, they're all going to coexist. It's literally just about making sure that people can switch between each of those models at parts of their life. It might make sense for them just to have one thing. They're an employee for a couple of years. They want that stability. That's fine. But in the time that they want to think, okay, there's this entrepreneurial itch that I want to scratch, let's make sure that there's no barriers in their way to do so, at least from a tech perspective. We'll help them overcome those fears.
So enable people to be more flexible about how
Absolutely.
they work. Raul?
Two perspectives. One positive, which I guess people will be more able to achieve their dreams and being flexible and connect with their families and connect globally. This is amazing. The other, not negative, but challenge that we have, I guess we have a challenge to keep diversity on the gig economy, because people that really can enter this remote work or being a freelancer are just a part of society. They really need to have connection. They need to know how to deal with this. It's getting easier with tools like we do, but there is an issue with diversity there. And also, another challenge that I see is innovation, because we need to hire people and we need to give them the output we want. So we remove this space for innovation there. So this is a challenge that I think we still don't know how to deal with.
Great summary. Indiana, in a nutshell.
Well, I would like to make the future, so my dream would be that no matter whether you're red, yellow, black, or white, wherever you are in society, whether you've just lost your job or you're homeless or you're living on the street, you should be able to pick up your mobile phone, and if you have talent, knowledge, or skills, you should be able to get to work and make your money for that day, for that week, for that month, for that year, and build your life. And if we can do that, we'll help more people. And that's what WeDo is all about. And I think Jeff has the same philosophy, very similar. I love your company, by the way.
Great, fantastic note to end on. Thank you so much for your attention, and thank you for sharing your insights.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Robin. Thank you, Indiana. Thank you, Raul. Thank you, Dan. Hope that was good fun. We shall be seeing you later, Robin, once again. So, the next panel, and we're only 5 minutes behind schedule, which is a source of great happiness to Amanda, the stage director. Now we're going to have a panel about diversity, and we're going to have 5 women to talk about how diversifying the board is a step towards better innovation. I often like to quote, I guess it was Madeleine Albright who initially said it, but it's famously quoted by Taylor Swift, that there's a special place in hell for women who don't help other women. So if Esther, you'd like to come out here and we can set up the panel. If you want to come out. And we shall get ready. Yes, Esther? Come on. Yes, come on.
Here.
Sure. We always have the moderator to come out first, you know, so it's like, you can sit, I guess, in the end.
Thank you.
Okay, and we have Sylvia, Maria Jose, Joanna, Eva. So all we need to do, there's no presentation, so we just need to check that the microphones are working, and then I'll leave you to it. So Esther, if you just speak into the microphone, please. Or
yep, here.
Hello, oh, everything working? Microphone? Hello? You need to, like, more volume. Yeah? Yes, say it again.
Hello.
Yes, there you go.
Hello.
Joanna?
Hello.
There you go. And finally?
Hello.
Okay, you can take off the mask if you like. It's up to you, okay? Your choice. Okay, I leave it to you, Esther. Have fun. See ya.
Thank you. Bye. Hello, everyone. I'm sure you will all agree that diversifying the world results on better innovation. And if you don't, we will make you change your mind. So let's start firstly with a bit of data and evidence about all of this that we're going to speak today, this panel. There are many studies that show that there is a correlation, right, between diversity and financial performance and innovation. In 2018, McKinsey's report stated that diverse companies are 33% more likely to have greater financial results. In another study, Boston Consulting Group reported that companies with above average diversity at the management level generate almost 20% higher innovation revenues. That's a lot. In addition, a recent review published in the Journal of Financial and Qualitative Analysis found that, yes, there is a positive impact and significant relationship between female director ratio and the patent count, as well as in the scope of the patent count. And yes, female directors are associated with compensation contracts that encourage innovation and with lower CEO turnover. Yes, gender diversity is associated with found to be positively related to the number of female inventors as well as ethnic diversity within the company. So when there are more women in the board, there is more diversity, other kind of diversity like ethnicity or different sexualities and things like that, right? Religion, background, cultural background, studies. Also, boards with more female directors are found to be positively related to other things like better, more inclusive transformation and innovation. So to speak about all of this, and like in reality, we have real women that are driving this diversity transformation. I'm gonna introduce them all. Here we have Silvia Bettencourt, that is marketing manager at Bonsell. This is Maria Jose. Sorry, I'm reading in order. That is marketing manager at Bonsell Legal Solution. Welcome, Silvia. In my left, I have Maria Jose Sanchez, that is senior legal counsel of Coca-Cola Euro-Pacific Partners. That's right. Okay. And then we have Joanna Kirk, that is CEO of GKPR, and she's involved in two non-profit organizations that are very related to diversity. One is Start Here, The other one is the French chapter of TechFugees. Joanna is also the co-founder of Startup Season, that is a partner of this event, the Valencia Digital Summit. Lastly, we have Eva Diaz, that is founder of Shaping New Humans and CEO of Apogeo Digital. Welcome all. I'd like to ask you all, what are you doing to make boards more diverse? And maybe we can start with Maria Jose, that is closer to me.
Thank you. Well, in my company, I would call it CCP, it's easier, shorter name. I am a member of the Diversity and Inclusion Council. I'm a lawyer, but each area of the company is represented in this council. And being there allows me shape and prioritize the initiatives regarding diversity and inclusion in the company. One of the projects I've been able to work in was the so-called Aliados, and it was a project in the company that which aim was to ensure we meet our own commitments on diversity and inclusion. We were divided into 5 groups, some employees, volunteers, and we could work on 5 dimensions: gender, the disability, LGTB, generations, and cultural and heritage. And we'd actually propose to the company specific initiatives to be implemented on diversity and inclusion, and it was really rewarding as an employee to be able to be part of the decision making and see these initiatives implemented. Another one was a focus group I was involved in only 2 weeks ago regarding maternity and paternity, and this was for me that I've been mom twice in 2 years. It was especially good because positive because we could share with other employees all the stages you go through before, during, and especially when you come back to work. And this also helped the company identify possible problems or gaps and improve the proceedings to help the employee feel better in this stage of their lives. So that's one of the things that I'm working in right now.
That's good, very interesting and very, very relevant. Silvia, what about you?
Okay, in our company, at Bouncel, we are always looking for different profiles with different perspectives. So our team members are from different countries. We regularly offer international internship positions for young talent. So also the generational leap is help us to improve our company and make better decisions. For example, in my case, I'm 24, and the CEO, Pilar, is 34, and she has 2 kids, and we make decisions together, and it's a way to how the innovation is applying in our company.
Okay, that's interesting. Joanna?
Yeah, it's very interesting. I may give you a PR perspective with my company. I work with a lot of media. I'm based in Paris and work with French and European media and journalists. And throughout the past years, and through the non-profits that you mentioned earlier, we are very consciously trying to highlight a number of diversified profiles in all kinds of ways to get the word out that it's possible to have a more diversified board and that it's possible for anyone to access this type of position, and kind of try and help highlight the lines that you mentioning are moving in the media so that a maximum of women and men of all kinds of ages and profiles can be inspired by this. And also, I think that beyond getting the word out, what's important to understand is the data that you were mentioning earlier too, is that it's not just nice to have, it's just really, really important for a company that really wants to be innovative to have diversity in the board, but in all the different levels of the company, because when you are addressing innovation, you're addressing everyone really, and 1 person out of 2 is a woman. So if you don't have a representative board and a representative company, at some point there's something wrong, and you're going to feel it in the business. And I think that through the data and through the experiences is really essential to really hang on to. And I think that there's still a lot that we need to do to really get there. So yeah, in my small way, I'm trying to help with getting the stories out. So yeah.
We will speak more later about the challenges and best practices and things that you have learned and all of that, because of course it's true that it's still a long way. But there are no excuses, right? Because the data shows that it's better for companies in terms of profits, efficiency, innovation, and also there is enough talent, that is for sure. 50% of the population is women. Just, of course, there is more diversity than just gender, and but that's one of the things we see a lot, right? So there is a lot of talent, and actually, at least in Spain, there are more women studying at university than men. So there are really no excuses. Eva.
I would like to focus especially on the board member, not in the middle management or on the executive committee. In Cepini Humas, we are working with CEOs and board members in order to move the leadership style from an analytic way to a digital way or disruption way. And what we are facing is that the board member is defending diversity, but they are not convinced about diversity. And what we are doing with them is try to expose to the board member to diversity in order to be sure that they understand what diversity is coming to the company. Because in some cases, what we have found is, I remember a CEO that told me, okay, I defend diversity, there is no problem. But the body attitude, how he's managing meetings on board and etc. is saying that, okay, you are saying that you are convinced about the benefit of diversity, but you are not defending diversity on your day-to-day. And I think the board is the most important team in the company. It's the less diverse team in the company based on data. And it's important that they are exposed to the different diversity, not only gender, capacity, religion, ethnia, and etc. Because they have to experiment what diversity is able to provide them in order to new point of views, new experiences, new ideas, new ways to manage the company, and experience to understand what is coming in a world that is absolutely disrupted. And when the diversity is basic in order to generate real innovation, real disruptive innovation, it's very important to expose the board members to the diversity, not only talk about diversity.
Yeah, it's true. There is a lot of talk around diversity, but a lack of action, right? And when people say, I'm convinced, then why don't you act? If you really are convinced, why don't you act like that and you make it happen? Of course, it's not always that easy, right? You can be convinced and it's still challenging. But then there are ways to overcome those challenges. So I'd like to focus on that and know what are the best, like two best practices that you will say will help changing that. We can start in order, or if you really want to, I want to say something. If not, Maria Jose.
Can you hear me? Yeah, now. Well, two best practices, and in line with what you were saying. First one will be involving the management as much as possible. If they don't believe on the diversity and inclusion initiatives, then the change in mindset will eventually come, but it will go slower. And secondly will be to have an efficient internal communication of these initiatives. Reach out all the employees. In our case, the challenge is reaching the same way the employee at the office, that's easier, but the employee at the production plant and the employee that is selling cokes in the street. So if they are aware of what their company is doing, they will feel better a part of the company, and you could eventually have this culture. That's what we're trying to get a culture in the company around this. Two best practices. Only talking about gender when we talk about diversity, and when talking about gender, forgetting to include male.
No.
And then I think think about diversity and inclusion as a check in the box and not something we actually need to do because it's the right thing to do and because the business results, as we were talking, are going to be better. So that will be.
So you say it's important to reach everyone, but even if you reach them and you say, oh, we are doing this, we are convinced of this, but how can you make them be convinced as well? It's not just information, right?
Well, of course, the board and the management have to, with their acts and with their teams and the variety of people they have in the teams, are showing that this is the path to follow. So that's what I was saying. If they're not convinced and they don't show their own diversity in their teams, you are not going to believe it. And we have a target to have 40% of women at management positions by 2025. So that's a clear example of the commitment of the company. When you're an employee and you're seeing that they take those decisions, you can at least feel that it's true, that it's real, for example.
Yeah. Do you have any commitments related to other kinds of diversity, like ethnicity, culture?
Right now, I cannot remember one because well, I'm involved, but I know this one regarding a woman. And well, we just acquired a bottler in the Pacific. And that's when I realized that I was going to have colleagues from Indonesia. I'm like, okay, my company will have to establish certain proceedings to be shared by all of us, even though we're so different. And I know they're working on it to make, that's the challenge, make everyone included, take into account we can be really different. So,
that's good. Thank you. And Silvia, what would you say?
I think it's really important, first, involve all the team members always in the decision-making processes. For example, in our case, because we are a small team. And also, look for professionals with different backgrounds, different experiences, and even with soft skills to get better results and always make decisions based on respect. And regarding to bad practices, one mistake is forget how important communication and understanding are in a team. And another thing is seeing that bad ideas exist. So if we have a team with members with different experiences and perspectives, we can all of their perspectives are completely valid. So even if we think that idea is completely stupid or crazy, we should listen to everyone, because maybe the most stupid idea is the key to success.
Or maybe it's not stupid, maybe it's stupid for you.
Yes, of course. It's only a thinking, not the reality.
Yeah, thinking out of the box. I would like to include in this question, or maybe, no, maybe I'm going to wait for another. I wanted to ask if, how is the relationship with your clients and providers, and if you also encourage them to be more diverse, or well, maybe we can speak about that later, or you can include it in your answers, Joanna and Eva.
That's also a very interesting question. Yes, so I was going to say, if you are building a company and you're starting out, one of the recommendations or best practices I would share is to start out with a diverse founding team as much as possible, in the sense that if you do this, then it puts a diverse DNA to the company when you start out. And I was speaking to a founder some years back who was saying that he took a bit more time to find, the 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 first people, really making this, priority number one. And this company now today is Slack. And I know that it it was something that was not an option at the time. And I think that really made me think a lot about the strategy and the way that you can include diversity as really #1 priority. And I think that that's something that I found very interesting. And also I was, being in France, we're not very advanced in terms of mentoring, but we've been looking into this a bit closer. And I think that mentoring is actually a very interesting option to put into place for certain women who would need to, get feedback and know more about how to actually get to this stage and how to actually evolve in their career. And in some cases, I think that you feel kind of on your own and you don't know how to get there. And so some mentoring and some, empathy mentoring and strategic mentoring has proven very fruitful, actually, in some cases. And I think that that's a very interesting one to go for. And once you're in a board, think about, okay, well, how can I, help this, process to get to enlarge it. So yeah, that I think would be the two best practices for me. And the other question, maybe I'll ask.
And then also things that you can do, like working with clients and providers. But maybe you can answer to the bad practices one, if you think of, Joanna, if you think of the, like things that normally are done in order to increase diversity that don't work.
I know that what doesn't work is when it's only communication, when it's like diversity washing. That's really something that's, if you feel that it's very, just off, that's something that's actually really counterproductive, I would say. So definitely don't go down the road of trying to show the most possible and go maybe too fast and say, well, we're into diversity, if actually it's just like only topping. I think it's much better to take the time, even low profile, not necessarily communicate, but actually be in the action.
And even internally, within your company, it can be disappointing for people that really expect you as a leader to increase the diversity in the board, or within the company, and then it doesn't happen. It's frustrating, and then they lose trust on you as a leader, right? Or leaders. Eva.
I think a lot of examples of successful initiatives to promote diversity in the companies. But I will say that there are 2 points that we have reinforced on our initiative. One of you have mentioned before is about mentoring. Okay, in order to avoid barriers that HR can identify in the companies about people, group of people, or individuals that can be more reactive to accept diversity in general. And the second one that is very difficult, and a lot of companies are trying to do it, but it's very important, is measure metrics of success. I'm in executive committees from 1999. They just understand measures, metrics, successful results. So we have to find how to convert the diversity on results. Maybe quantify. It should be fine if we can define, okay, this team is more productive than the other one because he's more diversity than the other one. But internal comparatives are not especially well received. But we have to identify a way to measure the results, the impact of the diversity on the results. Results may be obviously benefits, maybe customer more satisfied, maybe more initiative of innovation, maybe more employee satisfaction, maybe more talents, maybe more capacity to recruit new talents because we are diverse, and it's our image in the market. When we are able to translate diversity in results, that are understood by the board members, by the executive committee. In fact, we are saying then, okay, this is working. This is fine. It's not just a study of McKinsey or the big companies or the people that is defending diversity. It's real in our company. It's real in our market. It's real in our case. So let's go to promote diversity because we have translated diversity on results.
Maria Jose wants to say something, yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah,
Yes.
for sure.
Well, what she was talking about, in our case, it's obvious that we sell Coke and other products to a variety of people and society that has nothing to do compared to what we had 50 years ago. So if you don't have diverse thinkings inside the company, you're not going to be able to approach and to this audience, this new audience. So for us, I don't know about the numbers, but I'm totally sure that it has a clear and direct reflect in the business results because I mean, we need this diversity to be able to reach everybody. Because everybody, I hope, drinks our product, so it's like very wide.
Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, regarding that you said that society is changing, but there are still a lot of biases and stereotypes and all of that. And it's also important to change that in order for the board to be convinced that they want to be diverse, or the company, or the CEOs, or the founders and presidents, whoever. So that comes to the question I said I'd like to raise. Maybe you don't all have to answer, but how can you act like working with your clients, customers, partners, when you see there is a lack of diversity in something they're doing or in their boards? Is there any way to convince them that it's not? Because I know these things are hard, right? Sometimes it's hard to speak about these things, or you think that they are gonna be offended, and then they won't want to work with you anymore. So how can you tackle that, and in order to have more impact? No?
I first. In our cases, my two companies, we are both Sapin and Apogeo. We are so small to take a capacity to negotiate with our providers. But when I've been especially in big consulting firms, usually I'm talking about big consulting firms. Okay, I'm not going to say, but you can see
where you were working previously, so you know very well.
They are not used to ask for diversity to the providers or the partners. But I think that we should do, because especially when I think it depends on the sectors, on the markets, obviously. If we are talking about consumer, food, and etc., obviously it's very, very important, because my clients, if I'm a provider of Coca-Cola or something similar, for my customer is very important. So for me, it should be very important that my providers are aligned with my policies, aligned with my culture. I think that it's a role of the big companies that are the companies that can impose the new culture, can impose the new model of work and work with diversity. And there is another way that is, or another thing that is changing, is that a lot of companies are working with startups, with entrepreneurs. And in that way, the culture of diversity that is almost in the nature of the startups is been coming into the big companies. I've been working with 1 year ago with a big energy company here in Spain, and they told me that the fact of working with new entrepreneurs, with startups, or etc., it was being a factor to they understand the importance of new generations, new ways to work, diversity, and etc. I think the role of the big companies should be promote diversity in the medium and size companies, especially in Spain. You know that we are a country with a lot of medium and size companies, and the medium size and small companies are not so. They are more reluctant to promote diversity because they are very, very focused on the business and on the results. And the big companies can change the culture in our market.
But is it true that startups are more diverse? I wonder that. I remember, I don't know if it was a study or I don't really remember, but I remember reading something about that myth about new generations being more tolerant and new companies being more diverse. I don't know if you know any metrics on that, but maybe.
I don't know the exact metrics, but I know that that there's, I think, a new generation of startups at the moment trying to break this kind of bros culture, startup-y culture, in the sense that they're putting parental leave, the same parental leave for men and women into place, etc., etc. So they're trying to move the lines and actually attract talent with diversity. So it's not going to be on the kind of ping pong table and pizza and beer kind of culture, but it's going to be more on the flexibility of the hours, being able to have a family and a work in the startup. So I think that in this, I'm seeing quite a lot of new company strategies in that sense in the startup world. And I think that with startups, the thing is that it evolves much faster than probably when you have a bigger company where it's maybe a bit more difficult to move this around. So I would say that, yeah, probably within the startup community, there are some really, really good examples at the moment that can inspire, I think. Yeah. And I was going to say maybe we should all... Yeah, I was just going to end saying that we should all try and be part of a board.
For sure. For sure. So I'm sorry because we don't have more time. Maybe if you want to say something like super quick or maybe not, I don't know. Maria Jose is thinking.
Yes, no, only I was thinking there is a project regarding generations and my company where senior and young people could, mentor each other. I thought it was really interesting how diversity on age that is not, that known could add value, and it's really interesting.
That's cool. So I think that we gotta finish. So I'm gonna wrap up. We have a lot of thoughts, learnings, and best practices, reaching everyone, convincing everyone, listening to everyone, and respecting others' proposals, thoughts, suggestions, ideas, mentoring, metrics, many things to remember and to use and to act on it. We have had very diverse panels also in terms of living creatures with beautiful fishes. So thank you all, and I hope to see you, by the way, this evening at 7 o'clock in Insomnia, where I will be presenting my book, Error 404, Ready for a World Without the Internet. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Esther. Muchísimas gracias, and thank you to everyone. So everyone sort of looks at me, it's over. You have to go, the world is very transitory like that. You do your part and then you move on. But yes, as Esther says, her book is 7 o'clock tonight, so you can find the details online. Okay, so our next panel, we're going to talk about impact-driven investing, or impact investing, as some people call it, which is the idea that business can be about more than just profit, that it can be about having an impact in various issues. So if the panel would like to come out, please. Begonia, there is one change. The moderator is going to be Begonia rather than Raul, and also Ruben is going to be online by Zoom. So we're going to have one person online, a new moderator, but we are going to have Margarita, Danielle, and Maria. Okay, so Begonia, if you would like to come out, please, and we can start the sitting down process. They're like always disinfecting microphones and doing all that kind of stuff. I know it has to be done, but it really kills the flow. But I guess that's the age. Okay, if you'd like to come out, please, and sit wherever you like. We just need to do a microphone check, and then we'll begin. Okay. Daniel. Okay. Maria, yes. So it's like a full panel. So okay, and then I think we just have to wait for the miracle of online to become, and then reset the clock, and we'll just wait for that to happen, and then you can begin. Just do microphone check. Say hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Check.
Hi. Check. I don't think I got anything there.
Check.
Is that working?
One.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, microphone check.
Check.
Brilliant. Okay, and finally?
Hello.
Okay, there you go. Okay, I'm wondering, maybe you can begin while they're just setting up the Zoom, okay? It will magically come on. Okay, so a big round of applause, please, for impact investing. Thank you. Yes. When I ask for applause, I get applause. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. Thank you all for being here with us. As you can see, I'm not Raul. In last minute, Raul can be presenting this panel, so I will be moderating this panel as the Strategic Partnership Manager at Angela Impact Economy. Well, the market is experiencing a transition from conscious consumers to a strict regulatory framework and the increasing investors' appetite for ESG risk investments. In this context, sustainability initially appeared to be an emerging trend, but in fact, we are living a fundamental transition to our economy model. Business of all kinds are now competing to be the best for the world. Corporates, SMEs, enterprises, startups, and also investors. B Corp is leading this global movement that is redefining success in business as a balance of purpose and profit. Sustainability is a proven driver of innovation, and more companies are placing it at the center of their strategic planning. We have an amazing panel with us today to talk about it. Let me introduce them. First place, Daniel Turan. Hi, Daniel. Strategist, impact innovator, speaker, and much more. He is Beloved Europe Ambassador, General Director at EBBF, partner at Now Partners, and he was the co-founder of the Impact Hub Madrid. Daniel, as a professional, has dedicated more than 20 years to explore the connections between values, purpose, and the actions of the people and companies. Why do you think B Corp and other movements rethinking business are growing so quickly?
So I actually have a question for you guys. So what do you think? All these amazing tech startup, what is their dream? What do they dream to be? Unicorns, that's it. So really to understand how you become a unicorn is to understand that your company is not separated from the society that's around you. It's not separated from your workers. It's connected to. It is useful. The more useful your company is to whatever is around them, the more successful you will be, and the more you will become a unicorn. So I say that B Corps are unicorns of impact. B Corps, they say, is people who are actually using business as a force for good. And that's why they're so successful. because everybody's motivated around them. You know, the evangelist that you dream to support your company, to love you, to share your posts. Everybody, not everybody, most people really enjoy and love B Corps around. So that's a really strong element that creates a differentiating factor. Now, oh, I'm a good company, I'm a wonderful company, but are you measuring your impact? And so the great thing of this, the B Corp movement, the original founders, they created this B Impact Assessment, which is a way to assess how good is your company. Is it 60, 70, 80, more or less good? So it's measured and audited. So any company that creates B Corp status really has within that. And if I have to say two main reasons why these best for the world companies are successful, I'd say is a definition of who they are. They don't feel themselves as really as non-profit for sure, they're for-profits. It's not the traditional for-profit element, so what am I? I am a B Corp. So it's a way of being, it's a way of defining yourself as a company. And when companies become B Corps, you should see the parties, how they make the announcements online. We are a B Corp. So the enthusiasm that creates this kind of unicorn element. And the second element is community. Alga Energy, Capsa, and so forth, they're not alone. They're part of a global community with the same kind of objectives of being useful and profitable. So this new for benefit elements, I mean, how can a company not be for benefit? How can a company be negative? That's so old-fashioned. So this new way of seeing the role of companies, which is measured, which is audited, which is exciting, and which is quite successful.
Yeah, it's a good mix, passion and measure. Yeah, good point. We also have Margarita Albors with us, impact entrepreneurship and impact investing expert, president of Social Nest Foundation. And my question for you is, from an investor's perspective, what is the difference about impact investing compared to other forms of investment? And how do you balance impact and profit in your investment decisions?
Well, I think that, as we know, traditionally, when you are considering doing an investment, you consider risk and return. And when you talk about impact investing, this is not a binomy anymore. It's not only about risk and return, but also about impact. So impact investors, what they do is intentionally seek for impact with their capital in order to have profits, of course, but also have that positive impact that they are looking for. And nowadays, we can see more and more this is actually a trend, and it's a sector that is growing a lot. The GIN, which is the Global Impact Investing Network, which is a huge organization, international organization, global organization, working with impact investors, and they annually have a report, a survey they do to the investors. Last report was done with more than 300 impact investors, the largest ones, and about balancing, as you are asking, around 70% of the impact investors, they said that they were seeking market rate returns in terms of financial return, right? And so as you can see, this concept that many still have, that either you are doing philanthropy and you are working with non-profit organizations, or you are maximizing your returns without taking into account the impact you are having, as Daniel was saying. Now this is changing, and now the investors are looking for both things: market rate returns in many cases, and also impact. And of those 70% investors that are looking for those market rate returns, 88% of them said that they got these financial returns in line or even higher returns than they were expecting. So this really tell us that it's possible to have market returns in terms of finance and also impact. So it's a balance that you can find. It's true also that this is not black or white. This is a spectrum within philanthropy, where you are just looking for maximizing your impact, but you are not going to get any return from your money to the market rate return with no impact. There's a spectrum of opportunities of investment where each investor can align themselves in where they can put their capital, in what type of instrument, in vehicles, and where they can get different returns and also different impacts.
Mm-hmm. Really interesting. Thank you. Maria. Hi, Maria. Hi. Maria is Deputy Manager and Technical Director of Alga Energy. And Maria, as a company with a strong commitment to innovation and more sustainable development, can you tell us how do you create value through innovation?
Thank you, Begoña. Yes, sure. First of all, let me introduce a bit Alga Energy, which is a Spanish company specialized and focused on the microalgae sector. Our goal as company is to culture microalgae in our own facilities, obtain high-quality biomass, and convert this biomass into bioproducts that are replacing chemicals in the current market in several sectors, including cosmetics, food and feed, agriculture, aquaculture, bioenergy, etc. So for us, microalgae is innovation. And also, apart from this general view of our activity, during the culture process of the microalgae, microalgae need carbon as nutrient, so we can inject flue gases from an industrial chimney into the cultures, and microalgae convert the CO2 of the flue gases into biomass. So we are converting this contaminant gas into a high quality biomass. And on the other hand, during the photosynthesis process, microalgae generates oxygen that is released to the atmosphere. So we have also this environmental component in our process that for us is innovation.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's incredible. Thank you. And finally, we have Rubén Hidalgo, Director of Innovation and Entrepreneurship Ecosystem at Capsa Foods, Central Lechera Asturiana. Indeed, he isn't able to make it in person today, but we have him here virtually, thanks to technology. Rubén, can you hear us properly?
Yeah.
Okay, we hear you also. Could you please tell us a bit more about how your role is connected to the sustainability strategy of Capsa Food, and how does Capsa Food boost impact through innovation?
Thank you for your question, Begoña. Hello, everyone. Capsa Food, or like a brand, Central Lechera Asturiana, we have this incredible concept that is natural food, no? And natural food is the concept that moves all the company, no? Describe how our business happens today. And natural food means, for example, familiar farms, and why the agriculture and these farms can work together, no, in order to describe a sense of prosperity for rural areas in several places in Asturias, but in northern Spain, but describe other situations for other rural areas, and how these connections, no, with the familiar farms, agriculture, or connect with welfare for animals and balance with nature, and how all of these connect for society in order to give health for people, no? And this is our incredible concept that is natural food and how our business happens. And this natural food means only that the people demand, no? Only the basic product that you need in your home, no? And this work is about to develop product without artificial ingredients, for example, and a unique and simple way for this product, no? All of these things happens today, and for us a special, successful history about us and about the people, no? Because this history connect in a unique point employees, farmers, and society in general, no? And connect not only in a form that the people think about the food, if not thinks about the value, common values for these people, and in general terms about style of life, no? And for us is our purpose today, no? This natural food and how to connect all the people about this concept. But if you think or investigate into the future, you can see a world that is more complex and with this challenge, no, about loss and waste, about carbon emissions, about decreasing diversity, but also obesity, nutritional problems, and these kind of things, no? For us, it's very important to do something about not only the present, not only this successful history, it not for future, no, for connect with the future with this challenge for people, no. And this is our work, like Capsavida, this open innovation project in Capsa Food, no. And Capsavida do every day two specific things, no. One of them is to analyze under surface of our value chain and detecting transfer levels, no? That is specific knowledge areas that today is not maybe is not a real possibility in order to impact better in our value chain, but in the future maybe it's more relevant. And with this specific analysis of these points, with Capsavida tool, look this external but impact project, no? And how this connection between external experts and internal experts in our company promote big projects that facing the challenge for society, no? This is our purpose, like Capsavida, to connect these both worlds, no, external experts and internal experts, and how this connection is very powerful in order to think about the food like a tool, no. And maybe this is the simple idea for Capsavida, is look the food like a tool for people in order to facing the challenge for the future, no. And for us, is our work and our perspective for the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. All of us on this panel, we have many things in common. We are part of the BCOR movement. I don't know, maybe in the public is also people connected with this movement, sure, that is this. And we have integrated impact or sustainability as a driver of business strategy and innovation. For instance, at Angela Impact Economy, the company I work, we also are playing part on this transition too. We start a journey as an investors, and today we help companies transform themselves to meet emerging needs and trends by integrating sustainability and technology. And now I have a question for the panel. My question is, as investors, business leaders, and experts ourselves, I would like to ask you, what is happening and how can a startup, investor, or a small or big enterprise get ready for this future? It's a wide question, I know, but it's for participate in this debate and to share with the public.
That's the question, right? ¿Qué está pasando? What's happening?
What's happening?
So I think that's one of the most frequently asked questions I get is the future. I would encourage you to forget about the future. It's just so uncertain, so unpredictable. Do not waste any time in predicting the future. Instead, create it. And that's the amazing thing of right now, this unicorn we were talking about before, no? It did not exist as a concept a few years ago. The beta testing You know, you need to be a serious company. You need to have a final, fantastic, finished product. No, you can try things out. I mean, Apple is sending out stuff on beta, and hundreds of thousands of people are using the beta and helping Apple to make a better product. To me, there's something there that's very important for a startup. If you create something that's really useful, you'll have a group of people that will work with you to create the best possible products and services. That's unheard of. The company was supposed to deliver the products, not anymore. The company works with the stakeholders it wants to serve to create the best possible products. So even a startup of one person can have a community of hundreds of thousands of people working with them for free to create the best possible products. I repeat, be useful to society. Create this impact with society. Create hope. What does your company do? Does it sell games or does it create hope? Imagine how amazing your company, people are just so tired and just crisis after crisis. My company, through its services and products, creates hope. You're going to arrasar el mercado. You're going to get the whole market because you're the one company that creates useful games or whatever it is, even games can be useful, that have a meaning, have an impact, and that create hope. I love that. And you're not doing it alone. You're co-creating it with your tribe, as large or as small as you wish to be. So to me, co-creating the future has never been easier and as challenging, I'd say.
Yeah, for me, what is happening is that I think that people, and this means entrepreneurs, people that work in corporations, in public administrations, investors, we are realizing on one hand that we are facing great societal challenges, and that's a reality, and it's urgent to do something about it. And I think that we are also increasing our consciousness about what we can do about it, that we can use our talent, we can use our technology, we can use our company, we can use our money in order to change that for the better. And that's what we have been seeing, for example, at Socialness Foundation. We started 11 years ago working with entrepreneurs that really wanted to make a difference and contribute to solving those challenges. And it was like 3-4 years ago, more or less, when we started getting connections with investors, people who had or managing their own capital or third parties' capital, and had that intention also of how can I really have a positive impact? How can I really solve those challenges that are more aligned with what matters to me? Maybe it's children, maybe it's elderly people, maybe it's the environment, and how can I really align my values to my capital? And that's why we created FI, which is a global platform of people who want to align their capital with their values. And what we see is that sometimes we have this interest and this appetite, but we really need to know how to do it. And I think it's important for people to see that there's possibilities for them to be part of this movement, that it's not challenges that we face, but also represent opportunities. And there are many ways where you can really put, as Daniel was saying, your passion and the things, your resources into what you care more about.
So we have, hope, we have connections and spirit of connection. And Maria, what's the ingredient?
Yes. As Daniel said, we are trying to create the future through R&D, which is also our origin. When Alga Energy was established in 2007, the goal was to transform all the knowledge developed in the Spanish universities during more than 3 decades regarding microalgae into real goods, into real solutions for the market or for the society. So we dedicate the first 10 years exclusively to R&D. And after this first step, we start to get real products and real solutions again for the market. And now, currently, we are expanding internationally. We are a B Corp, which is very important for us. We have joined also the initiative 1% for the planet. we are very committed to the environment and also to the society. So we are trying to create this future, but being responsible with our society, the future generations, and so on.
Okay. And Ruben, I don't know, are you here?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Hi. Yeah. Hi. And how is Capsa Foods preparing for that future? What is your ingredient for that future?
Well, my ingredient today is conversation. Okay, and if you think about how impact happened, no? For me, the conversation is very important in order to understand everything and every sense for people. And this conversation is not enough in the table in our ecosystem, no? In general, maybe specific in Spain, but in general in the world, no? And all the people, unicorn, Daniel said, no, this is the objective of the startup. And this is about capital, but before capital, you need social capital, no? That is understand very well what is your impact for people, for humanity, no? And what is the impact in each part of the ecosystem, no? In this case, in a startup ecosystem, no? For example, no? And for us, for example, is a very activity demanding, no? In our company, into the company, speak with people in different areas. What is the problems? What is the possibility of the solutions? What is the project that you need to do, no? In the future, no? And speak a lot with people. Doesn't is enough, no? The conversation with people, no? And the same is for entire ecosystem, no? We need to speak before the projects, speak before to develop something together, no? Speak about the problems, the different perspectives, the different possibilities, about technology, about ethics too, no? That is very important in the future, in the context of technology, no? Many things in the table, and the only ingredient you need to resolve this problem is the conversation between people. This is my ingredient.
Okay, perfect. Very good ingredients today. So thank you, all of you, for your insights. And this has been inspiring and give us thoughts for reflection, I hope. And it looks like startups, companies, investors, and professionals are all going in the same direction. It is proven this is not a trend. We are talking about a transition to a different way of doing business. Thank you, the panel, and all you for being with us today, and do good and do well. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And thank you for finishing 4 minutes early.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's okay. That's okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bigo. It's people have I guess it's our fault for being 5 minutes behind on schedule. People have meetings to go to and all sorts of things. Okay, so while we're getting things together, we're back to Joe ad-libbing on the stage. So if you want to run for the exits, run for the exits, because I've got no material other than what's flooding into my head. I guess we should say things like hashtag. I'll go with the hashtag. Is everyone posting things about Valencia Digital Summit on your various, whatever, they're your Twitters? Does anyone use Twitter? I'm about the only Twitter user left. Snapchat, TikTok, all of those kind of things. Use the hashtag Valencia Digital Summit and talk about the wonderful experiences you've been having here. Actually, there was an official photographer here yesterday, and she took some pictures and she posted those, so you're free to use her work. She was at the parties and took pictures on the stages and things like that. The next speaker, as I mentioned this morning when I was introducing, is Iker, who's the founder of Flywire, which is, perhaps one of I guess it's the first ever company from Spain, like organic company, to reach the NASDAQ. You know, I don't know what a big thing that is, but when I was starting off my career, before I became a professor, I was, I guess, an entrepreneur. And the first company we started, it was back in the dot-com days at the turn of the century, and everyone kind of wanted to get onto the NASDAQ. So that was always a huge ambition to reach the NASDAQ. So I think, whoa, okay, Amanda has come here, and we have our... Oh, there's Anna. Great. Okay, come on, Anna. You weren't there, and I was going to start telling any story that possibly came into my head. So sit yourself down, and Igor as well, get off your phone, will you? Come on, he's always doing some stuff. You can sit anywhere where you like. And also Salvador, who I haven't met. Hello, Salvador. You can take off your mask if you like. That's up to you. Okay, just mic check, Anna. Hello.
Yeah. Hello.
Oh, perfect. Okay, Igor, mic check.
You did a great job. We put you in a really tough spot.
I was just gonna, no, you know what? I was gonna say wonderful things about you because, as I said, like to be the first ever company on the NASDAQ is such an amazing thing. And, you know, maybe people in Valencia have heard you speak many times before, but I certainly always find it really interesting to hear you speak. Salvador, can you test your mic?
Hello.
Perfect, very good. Okay, Anna, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Yeah, so Joe was talking about NASDAQ, and that's really what I want to start with, because we have two people here who are connected to IPOs, and it's not every day that it happens in Spain, but I hope there will be more of that. It's actually, if you were here or watching us yesterday, there was this panel with two investors mentioning what they were hoping for, and they said they wanted to see more ambition, and especially more global ambition. So I hope after listening to our two guests here, you'll be inspired to go global. And for the two IPOs we're talking about, I think I'm going to start with Salvador because he's the CEO of Finametrics, but he's also working for Allfunds that went public last April on the Euronext in Amsterdam. And I mean, in both cases, we're not talking about small SPACs or anything. We're talking about huge IPOs with huge valuations. So maybe you can talk a bit about that, and also why Valencia for them.
Okay. Hello everyone. First of all, thank you to the organization for inviting me to speak here with Iker and Anna. I appreciate it very much. Currently I am the global head of digital of Allfunds. Allfunds is a company that was launched public last April in the Amsterdam Stock Exchange, as Anna was saying. We're very happy about that, of course. It's been a great milestone for the company. Allfunds, the story that lies behind my being in Allfunds is that Allfunds bought 3 years ago Finametrics. That was the company that we were working in Valencia. Finametrics is a Valencian company. Finametrics still exists. Finametrics is the digital factory and the digital marketing and the digital definition of product and the digital development of Allfunds. And Allfunds is the big company. Allfunds is the big fish here. Allfunds was, if you don't know Allfunds is a huge, it is probably, not probably, it is the largest distribution channel of mutual funds in the world. It was a traditional company. It is not a traditional company anymore. And we now start to say that we don't have digital department because the companies that have digital department are not digital, you know, that tricky thing.
Thanks to Finametrics.
Thanks to us. So we can leave now. So the what we have done in Allfunds, of course, with the people of Allfunds that are very smart people. Allfunds was a traditional company that needed to have a digital capabilities. Allfunds has a lot of clients, more than 2,000 financial institutions in all over the world, and they had already the clients. The only thing they needed was digital product to sell to the clients. So that is why they bought Finametrics, and that is what we're doing in Allfunds. So Finametrics has been very important for Allfunds, and especially, as you know, for the valuation of Allfunds in the IPO, because Allfunds is a platform, is a custodian, is a bank. But thanks to Finametrics, or thanks to this acquisition, they all, I say they, but I am all fans, I am now all fans, I am now part of all fans. We have got the digital capabilities to say that we are a fintech, that we are a wealth tech, and as you all know, wealth tech in the market has a small, higher valuations than a bank, nowadays. So I think that has been the story. Now all funds is in the market. We're very happy about that. All Finametrics still is in Valencia. People in all funds love Valencia. That's one of the reasons that why they bought Finametrics. We have a great team of especially developers here, and we are selling our software. We are selling Finametrics software that before all funds was a very local thing. It was a very Spanish company that we sold our software to Spanish financial institutions. Now we are selling all over the world. I mean, we are in more than 60 countries selling our software. We can. And I stop here and I let Iker talk.
No, I'm just going to ask you more than quickly the valuation, because I mean people should know.
No, I really don't know the valuation. I have some colleagues that they are seeing all the time the stock, the stock price, but it's around 10 billion now. It's around 10 billion euros, and that's a. I mean, it's a good thing, but we are looking forward to make it grow more.
Well, that's what I meant when I said it wasn't a small operation. And then, Iker, I know right now you're the founder of Zubi Labs, but I'm going to look a bit back in time and ask you about how the company that you founded, Pure Transfer, became Flywire, that also IPO'd on NASDAQ, and maybe you can talk about that.
Right. Yeah. So it's one of these stories that I think should be a big thing to be proud of as Valencia and as Spain, because to be honest, the biggest team was and I think continues being in the city, and all the operations, technology, and kind of the hard part of the business was developed from here. So I started the company 12 years ago, as you pointed out. It was called Pure Transfer at that time, as an international student at MIT, and then opened pretty much both offices in Valencia and Spain at the same time, and then back and forth, and run it as CEO for around 4 years, and then I stepped down, moved back to Valencia, and that's when I founded Zubi Labs and remained as a shareholder in the company. I stayed on the board for a little bit, and then just as a mere shareholder. And the company has kind of continued, I guess, doing how it started, which is processing international payments, initially for the education industry and far beyond. In the 4 years I was running it, it became the global leader in processing tuition payments. And in that industry, it was certainly a roller coaster. And the team has continued doing an amazing job. I'm sure many of you guys know, have friends or know people that are working in the company, are still working in the company, or somewhat related. And we should be proud of this. It IPO this year in May. It's trading right now around $4 billion on NASDAQ. And hopefully, not only when I look at the company, sometimes is people look at valuations or number of employees. Maybe for me, the metric is, how many hundreds of millions of dollars are being saved to students all around the world. Because when I started this company, it was to make the world a bit more fair, so that those that have maybe less purchasing power and less information can actually get good rates and save money. Because I think when people are moving internationally, they are, making an effort, and sometimes it's just family savings. And maybe that, which was kind of be more implicit when in 2014, I started Zubi Labs, I made it much more explicit, kind of that commitment to impact.
Got it. And you also mentioned MIT, so one of the things I wanted to mention is that, you're both from Valencia personally, but you could have done it anywhere else, and you especially have ties to Boston. I think you were born there as well, and I wanted to know why you picked Valencia for Zubi Labs.
So for Zubilab, so I kind of my long-term view was Valencia in terms of, I think they're fantastic cities to have experiences, but, kind of they're cities that are great for raising a family as well. And I kind of saw this long-term. I think you can pretty much start any company from anywhere in the world and be ambitious so long as you're connected to the world. And I think that's a critical piece, right? I think you can start from Valencia, from other places in the world, but you have to be in the discussions. You have to be, in the conversations, in the content that is relevant for industry, because then otherwise you're disconnected, and then you're not in kind of top-tier discussions and can't create a top-tier company. So in my case, when we think about Zubilabs, and we started creating companies for a better future, so as a venture builder focused on impact. So we take talent, so we think about ideas, and very different ideas, whether it's, schools, eco-districts, a circular economy applied to waste management with co-circular and many others. So we take kind of that challenge and then figure out, is there a business model we can use as an instrument to solve this social and environmental challenge? And then we bolt in talent that is really the team that is going to run the company, and we're there to be helpful. And then we finance these projects, and then as they grow, we have other co-investors join and kind of walk with us. And then since last year, out of COVID, we started the second arm at Zubilabs, which is Zubi Capital. So essentially not only financing our projects, but also investing in third-party companies. So companies that are outside the group, that are run, were created by other entrepreneurs. And the idea here is within impact investing, create different strategies where we think we can create additionality. So there's filling the gap in some sense. So we started with a venture debt fund. Actually, some folks, Mark and Lucas, are around the event who run the fund. And it's a 40 million fund to invest with debt in impact companies, typically alongside other equity investors. And with these, we want to create something that is ambitious from Valencia, pan-European, and potentially globally, but focused on impact investing and developing funds in different asset classes that fill in voids, gaps in the market where we think we can add value.
I think an important point here is that Valencia, as you said, is connected to the world and attractive to it. So, Salvador, I wanted to ask you about something you mentioned in passing, and I think you recognized it, Operation Panorama. Can you tell us about that?
I mean, I think Valencia is you know that Valencia, it always has been in Spain the most open community, the Comunidad Valenciana. We are Phoenicians. We are people that we have been selling oranges and rice to the world, and the Valencian people, Valencian entrepreneurs, has always have a very open mind, a very global mind to sell things. So I think that's something that Valencia it always has been open to the world. I think much more than other places. But Valencia is not very known at least it wasn't as known as we thought it should have been. No? When Allfunds was owned by private equity, by venture capital called Herman and Friedman from San Francisco, they came to Finametrics to know the company and to know the city and to know the team and to know our offices and so on. So they came to Valencia, and they came, I don't know, from places like Oslo, like Austria. It was in November 2017. It was a very sunny day in Valencia. Of course, we made all the presentations, all the stuff about the numbers, the figures, and so on. They were really appreciating the company, of course. But what it was decisive, what it was definitive for them, was that we went to have lunch, and it was a very sunny day, to the restaurant Panorama. The restaurant Panorama in the beach, if you know it, is in front of Malvarrosa, no? And it was and they were loving Valencia. They were starting to ask, how much is a flat in Valencia? How much? Because they didn't know Valencia. They were, I don't know, 6 or 7 people from London, from other places that are not as sunny as Valencia, of course, none of them. So they were really liking Valencia and liking what they saw. So 2 weeks later, I had a meeting with them. They called me in Madrid. Okay, we're going to make you an offer or whatever, or you know how those things happen. And the corporate guy that was going to talk to me, he took out a paper, and I saw, and I was just trying to look at the paper to see what was written on there, and I saw that the name of the operation, because you know that these guys, they put secret names to the operations, and so it was Operation Panorama. So it is the only thing I saw, and when I saw that, I said, they had a great place there. The paella was not the best, but for them it was the best paella they have eaten in their lives. So when I saw that it was called Operation Panorama, I realized that they were going to buy the company.
I think there's the element of lifestyle and experience here, right? Sometimes we forget, we take it for granted. I mean, we're also seeing in the school, we have 40%, at Imagine Montessori School, we have 40% of the internationals, people coming from all over the world. Whether it's, because the companies are setting up stuff in Valencia or because they're more kind of digital nomads.
I mean, a company is part of the landscape. I mean, you're part of the landscape. You're part of the views. The views are also the company. So that is why it is so important. And Iker is also, we are fighting for this thing, no? To develop much more La Marina area in Valencia. I think that's something that is that we should. I know that there are a lot of people making good things, especially Juan Roig and so on, but I think we should develop definitively La Marina because it's, I think you're part of the landscape and it's important, you're part of the people that are your team are part of the company, but also the landscape, also the views. So I think we don't have to be afraid to say that is a competitive advantage of Valencia, because I think it is.
For sure. You mentioned the school being very international, and I also wanted to ask you in the context of COVID, and now that people can work from anywhere, I guess it's super helpful for Valencia, but I wanted your perspective on that as well.
Yeah, sometimes I joke with fellow entrepreneurs. I'm saying, I'm creating wonderful schools and wonderful districts so you guys can attract the best talent in the world and have them not just in your company, but living and in a great school. But we've definitely seen, during COVID, we had people that had restrictions, weren't able to come. And now we've seen kind of a big increase in uptake in people moving. And as you're pointing out, I think when you're thinking about a city and you're thinking about talent, and I think we're in the age of talent, you're thinking kind of that 360 view, right? I think it's really hard to bring someone along unless you bring them along with the family, right? Probably during interviews to check out the city, how it is, and all those different angles. And I think we can, from the company standpoint, we can work on fantastic, themes that are globally connected. We start at Zubi Labs many things that are, local action, but linked to global themes. But at the same time, we have recognized that we are in the race for talent, and we're lucky that we're in a city that is showing up on the rankings, top in terms of health, in terms of family centric, and so on.
Yeah, so historically, Valencia was a bit behind in terms of salaries, but Salvador, you told me that was changing, and I was framing that as a bad thing, but you said it's actually a good thing for talent, so maybe you can expand a bit on that.
Yeah, I think that historically, Valencia has been a very competitive place in price, in salaries too, because people in Valencia, I think, didn't need so much high salaries even as in Madrid, but if you compare to London or to New York or to Singapore, Valencia is ridiculously cheap. That I think it still is. I don't know now. But now so I think a developer that is the kind of guys that I usually hire. There were a lot of developers that preferred to stay in Valencia with less salary than to move to another place. And people, especially people from Politecnico, who have studied in Politecnico, there's a high component on them. They want to live in Valencia. You know, people in Valencia want to live in Valencia most of the times. But now with COVID, I think, and that's something that we have experimented. On one hand, it has been very good for sales, COVID for us, because we are selling software. And 2020, for instance, was the year that we have sold the most internationally, thanks to sell through the internet. It has been amazing. We were really scared when the lockdown started and so on, but the sales were I don't know. We sold in countries that we were unexpectedly, you know. But the salaries have grown in Valencia, and that's good for IT developers. And I think that's a huge opportunity, because now you can live in Valencia and you can have high salary. That didn't happen. That didn't happen 2 years or 3 years ago. So I think that is a great opportunity, another opportunity for Valencia to attract talent. And I think it can be seen as a bad thing for entrepreneurs, no? Because we're going to have to pay more. But at the end, I am optimistic about this. If we attract the people to live here, because I think we're on the way to do it, and work from here, we are going to have a much better ecosystem, a much more complete, and I think at the end, even entrepreneurs, we are going to be winning with that trade-off that is happening now.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
I think that, you know, I think flourishing cities, you know, it's not only about flourishing entrepreneurship ecosystems. Because I think that, you know, you can take cities like San Francisco, the Bay Area, right? And there is a huge inequality, like between the tech industry and those that are not on the tech industry. So I think that's something we, I think in finance, you know, they always talk about there's no free lunch, right? Everything has cons, pros and cons. So I think as a city, we have to ensure that, great, we bring talent, that entrepreneurs can start companies here and can start, get off the ground in a way that is affordable, that they don't need, a big, seed rounds to make it work. But at the same time, how that actually links to the rest of the city, to the rest of the industry, to the pre-existing industry, in a way that kind of that wealth creation is shared among others. For example, just as a perspective, the other day I was reading an article that it mentioned that in the US, typically employees have more stock options and capture more of the wealth that is created versus, with IPOs and so on, versus kind of European counterparts. Maybe Flywire is an exception, because I was obsessed 20 years ago to create stock option when people are just saying, what is that? That's just for like, EBEX for quoted companies, that's bullshit, that's not worth anything. Now, probably they don't say that. And at Zubi Labs, again, we try to share the value that is created, but I think that's a really important piece, and that's up for each of us as entrepreneurs to recognize that, why Spain's so great and why Valencia is so great. It's also because there is this big middle class. I think your safety, your well-being is directly related to the well-being of those around you in the city, right? And if we start creating niches and that inequality, at the end, I think it puts us on a negative loop.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, especially when people are complaining about insecurity in SF, you can't disconnect it from inequality. So, a very good point. I also wanted to ask you about one of your investments, Co-Circular, and how is this to have a global impact from here? Because I think that's another good example.
Yeah, it's, when we think about some of our projects, we start from in need that maybe we're suffering. We're building the school and we're saying we're doing this amazing school with wood, low carbon, low energy consumption, healthy materials, all those different things. And then we start looking at the waste that was generated, and it's like, wow, what's going to happen with this? And we realized most of the stuff was actually going to go into landfills. And it's like, wow, this is crazy, right? Typically like 70% of the waste on these construction processes end up in landfills. So then we met Paula, that I think is around here today. It's like, hey, Paula, how can we do something about it, right? How could we think about kind of giving second life to all these different materials? And maybe some of our projects started as initial clients of this company, but now it's doing an amazing job. It's helping construction companies, developing companies, architects, etc., hitting kind of the initial market of the construction market, but just kind of more broadly, kind of non-stop to essentially end up with waste, right? And seeing the waste as a resource, as an opportunity for new, new processes, new materials, etc., and creating that circular economy. And I think that's something that's doing very well in Spain. I would say it's the national leader in this, and potentially can grow. And I think it's a thing that is very applicable, European-wise, internationally. So I think, and the team has kind of that mindset of we're starting. I think everything big started small, but everything small can be big. Yeah. It's just sometimes the mindset, right? And when someone tells me, oh, I want to create something that's amazing, I'm going to start, I don't even know, I don't have a product fit with the market, and then I'm going to start in 20 countries, and it's like, you're crazy, right? You should probably start with something focused, and then don't forget about, kind of your why. Why did you start this? In this case, because circular is, we're going to end up with landfills, we're going to end up with waste, and we're going to create those second opportunities for this. And I think that kind of changes sometimes when you're thinking of that level of ambition, when you're thinking about kind of the global challenges. I think sometimes it changes how you think about the business as well, right? You're not just thinking about the culture, about the team, about the talent, about the technology, all those different angles.
Mm-hmm. Well, you mentioned mindset, and I really want to end on that note, because that was the reason of this panel, to show that you can IPO from here, and I hope people will keep it in mind and hopefully be inspired by your example, both of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Steve.
Okay, we were sort of hoping you would go on a bit more, but you sort of.
Oh, don't get started. We get on stage and we can stick around.
Yeah, no, we were. I'll tell you why later, but it's interesting. Someone finished early today, and it really threw our time schedule off. But no, Anna does a good moderation always, so I'm not surprised that she finished on time. Okay, so those of you that look at the program will see Not Afraid of Sharks by David Mecca, swimming world champion. Well, it turns out that he is afraid of sharks, so he's not turning up. So apparently, I don't really know what happened, but there was some incident. So actually, it could be quite serious, so I probably shouldn't make jokes about it. But then again, I make jokes about everything. But anyway, David will not be joining us to give a speech. So what we are going to do is we're going to try and pretend we all work in live television. So Ali, who is the director of the Digital Summit, is going to be walking around the market, and we're going to somehow, in a way I don't understand, connect this screen to Ali walking around with the microphone. So this is apparently what's going to happen. So we'll have this for about 10 minutes. I think she's just going to sort of ask people, what does your company do, and all that kind of stuff. And then at 12:50, Nuria will be back on schedule. So so we've just got to wait until something appears on screen, and we're going to have Ali walking around with the microphone. So this could be, if it works, it could be spectacular. If it doesn't work, it could all be a bit of a mess. They always say don't work with sort of children and animals is kind of what the always advice they give, but don't work with live TV either, especially if you don't have an earpiece with someone, with a director telling you exactly what's going on. So that's really where we are. So we just wait for Ali and to connect. And then we'll have Nuria, and then we'll have lunch, I guess. We're getting close to lunchtime. So what else do I want to talk about? I don't know really what I want to talk about. Here we go, Ali. This is brilliant. Just in time, because I'm totally out of material. Okay, start speaking, if you can hear me. Hello. Ali. Whoops. Okay, they just connected it. Yes,
So
go ahead
hello,
and speak.
everyone. Here we are at the Expo Village at Valencia Digital Summit 2021 in this lovely venue, and we want to show you a little bit what's going on outside the auditorium. So Sergio, please come with me. So let's attack this lovely young man, Santi. Santi, how's it going? What's it like? You were here yesterday. Are you meeting a lot of people? Tell us a little bit about what you do.
Out of flyers. Yeah, it's working very well. We are really happy to be here. And to be honest, we were not expecting so much people and so much attention. So really nice.
And what does your startup do? Tell us a little bit in like a twit.
Sure. So basically, we do solar kits for solar panels for balconies, terraces, and that are plug and play to save on your bill, electricity bill.
Fantastic. That will definitely build a good future for us all.
It's working really well. The momentum is we are really happy about the market acceptation and all the customers that are calling us, and there's a lot of interest on it. So yeah, it's a really nice place to sell it and to talk about it.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you guys. We're going to keep going.
Thank you.
Follow me, Sergio. Let's keep going. We have a lot of startups here with us today. And we're going to go inside the Expo Village and get to meet some of the partners, startups, and we have, let me see if we can grab Juan Vicen from Celeros. Okay, the robot is very attractive, I understand. But I'm going to try. Okay, Juan, hello, how are you doing?
Thank you. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here with you today and in an international event held here in Valencia, so it's a pleasure, yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Celeros is doing for the future of mobility? Tell us about it.
Basically, we are developing a new transport system called Hyperloop with a scalable design that minimizes infrastructure costs to travel at 1,000 kilometers per hour with zero direct emissions and with a fully automated system. So we could connect, for example, Madrid with Paris in only 1 hour and a half.
Fantastic. Can't wait to see that actually happen. Thank you, Juan. Sergio, come with me. Let's keep going. So who can we grab? Okay, I see Guillermo, one of our partners, around the corner. Let's see if he has 10 seconds for us. Guillermo, hello, how are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about the experience of being at Digital Summit and what Decathlon is doing?
Yes, of course. It's amazing. Thank you for the question. At Decathlon, we aim to make sports and its benefits accessible to everyone. Related to that, athletes often have problems that can be solved with digital solutions. And that's why we are here at Valencia Digital Summit, to collaborate with startups who wants to make a better future for society and for cities through sport. And the experience is being amazing. Thank you very much. It's incredible to share the same space with the most cutting-edge technology and also the most basic things in nature, which is the animals that we have here. So it's an amazing experience. I really recommend this to everyone out there. Come to Valencia Digital Summit because you will enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Guillermo. We are indeed in a spectacular place, the Oceanographic here in Valencia. I don't know if we're going to have time to show you around, so I invite everyone to come to Valencia. Let's keep going, guys. So we have here, we are showing you the Meet the Startups area where a lot of networking is going on. We're also looking for, let's see if we can grab Indy. How's it going? Can you please tell us a little bit about WeDo and what you're doing and how the experience, how's it going?
Very good, very good. What we do helps more people help more people. So we're a telecommunications tool with video and audio, but we're a neobank on the back end. So we help people monetize their skills, their talent, knowledge, and skills via our application. So go to Apple, the App Store or Android, and it's WeDo, W-E-D-O.
Thank you so much, Indiana. We're going to keep going. Bye-bye. So let's see who we can find. You're seeing all the stands here in the Expo Village. There's content going on at the Valencia stage. Valencia is one of our main partners. So we're going to keep it down. And we're headed over to Jeff. I am going to see if I can attack Fernando Marzal here with us. Fernando Marzal is a member of the board at Startup Valencia. He's also here at Jeff, one of our global partners. How is it going, Fernando? What's the experience?
Hi everyone. Well, it is amazing. I mean, there are a lot of people. We're, as you can see, serving coffee here. So many people coming to see what are we doing, and we are really, really happy to be here and obviously collaborating with the event. So.
You've actually gone through this is the 4th edition at Valencia Digital Summit. What's it like?
The change from the first is incredible. I mean, this is a huge event, many people, many startups now. I remember the first edition, we were much less than now, and well, this is an event that is growing a lot, and well, in this scenario, that's incredible.
Okay, thank you so much, Fernando. Let's keep going. See how everybody keeps mentioning how the venue is spectacular. So I think we did that definitely. It was a good choice to come here. Let's keep going a little further and see if we can find some of the other people with us here today. I think I have Patricia Pastor here with us. Patricia, how are you doing from GoHub? What is GoHub? How are you guys doing? Another one of our partners supporting us since a very long time. So how's it going?
Very well. We are very happy to be here. We are GoHub, the corporate venture of Global Omnium, one of the top 5 utilities in the world. And we are a 30 million fund. We invest in deep tech startups. And we are very happy to be here with all of our portfolio, with our team, and we are doing a lot of network and business and deals with investors and a lot of corporates also that have been here from Spain and international way, and very, very happy.
Good, we're very happy to hear that. Remember, everybody, we have the award ceremony happening tonight at 5:30 more or less. We hope to see you there. I don't know if we have time to see
No, I don't think we do. I don't think we do. I'm afraid we don't.
Quick.
We were ready to go, Ali, back at the main stage.
I think
done an incredible job getting lots of people
another
to say how
little corner
fantastic
we
everything
wanted to
is,
show
and
you.
amazing, and fantastic, and fantastic, and amazing. Wow, that's a really hard thing to do, what Ali has done, but she did a fantastic job. But anyway, we're back on time, and we're ready to go with the next stage. So Nuria, if you want to come out. Talking about European sovereignty and AI. Wow, there's a heavy topic for us. You know, oh my God. You know, no photo sharing. Well, it's kind of photo sharing apps. Okay, you have a presentation as well.
Yes,
Nuria,
I do.
Guessing you do. Okay, fantastic. Does that look familiar? Yes, it does.
I can recognize my name there.
Perfect.
So.
Okay. No, I've seen you present before, so that's very good. Okay, so yeah, obviously European sovereignty in AI is a really important and interesting issue. So we look forward. So round of applause, please, for Nuria Oliver. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. And today I'm going to be talking about ELIS, which means the European Laboratory for Learning and Intelligent Systems. And it's a key initiative that we have launched in Europe to contribute to the European sovereignty in AI. So as you probably know, we are immersed in the 4th industrial revolution. And in the same way as previous industrial revolutions, this revolution is profoundly changing every aspect of society. It represents an intimate relationship, unprecedented in our history, between the physical, the digital, and the biological worlds. And it is enabled by disciplines such as biotechnology, nanotechnology, genetic engineering, and of course, artificial intelligence. But within artificial intelligence, it's important to understand that the big revolution that we are living has been due to one main type of artificial intelligence techniques, which are the ones that are data-driven. And in this graph, in the screen, what you can see is the number of publications in black in the papers that were in conferences that were more in what is called classic AI, which is a symbolic approach to AI. And in red, you can see the number of publications over time in the conferences that are most in data-driven AI. And as you can see, there's been a tremendous exponential growth in the scientific production of papers in data-driven AI. One of the main areas within data-driven AI is machine learning, which you've probably heard about. In fact, when we look at the investments in artificial intelligence funding worldwide, we see that the main driver for these investments is actually machine learning, which sort of like supports this idea that the fourth industrial revolution is mainly propelled by data-driven AI and machine learning methods. And in this context, one natural question to ask, given that we are all European, we're in Europe, is what is the role of Europe? And the reality is that Europe is lagging behind two big regions in the world, North America on the one hand, and China on the other hand. And we do believe that this is completely undesirable and suboptimal for Europe because it creates a strong vulnerability in Europe regarding this very, very important discipline, which is at the core of the fourth industrial revolution. This weakness in AI in Europe is actually on every aspect of AI, from research to the development and the use of AI. When we look at the countries with the most scientific publications in machine learning and related topics, we see a clear dominance of the United States, followed by China. When we look at the type of institutions that are leading the scientific production in AI, we actually observe something that didn't happen before, which is technology companies are leading the scientific production in AI. And we see in this graph that the #1 institution with the most papers in the best machine learning conference in the world, NeurIPS, or one of the best ones, is actually Google. It's not a big American university as we would expect. So there is both geographically polarization, but also institutionally, the leadership right now, even in research, is not in academia, but it's in big technology companies. When we look at innovation, US and Asian companies lead the innovation in AI. And then, of course, when we look at the use of AI, we look at the size of the big technology companies, the big American ones, which are in turquoise color, as you see, they're significantly larger than the European companies, which are in yellow here. So there is a tremendous situation of weakness. So with this context, the scientific community, the scientists in Europe working in machine learning and related topics, we ask ourselves, what can we do to change the situation? This is completely undesirable. We need to contribute to Europe being more competitive in AI. And that was the main reason why we decided to create ELIS. And the main objective of ELIS is represented in the slides. So we want Europe to be competitive in AI, and we're going to do it through talent. We think that the top talent, the excellent talent, the talent that has a lot of options and doesn't choose to stay in Europe right now, is the talent that is going to have impact in the world, is the talent that is going to help us tackle the big challenges that we face, is the talent that is the best investment that we can make. So the main goal with ELIS is to be able to attract and retain and also nurture the next generation of excellent research talent in AI in Europe. The second big element in ELIS is recognizing that Europe is diverse, and the diversity is actually an important asset that we have. So the main vision for ELIS is to create really strong regional ecosystems around this excellent talent, ecosystems that include not only scientists, but also startups and companies and other institutions, all working together in creating innovation and having societal impact via AI. And finally, if we want to have critical mass in a global scenario, where the leadership right now is in North America and China, we need to connect all these regional ecosystems. And that's the third idea, to create a network of all these regional ecosystems. And that's basically the fundamental sort of like core of ELIS, which is a nonprofit association headquartered in Germany that was created in 2019 to contribute to the European sovereignty in AI. So now I wanted to share with you the main actions that we have been doing in ELIS. I am vice president and co-founder of ELIS, because I think there could be interesting opportunities to collaborate with many of you. The first big action or pillar that ELIS has launched is called the ELIS Research Programs. And these are programs that bring together the best scientists in Europe working on the topic of the program. And the topics, as you can see here, are some of them very theoretical, for example, geometric deep learning. Some others are more around a certain vertical, for example, machine learning for earth and climate sciences or machine learning for health. And some others are transversal, for example, natural language processing or the program that I co-direct, which is called human-centric machine learning. The goal for these programs is to identify the top scientists working on the topics and to connect them so we can actually create joint projects and find synergies. ELIS has, everything that is done in ELIS is done through competitive calls. So after, I think it's 4 competitive calls, ELIS has launched these 14 different programs that bring together roughly 300 top scientists, which are called ELIS Fellows if they are senior scientists, and ELIS Scholars if they are junior scientists. So a fundamental differentiating factor in ELIS is the scientific excellence, because the belief is that it is the excellent talent, the one that is going to have the impact, and change the world. These programs organize workshops. This is some example of some of the workshops that we've organized in the past months. And of course, having an ELIS program devoted to AI and health, the health program created a number of workshops throughout the pandemic on the intersection between COVID-19 and artificial intelligence. The second big pillar in ELIS is the PhD and the postdoc program. So the ELIS research programs identify the established researchers. But in ELIS, we also care about the new talent, the new potential, excellent scientists. And to do that, ELIS has launched this program. And the goal of the program is to identify the absolute best PhD students in the world to come to Europe to do their PhD. This program has funding from the European Commission. It goes through a centralized recruiting process. And just to give you an idea, the first class for this program started this year, 2021-2022. And the deadline was December 2020, the deadline for applying for this program. And ELIS received over 1,300 applications from 70 countries, and they selected roughly 60 students. So it's extremely competitive. And the goal is that it will be the best program in the world to find the top junior scientists, the top PhD students, to come to Europe to do their PhD. It has a very attractive element, which is the students have 2 advisors in 2 different countries. And these advisors are fellows or scholars of ELIS. And the students spend 6 to 12 months working with the second advisor in the second country. So there is, first, the opportunity to work with the best scientists in Europe. Second, the opportunity to actually have an international experience. We have the programs. We have the PhD program. And then all these scientists, ideally, they are somewhere, right? So ELIS has the vision of creating a network of ELIS institutes, which would be a building with a lot of people working in them. And the idea is that the best researchers in the world in AI have as a dream to have a job in an ELIS institute. This is, of course, a very ambitious goal, and it's not going to happen in the short term. So in the meanwhile, ELIS has defined the concept of an ELIS unit. An ELIS unit is basically a group of scientists that has a certain level of excellence, of scientific excellence, and that commits to contributing to the ELIS mission and the ELIS vision. ELIS has made 4 competitive calls to create ELIS units. The first one was in September of 2019. And without really knowing how many proposals there would be, you have to actually commit to doing competitive research, to having competitive salaries, to having a very flexible environment, to have a lot of connections with companies, to be able to create startups very easily. So you have to actually commit to complying with a lot of conditions that basically eliminate the barriers that we have in Europe to be able to do top research. And the program, this initiative was very well received. And in October of 2021, there were 34, or there are 34 ELIS units in 14 different countries and Israel. And these units, as you can see on the map, are actually cover like the top places, not only in Europe, but in the world. And the only unit that there is in Spain is the unit that I have co-created in Alicante. So we are lucky that we have one unit here near Valencia. Just to show the level of these units, looking at an external ranking by CS Rankings and looking at the best labs for doing research in AI, we can see the ranking here, and in yellow we see all the places that have an ELIS unit. So the vast majority of the best places, according to an external ranking, are ELIS units, like the Technion, or ETH Zurich, or the Max Planck, or the University of Edinburgh, or Cambridge, or Oxford, and so forth. And the fourth pillar in ELIS is the alliance with industry, which is a fundamental pillar. So ELIS has defined different ways that it can collaborate with companies. The first one is through the sponsorship program that has different modalities in terms of the amount, gold, silver, and bronze, but also the type of a sponsorship, supporting students or supporting the research. ELIS already has a number of big companies that are sponsors at different levels. And then in July of this year, together with 4 other European associations on robotics, data, and AI, ELIS created ADRA, which is a new PPP, public-private partnership, devoted to data, robotics, and AI. And it is the PPP recognized by the European Commission to channel overall over 2 billion euros, 2 American billion euros by 2030 in investments in data, robotics, and AI. So if you are a company, you work for a company, small or large, and you are interested in any kind of like funding instruments related to data, robotics, or AI, I strongly recommend you to consider joining this PPP, and you can do it through ELIS if you are interested. In the past 2 years, we had a chance to present ELIS to the top European leaders and scientific leaders, from the president of the Max Planck, or the president of the Royal Society, or Angela Merkel, or the vice president of the European Commission. And just a couple of months ago, we were awarded, together with another European association, the German Innovation Award on AI. And now I very quickly wanted to give you a little bit of a gist of the ELIS unit in Alicante, because it's the only one in Spain, and Alicante is a city that is very close to Valencia. So as you can see on the map, it's the only one in Spain right now. And this unit in Alicante has a very special sort of like purpose, because like all the other units, wants to contribute to the European sovereignty in AI, but it has a clear focus on having positive societal impact. And that's why the ELIS unit in Alicante is called the Institute of Humanity-Centric AI. And it is the only ELIS unit that is devoted to this topic. And it's probably one of the very few institutions in Europe that is devoted exclusively to doing scientific research on the intersection between people and artificial intelligence. The unit is focused on 3 areas that have a lot of potential, and they're very broad. The first one is modeling human behavior computationally, and of course everything today is about modeling human behavior, from recommender systems, personalization, gesture recognition, and so forth. So it's a very broad area. In the context of modeling human behavior, not only we are focusing on modeling individual behavior, but also modeling aggregate behavior, the behavior of a city or the behavior of an entire country, and particularly for social good purposes. And as I will explain next, we've been working almost 100% of the time on how to use AI to help fight the COVID-19 pandemic. The second area is the development of intelligent interactive systems, systems that interact with people and that actually use these models of human behavior to do something helpful and useful for their users. And the last area is a very important and emergent area in artificial intelligence today, which is tackling the ethical challenges and the limitations that today's AI systems have, such as algorithmic discrimination and bias, the lack of veracity, the subliminal manipulation of human behavior, the computational violation of privacy, the lack of transparency. These are very important fundamental challenges that we do need to tackle if we want to make sure that the impact of artificial intelligence will be positive on our society. So I'll very quickly tell you what we've been doing in the context of the pandemic. I have been leading a team of 20+ scientists here in the Valencian region of Spain in a pioneering experience, working very closely with the president of the government in supporting the president and the government in general in making better decisions regarding the pandemic through the use of data and artificial intelligence. And we've been working on 4 large topics. The first one has been modeling human mobility, because of course an infectious disease like COVID-19 doesn't become a pandemic if people don't move. So understanding and quantifying human mobility is very important. As you know, we have been confined for many months, and the purpose of these confinements is to constrain the mobility so the virus doesn't spread. We've been able to analyze large-scale mobile data coming from the mobile network infrastructure shared with us by the National Office of Statistics. This data is actually publicly available right now on their website, but we were able to do that since the first wave. We were able to quantify the impact of the confinement measures on the mobility and also on the spread of the virus. The second area has been and is on building computational epidemiological models, models that predict the number of COVID-19 cases, not only under the current situation, but also under different possible scenarios of confinement measures. The third area is on building predictive models, mainly of hospital occupancy, intensive care occupancy, and also we have built a model to infer the prevalence of the disease. And the last area is a really large-scale citizen survey called the COVID-19 Impact Survey, and I encourage you to answer this survey. It's completely anonymous. It has over 700,000 answers. It's one of the largest in the world. It's been running since March of 2020, and it has been an incredible tool to enable us to understand the situation and the impact and the perception of people throughout the pandemic. So it's been a tool to give people a voice of what kind of impact the pandemic has been having in their lives. Our team has had a fair amount of success, not only locally, but also internationally. And I think a key element of our success is this layer here of results interpretation and aggregation, because our team is multidisciplinary, and not only we are scientists, but there is also politicians in our team. So we have a Director General for Public Policy that works for the President, that is a member of our team, that has come to every single meeting, and we have had for many months meetings every day. And she's helped understand the results, prioritize, translate all these technical results into actionable insights that actually could be useful for making decisions. We've also had world impact because we participated in the XPRIZE Pandemic Response Challenge competition, which is a global competition on building predictive models of the COVID-19 pandemic, and also an AI-based system to recommend public policies to contain the pandemic. And we were actually the world winners. It was the first time, I think, that a Spanish team wins an XPRIZE competition. So that was really very encouraging to the team. And there is a lot of articles about our work if you are interested in learning more about it. So in the next 12 months in the ELIS unit in Alicante, we are going to be focusing on the one hand on how to use data and AI for social good, following the work that we've been doing on the pandemic. We want to be working on human-centered federated learning. Maybe you've heard about federated learning. It's a way to do machine learning while preserving privacy, because you have different nodes that are learning independently, and then they share their models with a central node that learns a central model. We have a couple of projects on building fair and explainable machine learning, which is, as I mentioned before, a key challenge. We have a big interest in diversity. I didn't mention this as a challenge, but this is actually a big challenge in artificial intelligence, the lack of diversity. And then we also do a lot of thought leadership and sort of like opinion articles and talks to really educate about artificial intelligence. The ELIS unit in Alicante has a private-public funding model, the same as ELIS in general. We have a subsidy, a grant from the Valencian government, who is our main funder, but we do also have a program to collaborate with companies of all sizes. These are our current funding agencies right now and funding sources. And we are located in the campus of the University of Alicante, and if you are located in this region, I invite you to come to visit us sometime. And I just wanted to conclude with a quote by Stephen Hawking, who said, artificial intelligence is likely to be either the best or the worst thing that happened to humanity. And I conclude with an invitation to all of you so we can work together in making sure that, that artificial intelligence is the best thing that happened to us. Thank you very much.
So much, Nuria.
Thank you.
I'm all for AI in Europe, you know, a very important topic, and you know, great to see your initiative. So congratulations on that. Well done.
Thank you.
We do a lot of things well in Europe. We shouldn't be afraid of the Chinese or the Americans. Ok, bueno, ahora mismo pasamos un poco a hablar en castellano porque vamos a tener a Antonio, Ramón, Alejandro y Francesc que van a contarnos varias cosas sobre salud y otros temas y innovación y hablar de energía y tal. Entonces, Antonio, ¿sí podrías salir? Antonio, ¿sí estás? ¿Podrías salir? Antonio, bueno, estuve hablando, él está. Antonio, oh, bueno, es que, ¿cómo está? Muy bien. Antonio, hola. Bueno, Antonio. Bueno, están hablando, chicos. Cuando hay 4 chicos, siempre están hablando de fútbol, ¿no? Es que, come on, Antonio, vamos. Bueno, bienvenido, ¿ok? Se puede sentarse donde quieres. Y también tenemos a Ramón, tenemos a Alejandro y tenemos a Francesc. Ok, tenemos que probar que el micro está funcionando, Antonio.
Perfecto.
Perfecto, sí. Muy bien. ¿Micro?
Hola.
Hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola.
Hola.
Hola, muy bien. Hemos dado el diadema a todos, que es el único panel que hemos dado. Se puede quitar la máscara si quieres. A veces cuando hay científicos siempre quieren guardar su máscara. Ok, entonces, muy bien. Te doy la palabra, Antonio.
Muchas gracias, encantado de estar aquí con todos ustedes. Quiero hablarles un poquito de lo que es el Distrito Digital. Nace de una sociedad pública de la Generalitat Valenciana llamada Sociedad de Proyectos Temáticos. Este nombre tan raro obedece, créanme, a una de las sociedades más sexys que tenía, o que sigue teniendo quizá, el universo de la Generalitat Valenciana. Y era una sociedad que instrumentaba las acciones que se hacían en el viejo modelo de desarrollo económico de la Comunidad Valenciana con los anteriores gobiernos. Cuando entra el gobierno del Botánico, mirando la experiencia de la crisis tremenda del 2008, el presidente de la Generalitat, muy especialmente, se empeña en introducir el germen de lo que debe ser un cambio de modelo económico. Y eso nos lleva a producir un impulso en dirección de la nueva economía. Entonces, se empieza en Alicante. ¿Por qué? Hay varias razones, pero hay 2 fundamentalmente. Una, que había unos activos ociosos, como eran algunos activos inmobiliarios en el entorno de Ciudad de la Luz, que estaban vacíos, y en primer lugar, porque allí hacía falta más que en otros sitios posiblemente de la Comunidad Valenciana, porque la crisis de 2008 impactó mucho más. Empezamos siguiendo un guión estricto y escrupuloso, y es que no sabíamos cómo hacer aquello. No teníamos ni idea. Buscamos un manual de cómo se construye un ecosistema y no lo encontramos en ningún sitio. La primera etapa, que hace ahora justo en este mes 3 años, fue producir una política de atracción de empresas y llegamos a instalar a 115 empresas en el Distrito Digital. Hoy hay 70 y hay un nivel de rotación y cada vez son las que más rotan, son empresas pequeñitas que vienen buscando mercado y no hay un mercado todavía muy potente de innovación en la Comunidad Valenciana. Sin embargo, las medianas y grandes que sí que no buscan mercado tanto como un lugar para producción, estas no solamente permanecen más, sino que además ensanchan su nivel de profesionales. El segundo año fue intentar conectar al conjunto del ecosistema digital de la Comunidad Valenciana, y para eso creamos un programa de partners y colaboradores. En este momento estamos cerca de 400 empresas y entidades con las que estamos interrelacionando e intentamos prestarles servicios tanto, bueno, desde luego de networking, pero también, por ejemplo, acceso a profesionales y en el ámbito, ayuda y soporte en el ámbito de la financiación. La tercera etapa del Distrito Digital ha sido intentar hacer ya, y también por impulso del presidente de la Generalitat, extender ese embrión de ecosistema al conjunto de la Comunidad Valenciana. Y eso lo hicimos mediante contenidos, y por eso pusimos en marcha 3 programas de innovación abierta, que fueron turismo, salud y cambio climático, que desembocarán finalmente en sendos clústeres que se ubicarán en Orihuela, el de cambio climático, en Benidorm, el de turismo, en Gandía, el de salud. El proceso de programas de innovación abierta, como sabéis, pues se instrumenta a través de la realización de una call a la comunidad innovadora internacional. Se presentan proyectos, la verdad es que ha sido muy exitoso, estamos en esa fase, los 3 primeros, y hemos contado con empresas yo creo que muy robustas y estamos muy contentos, en concreto en el ámbito de turismo con Barrabés y Jellyfy, con Barrabés y Global Deed, en el ámbito de cambio climático con Akbar y Jellyfy, que es una empresa italiana, y en el reto de salud con Insomnia, la empresa valenciana. Estamos en plena fase de desarrollo de esa call y ahora, tras la aprobación de los presupuestos de la Generalitat, vamos a producir voy pasando un poco para que tengan una idea de lo que es el distrito de manera más visual. Cuando se aprueben los presupuestos de la Generalitat, o sea, en enero, vamos a producir también ya la licitación de 3 segundos retos, que serán uno de Smart City, que desembocará en un clúster en la ciudad de Valencia, otro de transición energética, que será el clúster se instalará en la ciudad de Castellón, y otro de despoblamiento que se hará en la provincia de Castellón. Y esto ya será para el segundo semestre, digamos, cuando se produzcan estos clústeres el segundo semestre del año que viene. Y paralelamente a esto, tengo que decir que estamos implicados no solamente en generar factoría de innovación, que es lo que intentamos con estos programas de innovación abierta, sino también en producir trabajar en algunos aspectos que nos parecen muy importantes. Uno, que hemos identificado una gran carencia, o sea, un ecosistema finalmente es un sistema donde las funciones se tienen que interrelacionar de manera virtuosa para que se desarrollen los objetivos planteados en el conjunto del sistema. Si falla alguno de estos elementos, pues el sistema colapsa o sencillamente ve defraudadas sus expectativas. Uno de los elementos que falta es el factor trabajo. Hay un gran déficit de profesionales en el sector, un gran déficit de profesionales. Entonces, vamos a lanzar una iniciativa ya inmediatamente que denominamos Distrito Talento, con la idea de el qué sería pues, realizar bootcamps e impulsos formativos rápidos e intensos de 3-4 meses y que ofreceremos al conjunto de los municipios de la Comunidad Valenciana para la formación intensiva, un primer nivel de formación para que luego las empresas puedan tener profesionales que luego terminen de formar definitivamente. ¿Quién lo haría? Lo haremos junto con Telefónica, la Fundación Telefónica, con la Academia 42, con la Dirección General de Formación Profesional, con Labora igualmente, y también con los profesionales de las empresas grandes, que son las que están sintiendo ese déficit y que están dispuestas a colaborar realizando estos bootcamps, ¿no? Y eso por un lado, con lo cual lo que queremos es llegar a unos 15.000 profesionales en 3 años y ofrecer además una alternativa de empleabilidad a los jóvenes en la Comunidad Valenciana. Y por último también producir transferencia del conocimiento y de la innovación al conjunto del tejido productivo, que es el que genera realmente la riqueza, ¿no? Y el empleo. Y entonces ahí lo que queremos es producir una plataforma de apoyo y soporte al plan KIT Digital, que se nutre de los fondos europeos, con 3.000 millones de euros del Ministerio de Economía, y lo que queremos es generar una red de ventanillas únicas en el conjunto de la Comunidad Valenciana para convencer y dar una especie de soporte para que las empresas realmente apliquen a este programa, porque si no, las micros, que es donde se pretende llegar a 1 millón de micros, pues por sí solas tenemos dudas de que se consiga. Y el tejido productivo valenciano necesita ese impulso de digitalización porque tenemos problemas de productividad y la causa está en la excesiva atomización empresarial y en la déficit de digitalización. Yo paro ya porque tengo poquitas más cosas más que decir y sí que me gustaría darle la palabra. Ahora van a intervenir el representante de las 3 empresas que están oficiando la liturgia de la COL y de los programas de innovación abierta. Y en primer lugar quiero dar la palabra a Ramón López de Akbar, que está liderando el programa de innovación abierta de cambio climático. Ramón, muchas gracias.
Gracias. Hello, good morning. I will do my presentation in English. I will wait for the slides. No?
Yeah. Now you have to do the ad-lib stuff, so we just have to sort of have a general conversation about something until the guy closes one document, opens the next document, and then yours appears on screen. And this is the joys of kind of conferences, you know.
Okay.
But that's about it. So, yeah. So what did you have for breakfast this morning?
I was staying at a very beautiful hotel.
Answer the question, damn it.
Yes.
Answer the question. What did you have for breakfast? Did you have tea or coffee?
Coffee.
Okay. And what kind of coffee?
Coffee with milk and all sweet. I love sweet desserts.
Oh, yeah.
I cannot eat
and how
salty
you're
in
so
the morning.
thin. You're amazing. How do you eat sugar and
Not
stay
thin.
thin?
I used to be thinner in the past.
Oh, tell us
okay.
about it. Yeah, you know, but like, I mean, I was eating all sugar last night. My evening meal yesterday consisted of red wine and sweet things. But
We
you
can
know,
make also a survey, no, among
you
the audience.
You can only do it every so often, but you know, I guess not so bad. So, okay, brilliant.
Yes.
Okay, does that look familiar?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, and
It's
actually,
mine.
we probably should have talked about climate change. It's
About
much more
climate
interesting
change.
than what you had for breakfast. But anyway, that's the thing about climate change. Okay, fantastic. Okay, 8 minutes. Away you go.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Distrito Cambio Climático. That means Climate Change District. Okay, who is behind this initiative? Well, Antonio made the introduction. Distrito Digital, no, is behind, is the one impulsing this initiative. But we are 2 companies managing the program. So Akbar, I work in Akbar. I'm the head of innovation. Akbar, if you don't know us, well, is the Suez brand for Spain. We are experts in dealing with management for natural resources. And we work in collaboration with Jellyfy. Jellyfy is a company expert in innovation, especially in the scouting of startups and establishing links with the corporates. So what is Distrito Cambio Climático? At the end, we want to create a space, an ecosystem to stimulate, like we say here, and generate projects with the final aim of contributing to solving the problems due to climate change effects. How we are going to do that? So we are going to create this innovation ecosystem, and we are going to involve 3 main partners. On one side, startups having interesting technology about climate change, international startups. On the other side, corporates, big corporates having challenges, having needs on the field of climate change. And the third branch is the government, the public administration, who also has needs, for sure, concerning this topic. So we are going to do an ecosystem for all those entities to work together and at the end to promote Distrito Digital as an initiative recognized internationally on climate change. We have started this year in September. Our first scope is Europe. We have started working with startups around Europe and also to establishing links with other initiatives and other ecosystems in Europe. For example, we have also a collaboration with the Space European Agency, with the Business Incubation Center in Helsinki, in Finland. That's the first collaboration, but we're going to establish more links to open up this network. And as I mentioned before, we're going to involve companies. What are the perks for the companies to be involved, to work with us? Is they will have access to all the startups we're identifying and assessing. They have the access to those technologies. They could also take part and participate in all the initiatives we're going to do, the events, not also to disseminate the initiative, climate change, but also to increase the awareness of the citizens on climate change issues. We give the opportunity also to do dissemination of their own initiative. We will be the speakers for all the audience. Of course, not to forget, those companies will increase their brand reputation, and also they can improve their position on environmental and innovation issues. And they can also cooperate with the other corporates, with other companies that are part of the initiative. For the government, for public administration, during the initiative, they can show they are a municipality with a strong commitment in innovation and sustainability. This is very important. We like the municipalities to support entrepreneurs, but not only supporting them, offering, for example, an incubation or not. It's supporting them being the final users, being the clients, the potential clients of those startups. They contribute also to adding their challenges to our initiative, showing what are their main concerns on climate change. Also, we offer them to organize some of our events. Not all the events are going to be held in Studio Digital. Some other will be in the places, in the location where those public administrations are, on those municipalities. They will offer the space, and we will create the event for them. And we also give support for them to access European finance programs, for example, in the topic of environment and climate change. And startups, most important for most of you, I think. Startups, we will offer a space, the Studio Digital, but as I mentioned, it's not only a place to work, it's not only offices. We are going to give services to them to help them establishing in Spain, creating their delegation in Spain, and we are going to be like a market accelerator. That means we are going to help those startups, especially those coming from abroad, to identify potential clients, customers in Spain. So we're going to do events like the one we did last Tuesday, a demo day, but also inviting corporates and municipalities, and to do those networking to foster those collaboration. We are going to help them in finding their right customer in Spain. Of course, first step with those corporates is going to be a POC, proof of concept, so we will manage this POC. And of course, we will invite them. Today, I'm here alone, but next events, we will invite those startups to join me in the stage to present their success stories. The first initiative, the first action was an open call. We opened an open call on September, and it was closed in November. And last Tuesday, we had the demo day. It was like two open calls in parallel, one for the startups to apply, and the other one was for the companies and to the public administration also to apply, telling us what are the challenges. So at the end, the idea is to have from both sides, startups and potential clients, so we can do the matchmaking. The topics on climate change, we think of climate change in an open way, so not only topics that is very important, not related to the to mitigate and to prevent the impact of climate change events, but also topics related to cities, not only smart, but green and sustainable cities, and also topics related to a proper management of natural resources. As you can see here, water, waste, energy, and so on. Other topics, for example, this is very important, citizen awareness. We are also looking for startups in education to educate, to tell the people what climate change is about. This open call, 50 startups applied. Why 50? We could have more than 50, but that was not the idea. It's not about big numbers. So we only encourage the startups that really meet our requirements to apply to the call. So from these 50 startups, we selected 30, the 30 startups that are going to be part of our programs. coming from Spain, but also from other countries, Finland, Switzerland, etc. This is the first part of the project. As I mentioned, we have the demo day on Tuesday, and now we are going to work in the matchmaking in those projects, and we will do more next events just to present the collaboration, resulting collaboration. So, okay, thank you. That's all from climate change. Now I will give the floor to my colleague Alejandro González from Fernández, sorry, Fernández from Barrabés. He will explain you the initiative about tourism.
Un aplauso. Bien.
Thank
Okay,
you,
perfecto.
gracias.
Okay, perfecto. You can sit down. Puede sentarse.
Gracias.
And we have to have the awkward conversation.
No, I can tell you a little story. You know that.
Oh, you came prepared. Wow.
Yeah,
we should work together more.
Yeah,
okay.
sure. I mean, with my actual wife, you know that one of the first dates that we had was in there, actually. So I'm totally
You brought her to
grateful.
see fish.
Yeah. I'm super happy to be here because
know.
it's honestly for me super emotional. So I hope not to break down
wow.
during
wow.
the speech.
Well, I mean, you're going to talk about tourism, yeah? Is that
Yeah.
what you're going to talk
Yeah,
about?
sure
Okay,
thing.
well, that's an expert thing. Yeah, I mean, my first date, obviously my wife, I didn't speak Spanish and she didn't speak English, so we used to go to the cinema a lot because that meant we couldn't have to talk. So anyway, we're deliriously happy with 2 kids, so everything worked out okay. But yeah, that's one of the problems about the pandemic, that people who want to date each other who can't speak the same language, they don't have the cinema to go to anymore.
Yeah.
So it's like it's all very mysterious. But yeah, no, I mean, I have to say, you know, penguins mate for life.
Yeah.
Did you know that? Or you didn't? Yeah.
Yeah,
I love
know.
this sincerely.
I know because in fact, again, my wife loves the fact of penguins, so it's kind of telling me we should be together for all life.
Yeah, they come back, they go away, and then they come back and they find each
Yeah,
other. It's
they
all
always
very,
find each other,
all very
yeah.
wonderful. Okay, so anyway, we're ready to go. So Alejandro, 8 minutes. Okay, un aplauso por Alejandro! Yay!
Thank you so much. So first of all, I will again take on my wife and our date here because you know what? One of our biggest passion in the world is to travel. We love to travel. We used to, in an average, we could visit like I would say 5 to 6 different countries each year. But you know how many did I visit last year and the previous year? And do you know how I can visit so many countries in each year? Is because I live in Alicante, and in Alicante we have one of the biggest airports of Spain, and it's really, really well connected to all Europe. So basically what we are facing right now in tourism, and it's basically what I felt and I'm feeling on my own hands, is that we are facing a huge challenge. And we are facing a lot of changes. I'm pretty sure that all of you will have been facing the same things. But that's, I mean, we are strong people, right? So we should be encouraged by this. And what we are trying to find is all of these opportunities, and for those opportunities, find the right innovation to fit in each one of these opportunities. And what is more obvious is that we should do this collaborating. So that's why we are working in Distrito Turismo as a collaborative innovation for the future of tourism, because obviously it will change. So where are we located? As Antonio well explained, we are located in Alicante, so it's for those who are not aware of Alicante, it's a little bit more into the south of Spain. And what we want to do with this program is just to encourage and promote the business ecosystem around tourism in our region and attract those innovative companies and those innovative projects that can bring some value to the region, and especially for us, that tourism is one of the key sectors in our region, and transfer this digital solution, especially with municipalities, because we are trying to work a lot with municipalities nowadays, which is something that we find is very, very important. So it's all about collaboration and all about innovation. So basically what we made is talk with some corporates to prepare a series of challenges that we're facing the tourism sector. And we are preparing a program that is divided in two. One is this open innovation, where we have these challenges from corporates and startups that are willing to solve those challenges. But we have another phase for those interesting startups that might be a little bit mature with a process of fine-tuning. So which challenges has our corporates? We have for work kids that is an expert in air travel. So they propose how we can detect changes in the air tourism market to help destination make better decisions. How can I say how the people are responding to the changes, how they are changing their travel agenda. Me especially, I'm changing my travel agenda a lot. So we also partnered with MasterCard, and they ask us, how can we make tourism destination more sustainable in all fields? I mean, economic, social, and environmental. So it's not only about the environmental aspect, but also very important, the social one and the economic one. Nativo, that wanted to understand better how we can improve the customer loyalty in the hotel sector, how we can build this trust relation. And I think for Alicante it's super important because we find out that we have recurrent travelers into Alicante and to Comunidad Valenciana in general, Valencian region. And we also partnered with Pangea that ask us how can these travel engines that face a lot of challenges during these years, how can we digitalize all the value chain of the travel agents? So basically, those are our four main corporate associates that propose those challenges, but we also count with the support of a series of important companies as Microsoft or Santander Bank, Segitur. So they are providing other things. For example, Microsoft, they provided some technological solutions. Esri provide some technological solutions. All of that for what? For a series of proof of concept that we will launching at the beginning of this year. At this very moment, we already closed, obviously, the register for our program. We selected a number of startups that I will tell you in a minute. And last Tuesday, like our colleagues from Cambio Climático and eHealth, we prepared a selection day where we presented the finalists of the startups that we are going to work with. And in January, March, we will be working on those proof of concepts, and in April, we will be presenting all the work that we will be doing. So you are more than welcome to visit us in Alicante in April to see what we've been working on. Basically, we reach almost all the world. We had candidates from 30 countries, a lot from outside Europe even, so that was something that we didn't even expect. And we finished with 90 candidates that were valid for this program, and at the moment we are facing a funnel where we reach 18 startups that were presented last Tuesday on the selection day, but we started with more than 700 companies interested in this program. So these are the startups that have been finalists for our program, and that we are looking for to work with them and to try to manage to get those proof of concept. At this moment, the corporates are deciding with which startups are going to work, but we are also working with municipalities to understand what are their challenges and how we can solve them through all the startups that we have been looking for. You are more than welcome to watch the selection day that we celebrated on Tuesday on YouTube in the channel of Distrito Digital. And I'm more than happy to connect with any of you. As you know, this program, and as Antonio mentioned, is run by Barrabés and Global DIT. I'm from Barrabés, and I'm more than happy to keep on talking with you about Distrito Digital, Distrito Turismo, and innovation in general for every one of you. So thank you very much. I will pass the role to Francesc Pons.
Bueno. Hola, Francesc, ¿qué tal?
Hola, Joe. Me vas a permitir, y yo lo voy a hacer en castellano porque no sabía que era en inglés.
Como quieres, tu boca es tu boca,
So
lo que sale es lo que sale. Bueno, entonces estamos esperando por tu presentación. Y bueno, he utilizado la palabra... vas a hablar de salud, ¿no? Del área de salud. Cuéntame algo. Cuéntame un avance. ¿Por qué deberíamos escuchar tu presentación?
Pues al final estamos en pleno proceso de una pandemia, una pospandemia, pero aún seguimos en un momento delicado y complicado, y nos dimos cuenta que a partir del año 2019 pues el paradigma y el modelo había cambiado, ¿no? Así que, bueno, seremos capaces de llegar al ciudadano y sobre todo la salud digital de los pacientes de una forma muy directa.
Vamos bien. Aquí tenemos la presentación perfectamente. Muy bien. Entonces vamos a hablar de salud y digitalización. Un aplauso para Francesco. Francesco.
Gracias. Bueno, buenos días a todos. Gracias a la organización, gracias a Antonio, Alejandro, Ramón. Voy a hablar de 4 cosas muy sencillas y todo el mundo pienso que al final lo puede entender porque al final todo el mundo pues bueno, nos beneficiamos del mundo de la salud. Voy a poner el contexto sobre qué es Insomnia, qué es el proyecto de Distrito Digital y cuáles son sus objetivos, y luego entraré en la parte de algunos insights, algunos keynotes sobre salud digital y por qué este proyecto. Luego explicaremos qué retos estamos buscando y qué tipo de soluciones estamos haciendo research o haciendo scouting a nivel global. Y finalmente la metodología y siguientes pasos para que las startups que estén aquí pues, nos puedan solicitar información y sobre todo puedan aplicar nuestros programas. A nivel de Insomnia, como todos conocéis, estamos aquí en Valencia, somos un Open Innovation Hub que venimos trabajando desde el año 2016 en el ámbito de la banca, de los seguros, de la industria, de Smart Ports. Y desde hace un año aproximadamente venimos trabajando en el ámbito también de la salud digital o de e-health. Distrito Digital, pues también lideramos con ellos todo el lote, junto con el resto de partners, que también están en la parte de cambio climático y la parte de turismo. Nosotros en Insomnia lideramos junto con Distrito Digital la vertical de Distrito e-health. Al final el objetivo, como decía el otro día la consejera, cuando viene Insomnia, en un acto que también presentamos en una especie de Demo Day que llamamos 100 Startups, el objetivo final de este programa, que digamos que es construir un ecosistema público-privado de salud digital a nivel global, pero también con la sede en la Comunidad Valenciana, el objetivo, si lo miramos con un punto de vista y con un microscopio, tiene que ser mejorar la vida y la salud de 5 millones de ciudadanos valencianos. Y todo eso lo hacemos pues atrayendo talento y construyendo un ecosistema público-privado en el cual insertaremos, como vemos aquí en esta diapositiva, a hospitales públicos, hospitales privados, aseguradoras, tecnológicas, el mundo de la cátedra o de la universidad, fundaciones, startups, scale-ups, makers, y digamos que será todo un gran ecosistema de atracción de talento y que lo querremos exportar al resto de España y, por supuesto, a nivel global. Algunos insights muy rápidos. Prácticamente el 70% de la población tiene en su bolsillo pues, un móvil, ¿no? Y de esa forma tiene un acceso muy rápido a la salud, a la medicina privada, a la medicina pública, a pedir cita y, sobre todo, a generar datos que sean susceptibles de ser explotados. El data ha crecido más de un 1000% en los últimos años, con lo cual todo va a ser muy personalizado y la volumetría del dato nos permitirá llegar al paciente de una forma muy directa. Y la inteligencia artificial y machine learning nos servirán, por supuesto, para ello, al igual que otras tecnologías como blockchain o con una realidad virtual y aumentada. Por otro lado, en los últimos año y medio ha crecido un 35% la inversión en el mundo de la salud o de la salud digital. Y eso viene también motivado por una pandemia que estamos sufriendo todos y todas y que, por supuesto, genera un cambio de modelo y de paradigma. También nos dimos cuenta desde Insomnia que prácticamente el 25% de startups a nivel global estaban desarrollando ya soluciones en el mundo de la salud, tanto sea para banca, para seguros, para industria, pero vimos que de forma transversal muchas tecnologías servían al mundo de la salud y pensábamos que era una prioridad en el momento que estábamos viviendo. Y también estamos viviendo un momento a nivel de la ley de startups, el PERTE de salud, que va a salir dentro de muy poco, o de ciertos fondos europeos que van a potenciar estos cambios. A nivel de Distrito Digital, de Distrito e-health, ¿qué estamos buscando? Digamos que esto es un proyecto complejo dentro de lo que es el ámbito de Distrito Digital porque tiene una parte pública. Y de la parte pública estamos en colaboración con la Consejería de Sanidad y en ese sentido, especialmente con la Dirección General de Atención Sanitaria, que es quien lidera y quien marca las prioridades del Gobierno Público Valenciano para co-crear 5 pruebas de concepto y implicar a 5 hospitales públicos valencianos que están en el campo de prueba de esos pilotos, testeos o validaciones de hipótesis. Y entonces la Consellería nos dice, oye, tenemos una serie de prioridades y sobre todo de cara al ciudadano, en qué podemos incidir. Especialmente en la mejora y optimización de la atención primaria. ¿Por qué? Porque la pandemia, la atención primaria ha sido el caballo de batalla, ha sido todo el frente, ha sido la muralla que ha contenido la pandemia. Especialmente este tipo de profesionales han sido los más vulnerables durante la pandemia y, como ejemplo, hemos pasado de 5.000 llamadas diarias a los centros de salud a más de 1 millón, ¿no? Y eso, pues, por ejemplo, la gestión de call centers y de datos es muy, muy importante. Por otro lado, la prevención sanitaria. Si somos capaces de prevenir, seremos capaces de ser eficientes y, sobre todo, que el paciente y que el ciudadano viva una salud mucho más duradera y con más calidad de vida. Y luego también nos marcaron desde la Consellería algunos ámbitos de actuación como colectivos vulnerables, zonas despobladas, personas dependientes, salud mental, salud femenina, autocuidados y una serie de colectivos pues, que de alguna forma eran más vulnerables y que tenían una atención prioritaria para el gobierno público. Por otro lado, también estamos buscando toda la parte transversal que tiene que ver con la medicina, con la salud digital, telemedicina, teleasistencia, explotación de datos. También nos pasa que en hospitales, entre ellos, no se hablan desde el punto de vista de datos, son silos de información, cómo conectar con el paciente, cómo no haya tasa de rebote en las pruebas diagnósticas. Todo ese tipo de cosas van a ser muy importantes para poder solucionar y hacer más eficientes y, sobre todo, para que el foco esté en el paciente como patient engagement. Y como tecnologías, como decía antes, al final estará en el centro, como liderar todo, la inteligencia artificial, el machine learning, el blockchain, la realidad virtual aumentada y la computación cuántica y a nivel de cloud para conectar todos los datos y que eso genere unos mayores tasas de éxito en las soluciones que estamos desarrollando. ¿Cuál es nuestra metodología? ¿Cuáles son los siguientes pasos? Ahora mismo lanzamos, hace aproximadamente un mes o mes y medio, el día 9 de noviembre, lanzamos la convocatoria de Distrito eHealth. ¿Esto qué significa? Que hemos lanzado a la comunidad internacional estos retos para que sean solucionados por startups, pymes tecnológicas o scale-ups a nivel mundial. Llevamos más de 100 startups que han aplicado nuestros programas de eHealth y que están intentando solucionar estos retos. Y, por otro lado, ya hemos recibido candidaturas de más de 13 países, como mostramos el martes en nuestro primer Demo Day en Insomnia. El 24 de diciembre teníamos la intención de hacer la convocatoria, pero os anunciamos que vamos a prolongarla algunas semanas más porque desde el Gobierno Público Valenciano nos han pedido algunas necesidades adicionales que os comunicaremos muy pronto en los próximos días para que podáis aplicar. Cuando cerremos esta convocatoria, habrá un comité técnico también por parte de la Consellería, por parte de fundaciones, Universidad, Distrito Digital e Insomnia, para evaluar y seleccionar los proyectos. Y a partir de ese momento, las startups seleccionadas harán 5 pruebas, 5 pilotos o testeos en hospitales públicos valencianos como primer campo de prueba. Y a partir de ese momento, si se testea y se valida, habrá posibilidad también de escalarlo a nivel español o a nivel global. También deciros que está previsto todo un plan de acción cuando terminen las pruebas de concepto desde el punto de vista de fondos europeos y que también impliquemos a la parte pública desde el punto de vista de la compra pública innovadora y así que los pilotos no se queden simplemente en un testeo, sino que sean escalables. Y también hay un doble objetivo, hacer engagement con empresas privadas que conecten y sean corretadores de la Consellería y del Gobierno Público Valenciano y que sean también corretadores y co-creadores de esa prueba de concepto y que sean los owners y que sean el triángulo que complete toda la parte del co-desarrollo de las pruebas de concepto. Y bueno, al final poco más. Deciros que también estamos a vuestra disposición, gracias al Distrito Digital y al resto de compañeros y sobre todo esperamos vuestras candidaturas en breve porque bueno, así seremos capaces todos de mejorar juntos la sanidad y el eHealth. Gracias.
Okay. Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Francesc. Ya está, chicos. Se puede ir a donde quieren ir a comer. Yo tengo que seguir trabajando, pero vosotros podríais hacer lo que quieras. Ok, muy bien. Nada. Okay. Now we're going to have a bit of Google. We're going to have a lot of Google, in fact. We're going to have, first of all, a presentation from a Google guy, or a Googler, is that what you called him? And then Elias is going to have a panel afterwards. So I guess this is sort of like what you're supposed to do. He gives a presentation and talks about it in a kind of a conceptual sort of way. And then they have a panel where they talk about it afterwards, you know, teasing out the different things. So yeah, it all kind of makes sense. So Elias, if you want to come out, please. And Elias, like, totally. I see. I always have to go in and get them. Like, you know, you'd think they'd come out by themselves, but like, okay, Elias. Okay. Like he's trying to decide whether to put on his jacket or not, okay? I mean, I feel like should I get a vote among the audience? How many people think he should wear his jacket? Maybe he'll wear his jacket for the presentation and then take off the jacket for the panel thing. So it would be like a mix of the two things. So you're going to go with the jacket in the end, yeah?
I'm going to go with the jacket.
Okay, a big decision. I hope, you know, did you A/B test it or anything like that? No?
I should have.
Okay, anyway.
Should we get an audience poll? Jacket okay?
Okay.
Do we like the jacket? I'm getting 2 thumbs up, so I'll take it.
Okay, I mean, like audience polls, you know. Great. Now, are you going to do it from the podium, or are you going to do like the Backstreet Boys kind of thing, yeah? Or what are you going to do?
I mean,
I want it that way.
Backstreet's back, all right.
Oh, God, Jesus, I'm totally out of control here, you know. I mean, you know, Britney, Taylor, I can talk, but Backstreet Boys, you know, never really got into them. Okay, so we just need to get your presentation up.
Lovely.
And then
a clicker.
We'll release you to the world.
Should I have asked for a clicker?
Yeah.
Do you want me to go back?
Let's just do nothing and see what happens.
Okay.
Let's just do nothing. It's just kind of
Are they listening?
wonder, like Anna is probably, you know, sort of like opening a bottle of water, and then that clicker. Okay. How about a clicker there, guys? Maybe you could slide it across the floor. Oh, okay, here we go. Do we have a clicker? Okay.
How is everyone?
Okay.
We're feeling good?
I asked the questions around here. Don't be taking my job.
Sorry, apologies.
You're trying to,
apologies. My timer's already running. This is great.
Please, Google, you're trying to eliminate human labor all the time. Okay, here we go. Okay, here was us chatting away, and there was a clicker behind us.
Completely my fault.
Yeah. Anyway, right. So as I explained to the audience, you're going to give a presentation and talk about the dark side of startups, and then you're going to have a moderated panel afterwards. Okay?
Yes.
Right. From here, then you're on your own. Best of luck.
All right. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing great. My name is Elias, and I would love to start by asking you a simple question. Imagine the best startup ecosystem you've ever seen in the world. Like, visualize it. What did you think about? Did you think maybe about Silicon Valley? Or maybe you thought about some of the bigger companies that have given way to lots and lots of interesting founders. You can think about the PayPal mafia. It doesn't really matter. Maybe you thought about Valencia as a startup ecosystem. The thing is, the best startup ecosystems are awesome. They're amazing. They, when they work really well, do all of these things on the slide. They give you access to great co-founders. Think about all of the people who started at PayPal and then got out of PayPal and started their own companies. Some amazing companies came from there. They give you access to capital. If you read a bit of the startup press, you'll see that, for instance, a bunch of the founders of the early employees from Revolut and Monzo have all started syndicates and are investing themselves in startups. They give you access to knowledge. When you come from MIT or Stanford and you need a mentor that is also a successful startup founder, it's not too hard to find. These people are around there. And most likely, it gives you access to a bunch of credibility for your early stage startup. There's a massive difference between starting a startup in Tel Aviv, startup nation, or starting a startup in rural Kenya, in terms of that first investor call that you have to do and to prove yourself. So startup ecosystems are awesome, but they have a dark side. They lack color. They lack diversity. The network effects of good startup ecosystems, which is their power, is also their weakness. And let me show you some horrible numbers from 2020. In 2020, of all of the billions invested in startups worldwide, only 2.3% went to female-led startups. Less than 1% of funding went to black founders. That doesn't seem right. That seems like something is completely off. And actually, that's not even strange, because the side of the ecosystem where the money comes from. If you look at VCs, only about 12% of people in VCs are women, people making the decisions on who to invest in. And if you look at founding partners, that number even goes down to about 2%. So the people writing the checks are people like me, white males. And so they write the checks, usually a little bit more geared towards people or founders that they understand, that they know, that they can identify with, that looks like them. This is 2020. And I wish on the next slide I could tell you it's 2021. The world has evolved. Unfortunately, just a couple of weeks before this presentation, a new report came out, the State of the European Startup Ecosystem by Atomico. I'm sure that some of you have read it. This is one of the graphs that I encountered there. And I know it's really small. So you're looking for the tiniest number on the slide. And I made it a little bit easier for you to find it. In Europe, this year, only 1.1% of all VC funding went to women-founded teams. The situation is a little bit better for mixed teams, but that still means that 90% of all of the funding went to all male founding teams. That's just not right. And if you look at ethnicity, the number's even worse. 1.8 billion out of all of the 140 billions that were invested in Europe in startups, only 1.8 billion went to people of different ethnicities, ethnic minorities. That's not a good sign. I don't think we're doing well. And actually, the funny thing is that if you start crunching the numbers a little bit, this makes no sense. This makes no rational business sense. And for two reasons. Number one, if you look at the types of businesses that women found, and this is a research that we did in Germany, actually, in general, women founders are focused on slightly different sectors. There is a slight preference among women founders to found businesses in medicine and healthcare, for instance, or education. And as you'll remember some of the numbers from 2020, our dearest COVID pandemic year, these were the hottest sectors, right? Everyone was trying to disrupt education. Everyone was trying to figure out something in healthcare. So it seems that, on the one hand, it's great business to invest in, for instance, female founders, because they are investing and they're building things in sectors that we as a society care about, and that also have the potential to be hugely profitable. So first, they invest in different sectors. They build in different sectors. Secondly, in general and on average, I hate to break it to you, white men like myself, but they tend to execute better as well. There are ample studies that show that diversity within leadership teams leads to better results. And let me just throw two numbers at you. A report that came out 5 years ago from McKinsey already stated that for public companies, if the management team is diverse, there's a 35% chance that they do better at financial results. Secondly, it's shown that startups who are women-founded, in general, generate revenue sooner than their all-male counterparts, on the one hand. And secondly, that also in their growth trajectory, if you look about the 5 years' time from starting, they get about 10% more revenue in than male counterparts. And there's many more different examples. So the point is, it makes business sense. It makes a lot of business sense to invest in diversity-founded companies. And that is why, because A, it makes business sense, and B, because we have these horrible numbers about diversity in our ecosystems, that this is the mission of Google for Startups. It's our mission to level the playing field for startup founders and communities, to succeed on the one hand, to create a better ecosystem on the other hand, and the way in which we do that is by connecting them with the best of what we as a company have to offer. And those are three things. There's three things that sort of play to our advantage, three unique capabilities that we can bring. We have access to great people in general. We have pretty cool products that we can deploy. And there's a bunch of best practices that we are super happy to share with startup founders. Let's start with the first thing, meeting the right people all over the world. We have created this network all over the world of partners, 75 partners in about 65 countries, which are different accelerators, incubator hubs, etc., that we partner with closely. We also run our own 6 startup hubs. One of them is in Madrid, where I have the absolute pleasure of being based, and I'm hoping we're going to reopen soon after this crazy pandemic year. These are places where startups can come hang out, can work, attend events, run events, get trainings, and meet other founders and investors. And then lastly, we collaborate with the accelerator team within Google to run accelerators in 10 different countries all over the world. And I think one of the examples that is one of my favorites when you think about meeting the right people and how we were able to support people by connecting them is from a company called ShareShare. Some of you may have heard of it. It is a Black-founded company, a husband and wife from Texas, and they had a really cool insight. They were running a barbershop, and they saw that about 40% of the time, the seats in their barbershop, which is basically their capital invested, was empty. So they figured out, what if we can connect independent barbers with salon owners and make sure that we sort of take away the inefficiency. We rent that empty space to them. We had a demo day a couple of years ago where we invited them to. And we not only invited them to come pitch at that demo day, but we also threw our best pitch mentors at them to mentor them before they were going on stage and to try to help them make sure that they convince the investors in the room. And lo and behold, it was really cool to see that they won judges' favorite. And so they raised money on the spot. I think that's a really cool example of something relatively simple that we could do by just bringing the right people in the room and giving that tiny little bit of extra mentorship to help them close their first pre-seed round. So our network is truly global, as you can see on this slide. So first one, meet the right people. Second one, we have the pleasure of having a bunch of products in our portfolio that are designed to help startups scale fast. We right now have 7 products that have more than 1 billion users. And we're trying to help startups by helping them both on the cloud side of things, so supporting infrastructure, machine learning, machine vision technology, making sure that we deploy both the product and some best practices and some mentoring around the product on the one hand. And secondly, on the more, let's say, commercial side, there's the advertising solutions that I'm pretty sure you're all familiar with that can help startups in the early stages, driving traffic when you're trying to validate your offer, or in later stages when it's really about customer acquisition. ShareShare, the company that I just talked about, still gets about 30% of their traffic through Google Ads. And another company that I really like is there's this gaming company in Serbia that we've worked with, which is called Two Desperados, founded by Maria, a real power lady, woman founder, who created 2 games, 2 sort of marble shooter games, amassed more than 30 million downloads. And the way in which they run their infrastructure, the way in which they improve their app, is by using Firebase and Firebase Analytics, which supports them in A/B testing. And again, we were able to help them by deploying the product. The third pillar of our work is best practices. Best practices that work also for startups and across startup stages. When this Maria Power lady joined our accelerator in Warsaw, she came with sort of 2 problems in mind. Number 1, my company is growing really fast. I need to hire the right people. And I need to do it in a way that doesn't impact my company culture. And I need to make sure that I just hire great overperforming people. And secondly, while I'm scaling, I need a decision-making framework, an operational framework that helps me set the right objectives and track towards execution to make sure that I reach my goals at the end of the month, at the end of the quarter, at the end of the year. Those happen to be two things that we have encountered in our journey at Google as well, and that we're still investing a lot in trying to build our knowledge set around it. Number one, we helped her with both training and mentoring on our hiring best practices, how to run great interview sets, how to decide on candidates, what attributes to look for. And secondly, and I hope you're familiar with this, there was a guy at Intel many, many moons ago who, when Google really started to scale, came to us and helped us with a decision-making framework that's called OKRs, Objectives and Key Results, which is something that we started to use, I think, 19 years ago and still drives all of the operations in our business. And I actually just finished setting the OKRs for our team. So we still do that, and we are super happy to help founders go through that process, because it is a bit of a process, but if you get this right, the power to scale your company is infinite. So, people, product, and best practices. The way in which we deploy this usually is through our flagship programs, our high-touch programs. And I don't want to spend too much time on this, but there are a few that I just am really proud of that we've worked on, that are intimately linked with the diversity numbers that we talked about at the beginning of this presentation. So we have run specific programs for women founders in APACs. We have ran programs in Israel focused specifically on what we called Campus for Moms, recent mothers. We have done so in APAC. We've run immersions specifically for Black founders. And we've recently announced a brand new project together with a partner where we're trying to see what we can do in the disabled community as well. And I think this is so important. Just having that focused work for a very specific focused group is something that can really move the needle in the startup ecosystem. One thing that I'm particularly proud of and very excited about is when COVID hit last year, we had this insight that started in our team in the US that Black founders, as we've seen, have more trouble raising funds. It's more difficult for them to get those seed rounds, which means that they're also way quicker to run into cash flow issues. And so when we saw that, our team in the US went to our VP and pitched, why don't we do something where we not only deploy all of the great of Google that we've just talked about, products, people, best practices, but we also try and deploy some capital. The pitch was successful, and right now we've been able to deploy up to 16 million in completely equity-free cash to a bunch of Black founders all over the world now. Started in the US, but got scaled to Europe as well, in combination with some equity-free, some ad grants and some cloud credits to really, kickstart the business from a product perspective as well. I would say that this was a success, but it's hard not to make it a success if you're literally writing checks to founders. So, it's quite easy to call that a success. Founders generally, as you can see on the slide, were quite happy when they received some money from Google. So, we've seen why diversity is a problem, or how it is a problem in our ecosystems. We've seen that it actually makes no sense, that there's great business reasons for investing in diversity in our ecosystems. And we've seen what we're trying to do about it. Through that process, there are 3 things that I would like to leave you with that we've learned. Number 1, we have seen with our very own eyes that diverse founders can build great businesses. I talked about Maria and Two Desperados. I talked about SheerShare. Both of them are doing really well. Two Desperados have, I think, now about 70 people in their team, so they're doing really great. I didn't even have the opportunity to talk about Grip and Fathom AI, who both recently got acquired Grip is a really cool company. It was the main live commerce company in Korea, and now recently got acquired. So really cool stories. So basically, we've seen with our own eyes that there is business success in these founders. Secondly, we've seen that if we invest in them, in whichever way, there are ripple effects. So when we deployed those 100Ks to our black founders in the US, we saw that about 77% of that money went straight into job creation, straight into hiring. And the funny thing is, they hire diversely themselves, obviously. So, it's a small ripple that we can create on the hiring side. Secondly, another ripple that we've created is the $5 million that we've invested in the US actually directly caused 38 million follow-on funding from different VCs. So that little stamp of approval that we were able to give them from Google actually helped them generate a lot of additional funding, which is great, and we didn't really have to do anything about it. And lastly, there is this generational wealth creation. There's this ripple effect where those founders will go on for sure to found and mentor more companies, and they will be the prime examples for young people who can look at them and think, hey, these guys look like me. They can be a founder, so I can be a founder. These guys and girls, I should say. The last point that I want to leave you with, and the last learning that we have is, and again, remember the numbers, the horrible numbers at the beginning of the presentation. There is a long road ahead. But I think the people in this room are the people to solve the problem. And remember, if we don't intentionally include, we will unintentionally exclude. So I, for one, am hoping that this was even remotely inspirational and that we can do something about the diversity problems together in our ecosystems, starting here in Valencia. Thank you very much.
Stole my last line. My last line was, I, for one, hope that we can do something about the diversity problems starting in Valencia.
Repetition does not spoil the prayer.
Absolutely, it doesn't. No, I'm a huge fan of repetition. I'm a teacher for a living, for God's sake. You think repetition isn't? I often say I wish I could give the same presentation 20 times, because by about 18, the information would start going in. Anyway, so we're waiting. So you're going to stay with us, and you're going to moderate a panel.
Yes,
on
a
strategies
power panel
for growth, change, and business models. Okay. So we're just waiting for the people. If they want to come out, they have to do all that disinfection stuff and things like that. You're probably better off to sit over there, unless you want to do the tennis thing, which is having to sit in the middle. You're better off to sit in the edge. Okay, so if we could have Andrea, and if you could come out. So
hello.
Here you go. You can sit anywhere where you like. Okay.
Good, great to see you.
And beautiful. Okay, so just do the quick microphone test. You're Andrea, microphone test?
I think it's okay, yeah.
Perfect, okay.
Hola, hola. Hello, hello.
Yes. Look, the thing about the microphone test is loud. You have to say something, because if you just whisper, okay. So microphone test?
Hi, good.
There you go.
Yes.
The guy at the end of
great.
the panel is always the smart guy. The smart ass sits at the end of the panel. You're lucky he's far away from you, okay? Because he's gonna get the smart comments.
I hung out with him a little bit earlier today, and yeah.
Yeah, you know what's coming. Okay.
I know what's coming.
Fantastic. Okay, so we have 20 minutes. I'll leave it all in your capable hands. Round of applause, please, for Elias. Thank you. Round of applause. Thank you.
All right, guys, really excited to see you in real life after our email conversations. I'm going to not talk a lot so that you guys have a lot of room to talk. So why don't you start on my left, my dear, quickly talking about the story of your startup, from sort of why you built this to how it's going.
So we are Passporter. We are the tool to plan and share trips And we started in California 3 years ago, and we decided to come back to Spain. We are currently a B2B2C company, so we are working with hotels and destinations, as well as obviously with travelers. And our mission is to make people travel better. So yeah, we started the company just because we identified the problem that all of us have when we travel, and is we go straight to Google, type in what to do in Paris, and experience what we call the grandpa multi-tab experience. So we visit a bunch of different websites, social media, and then we end up making screenshots or taking notes on our Gmail. And then the experience on the trip is a little bit confusing. So yeah, we decided to create this toolkit where our users can easily gather everything that they find online or inside our community into a useful product to travel better. So yeah, that's what we do.
Great. I'm definitely guilty of the multi-tab problem. So thank you. Juanjo.
We started why. The why is because we are trying to help the freelancers to save money and time running their business. Using a software, the freelance can file taxes, do the invoicing, the bookkeeping, and all with a tax advisor that help them to save money up to 5,000 euros yearly, and avoiding to do mistakes that can put in a difficult situation with the government. And nowadays, we built a startup like 5 years ago, and we were growing year after year. This year, we end up with more than 60 people at the company, and we have helped more than 100K freelancers around Spain.
Oh man, those are some nice numbers.
Yeah, thank you.
Very cool. The guy who made my shirt.
Yes, and mine too.
And yours too.
Well, my name is Fede. I'm the founder and CEO of Sepia, and we do clothes, but with technology in order to make the day easier for all of that, for all of us. So it's clothes that look like regular clothes, but with technology that makes it without wrinkles, without smell, stainless, very breathable, very elastic, very comfortable. And the reason why we started it, I guess, is because I really wanted these clothes to exist. I'm an engineer, and I've been always obsessed about how to make a product better. And actually, clothes is the product that we live the most time with, is the object that goes with us 24 hours, 7 days a week. So our goal was to apply all this engineering point of view to daily clothes in order to make the day easier and to make it with the less environmental impact possible. So that's what we do, and that's how it started.
Great, thank you so much. There's nothing better than washing a shirt, just hanging it on the rack, and then taking it off and putting it on again. Like, I'm a huge fan. Staying with you for a second. So we have 2 businesses here who, I think if I generalize, both of you want to save time from your users and money. We have one, maybe you also want to save time, but you definitely want to make the wearing experience better. Let's talk a little bit about business models. So how would you describe the business model behind your company, and how did you come to choose this business model? And Fede, if we could start with you.
So we are a B2C company. We have some B2B projects, but our business model is pretty simple. We develop and manufacture the clothes, and then we sell it directly to our customers. So it's not very complicated the way we do it. We also have some B2B projects. We sell clothes for uniforms for other companies, and we do some collaborations with other companies as well. That's a little bit more tricky, but our business is so simple in this kind of area.
Deceptively simple, some would say. If you had to call out one element in your business model that you obsess about, the one thing you need to get right.
About operations is something very, very important. But for us, one metric that is something that we obsess with is the recurrence. So for us, it's so important to get to know that the customer is actually loving the clothes, loving the garments, and really wanted to get more. And also the returns that we have. We sell mostly everything online. So returning was also a metric that was critical for us, because that meant that the customer will like or not the clothing. We are so happy we have like less than 5% of returns, when in fashion e-commerce should be like 25%. So that means that the customer is really liking the clothes and keeping it. So for us, these two things show us how happy is the customer with our product, and that's like the thing that obsesses us the most.
Great, very, very clear. Juanjo, your business model, why you chose it, what you obsess about?
Our business model is very simple as well, because we are a subscription model. Our clients pay between 50 and 100 euros per month. And when you need to file taxes, you have to hire an external accountant, and that's the typical way to go. You pay something around 50 or 100 every month, every quarter, or whatever.
Great. What do you obsess about in your business?
Particularly me, I'm very obsessed about pricing, because I am a very fan of all-around pricing, because it's like the first variable you need to improve in order to get more return of your business. And I discovered this at the beginning of the history of Declarando, because we started putting a price around 5 euros or between 5 and 10, because we were comparing with invoicing softwares, and invoicing softwares are very cheap. And we tried to compete with them, and that was a huge mistake. We realized that we have to compete with a tax advisor, and then we start increasing the prices, and we realized how important is a good pricing strategy. So we try to evaluate our pricing strategy quarterly, and do tweaks every quarter at least, in order to optimize this.
Great, very interesting. Andrea? Business model, what you obsess about, how you chose it.
On our side, I have to say it's a little bit more, it's newer, because we're doing like a B2B2C. So B2B, we work with any player on the travel area, meaning destinations or hotels for now, that they are using and offering our tool to their customers. By this meaning like tourists that visit a city or guests that are staying at a hotel. And then obviously we have the direct-to-consumer side, where we obviously are growing that database through these acquisition channels and revenue channels. And we are also planning on launching a subscription model, just as Juanjo has. Just because we think travel agencies are way behind on the market. And it's like a do-it-yourself trend, where our target of users love planning trips, they just don't have the tool to do it. So we are planning on monetizing as well on the near future through a subscription model for travelers.
Great. And so what do you obsess about? One thing.
I would agree with Fede as well. We are obsessed with retention on both sides. So we work with destinations which are massive, with hotels obviously, so we have to focus a lot on how we work with them. Running their operations, seeing how the tool is improved for the people in the hotels and the travelers that are as guests for the hotels. And then on the user side, we do travel, so most people don't travel that often, but when they do, we have to make sure that we are all the way with them. So before the trip, during the trip, and after the trip, at least for like 2 to 3 times a year. So yeah, retention is like our main KPI.
Great, great. So recurrence and retention and pricing. If anyone here is looking for mentoring on these 3 topics, these are, sorry for volunteering you guys, but these are the ones. These are your oracles. I wanted to touch on environmental sustainability as well. I see a big smile from that side, yes. So take it away, take it away. I was going to ask, is it important to you? But I guess it's important to you.
Yeah, it's crucial for us. For those of one well, we work in the fashion industry. The fashion industry is the second most polluting industry in the world. So for us, it was so crucial to make a product that could be good for the user, but also good for the planet, because otherwise we're going to be lost. So our focus on this area is to make a product with the less water possible, with the less CO2 emissions. We've been measuring all these KPIs, environmental KPIs, since for over 2 years. And every time we are learning how to make it better, how to save more water, how to save more energy, how to save more resources. And for us, that was key. That's part of our mission, to make the fashion industry not to be the second most polluting industry. And we try to do it inside with Sepia, but we also try to help other companies in order to reduce their impact. So they also help us to go through our mission to lower the impact on the fashion industry.
Yeah. Do you believe it can be a driver of profit?
Sure. I mean, sustainability is something that is not about marketing. It's about the planet and the future that we will have. So everything that we do now that is not sustainable and that we are not going to be able to keep on going and keep on doing the same forever, it will have to change. So I guess the sooner we change it and the sooner we build businesses with this kind of a structure and business model that can work being sustainable, these are the companies, I guess, that will succeed in the future.
Right. From the travel sector, do you agree?
Yeah, sure. So here we do a bunch of things. So on the sustainability side, we do work with destinations to give visibility to more places so that the main touristy spots don't get that much human traffic, so that we can open destinations to the travelers and see more of what they have to offer. Also, we are a community, so we are one of the biggest travel communities in Europe, and this means that our users are, and the people that travel with us are focused. So being not only sustainable about the environment, but being strong as a community where we are inclusive, where when we travel, we try to create an impact on the destination where we're visiting and come back home being a better person. But on the other side, we're still not focusing on the way that people travel yet, but we are planning to do it with hand by hand with destinations.
Great, amazing. Thank you both for driving change in this very important topic. I'm going to change tack, Juanjo. I'd love to talk a little bit about growth. You were throwing some really nice metrics around earlier, which I'm very jealous of. Could you tell me your craziest growth story, and maybe something that the people in the audience can learn from your story?
In our story, I could say that it was two things that provoked a lot of growth in the past. One was the changes around prices. Totally, because if you change, you double your price, you are growing double without doing anything. That's so simple. And we did that in the past, like I mentioned before. And the other one was understanding better what we sell. At the beginning, we thought that we were selling like a software for invoicing, but at the end of the day, we were not. And when you are trying to sell a thing that you need to give confidence to your customer, and all the things related to taxes, you need to give confidence, we realized that we couldn't sell without talking to people. It's amazing to sell without people. It's amazing to sell touchless, but in our case, was not the better way to go. So we started doing demos, that's simple, and we started selling at the beginning. We were selling like 5% of our leads, and after the demos, we were doubling. So that was like a very high impact for us.
Right. Very clear. How about for Sepia? Do you have a crazy growth story to share?
Well, we've been growing like step by step since we were born. We manufacture physical products, so even if we wanted to sell millions of shirts, we had to manufacture it, and every shirt is made one by one. So since we were born, we had to do it step by step. With B2B projects, we sometimes have like a huge sale, and we sell a lot of products, and that actually complicates us a lot, because we have to go with new suppliers. We have to grow the team, so it's not something that you can do from one day to the next one. I'm very jealous with the companies that sell software. They can sell one program or a million, and for them it's not the same, and it's not. But they can grow very big in a very short period of time. We need to manufacture everything. We need to set up the factories, and that takes time. So in our case, the growth has been step by step, I guess.
Right. He just told the both of you that your lives are very easy on the growth side, so great. Andrea, I'd love to ask you, because you are active in a very sort of, I mean, the three of you are, but you're active in a sort of a traditional industry, an industry that's been around for a long time, and you're trying to actively change it, right? What do you think are some of the basic elements to drive change in an industry that is so established?
So I would say the first thing is believe that you're going to change it, so that the way you think and your mindset is like 100% on it. Then is understand it's not, most of the times, it's not what you do, but how you do it. And that's like a lot of what Passporter does, is that we are not focused on creating another service or another product on the travel sector. We are just creating like a massive tool. Doesn't matter if you're looking for bookings or accommodation or airlines, it doesn't matter. We are global on that kind of side. And working for innovation and change is saying no to cash sometimes, because you need to focus on changing the market. By that I mean that prioritizing some business models that are super innovative, such as like subscription or SaaS models that are harder to, like keep going. Whereas in travel, the most common business models are poorly, like bookings, affiliation, all this kind of stuff. So yeah, I would say like focus on how you do things and keep really straight on what's your vision and a clear direction that you're going to reach there, that you have to be fast. You have to make mistakes, like you have to make them, but just be really strong on how you see the market coming and take little steps. Like the little steps and constancy is like being super constant will take you there.
Amazing. It's how, not what, and you need to make sacrifices. You need to say no. Very powerful. Since we're running out of time, I have a last question for you. I'm going to give you 6 words in total. No more than 6. I will be counting. 3 words to remind us of the most important thing that you talked about, and 3 words to motivate the people in the audience to do something, whatever it is you want them to do. Juanjo, I'll start with you. 3 and 3.
Obsess with prices and grow without copying.
Great. It's a good one. Fede.
Customer happiness and sustainability, I guess. And then the other 3 would be for you to buy Sepia shirts.
I can attest to that. Andrea.
I would say focus on how, and then travel for life, that we say
Travel
in
for
Passport.
life. Beautiful. Join me in giving these wonderful people a great big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Elias, and thank you, Fede, thank you, Andrea, and thank you, Juanjo. That's it, guys. Bye-bye. If I had more questions, I'd ask them, but I don't. And you've been working very hard, so, go get those Google massages that they give you and all of those kinds of things. Okay, guys, this is a little bit weird, but we're going to take a break for half an hour for a reason I don't fully understand. And then we're going to come back here. We're going to have a super hyper mysterious panel that I don't really understand what's going on. And then we take another break, okay? And then we come back here for the afternoon program. So that's really what I have for you. So half an hour, where I was going to make up a story about we have to feed the fish or something, but I don't know would I really get away with it. I mean, someone might believe it, but taking a break because they have to feed the fish. But that's not the case. So everything is shut down for half an hour, and then, is there some sort of like fumigation going on? I hope that's not like smoke, like in the fire sense. But anyway, so we're shutting down everything for half an hour, come back for a panel, and then we shut down for another 45 minutes, and then we come back for the afternoon panel. So thank you very much for your time and attention, and eat some good, nutritious food, okay? Don't be eating bad things, okay? Be eating some good, nutritious food so you're fully attentive for the afternoon program. Okay, thank you very much. I'm out of here.
¿Qué canal te marca los microdátiles? Porque es que... A ver, ahora ya está. No, nada. Es que los tuvimos que cambiar ayer. Vale, espera. Sí, vale, pues ya está. Ok, vale.
Hello, hello, hello. I can count the audience. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Anyway, beautiful. So, we are going to have a panel, which was sort of like, I guess we had to sort of find a slot for them in the program. I mean, it was an interesting topic and some interesting people were available. So they sort of convinced us to go ahead with the panel. So that's quite good. So if you'd like to come out, please. I see you, Salome, is the first person there. If you want to come out, please, and take whatever seat you want. This panel is going to talk about, is going to last for 45 minutes, to be quite exciting. Yes, everyone can come out, please. I tend not to kind of, some people have walk-on music. I don't know, do you like, the Rocky theme or something, maybe, Robert, or something like that? Okay, and there's Veronica. And then there's Juan, and finally Usman. Okay, brilliant. And you're moderating. Yes, that's brilliant. Okay, so you're in the moderator's chair. You sometimes get moderators who like to sit in the middle and then do tennis, and I never understand it, but moderators are moderators. Okay, so Salome is going to moderate the panel, and I just want to thank you all for being here, and give them a round of applause, please, so they can start off with some energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone, and it's a pleasure to be here. And I would like to thank to Startup Valencia for organizing this digital summit, inspiring the good future. My name is Salome Reillo, and I am project manager at Abaesen. Abaesen is the Valencian clean tech cluster, and we work, we design and co-create the future, or the good future, of different subsectors. We work with the energy transition, we work with the water transition, we work with circular economy, also with smart cities, and so on. We represent more than 300 entities. Some of them are local governments, some of them are research institutions, and we have more than 150 companies in the clusters. More of them are startups. Abaesen has a long track in launching innovative products to the market. We have helped more than 250 startups to launch their new products to the market, trying to be always products to collaborate to create a better future for the citizens, and because we have the citizens at the core of everything always. We launched last year Greennovator Hubs, that is a hub to connect startups with investors, corporates, and government. As a cluster, we are guardians of collaboration and co-creation, working together with different entities from different sectors and from different regions or countries. So Abaesen has already participated in Digital Summit other years, because we are located here in Valencia. But this year we have decided to participate with Parsec Accelerator. Parsec Accelerator is a European funded program, a project, but this year we have decided to be here with them, and we are proud of being here with our partners. And I would like to give special thanks to our partners, and also to the European Innovation Council and SMA Executive Agency. We have here also to Milena Stoyanova, who is here today with us. But I think that you are here because you want to know what Earth observation is, what Earth observation could help us. And I'm sure that you know that we have satellites on the sky. I'm sure that you don't see them, but I'm sure that maybe you don't know what they can do for us. So I think that you are going to know in this session that Earth observation can help different sectors, like, for example, energy, environment, or food, and that with Earth observation data, you have a lot of possibilities to launch new products or services to the market. So Parsec Accelerator has begun in 2019 and ends to today, to this month, but there is a lot of future in the creation of startups using Earth observation and working with different sectors like energy, environment, or food. So I think that you are sure and you are very interested to know more about Earth observation. So I'm going to give the floor to my colleague, Veronica Borecto, Project Officer from Earth, to explain what Parsec Accelerator is, and she will give the floor later to the other colleagues. Thank you, Veronica.
Yes, thank you very much, Salome, and welcome everyone. I know it's almost the end of the day, so I will try to keep it a little bit more lively, so maybe standing up will help us a little bit. But before we answer the question what the Earth observation actually is, because we use that term, but what does it really mean for all of us, for instance, being here at Digital Summit, let's take a step back and check and discuss why are we actually here. In Digital Summit, we want to discuss, we want to connect with different elements of the ecosystem to discuss inspiration of the good future. We want to see what are the new technologies, what are the new solutions that could be the answer to different challenges our world is facing, not only this year, but in the last decades. And we can see that there are many of the new challenges we're facing. There are more and more of them. And I believe that we here today, and with Parsec Accelerator, we do have answers for that. We do have some suggestions. And of course, the answer is simple for us. It's the Earth observation. And we had a pleasure to be involved in this accelerator for more than 2 years. And as a part of Digital Summit, we organized Launchpad to Success, Parsec Launchpad to Success, where we promote 15 new Earth observation-based solutions which are ready to answer the questions where we're asking ourselves how to inspire the good future. But before we dig deeper into Parsec, I would like to get a little bit closer and actually tell you what is the value in that, because what is really the Earth observation sector and what is the technology? Because for the moment for us it's just a notion, but what it means for businesses, what it means for municipalities and maybe for investors is that this is a stable sector which is constantly growing. And I think that you as businesses, you can look for the innovation there because it might bring you revenues of 1.7 billion euros annually for the whole sector, and a constant stable growth for more than 10% annually as well for the last few years. But let's start with Spain. We're in Spain. So what Earth observation has to do with us here? So first we moved just 300 kilometers from here to Murcia. And this region is facing a lot of problems due to drought. And the main problem is coming from the fact that it's very agricultural area, but as there is no water, farmers are subtracting water from the underground water, aquifer. But just physically speaking, if you take water from the underground, the ground will start to slide, which impacts all the infrastructure, the private houses, roads, everything that we keep on the ground. And how do you measure that? It's very difficult. Normally, you have to send people to the places. You need to have a lot of physical measurements, which is very difficult, and most importantly, it's very costly. But what a great Spanish startup did, that is, they decided to take a little bit distance from Spain and take a look at it from space. They used Sentinel-1. This is a satellite. They use satellite data to observe Murcia from space. And with help of Spanish Geological Survey, they analyzed the data. And based on that, they identified that it's so much easier to track the ground motion, even with the accuracy of 3 millimeters. So imagine, just using the images from the satellite, you can have such accuracy of the changes in the ground movement. So thanks to that, in Spain, you can foresee what could be the changes. You can adjust the works in the region. And of course, what it translates into is almost up to 13 million euros annually of saving in comparison to the traditional method. So how did it even happen? How is it possible that data and entities in Spain could create such a thing? Thanks to Copernicus. Copernicus is a European Commission's program with the support of European Space Agency, which launched satellites and give the data that satellites collect to all of us. They're publicly available and free of charge. All of us, I see a lot of you on your phones, you can access the data right now if you log into Copernicus. Not only you can only have images, but also you can have different services, which you can see on the screen, from different domains and different sectors, which are ready to use in your businesses, in your sectors, in your domains. And as I mentioned, it's free of charge. So the thing is that we have a lot of data, a lot of information about our globe. We just need to do something with it. So what we decided to do with our amazing consortium, that it's great to inspire the innovation using the Earth observation. What is crucial in our team is that to do so, you really need connections with the sectors. You really need to talk to users and see what is needed and create something that is not only technically feasible, but is also useful for the society. So that's why we have free clusters in our network to connect directly with users, with different sectors, to talk to you and learn what is needed in each of the domains. With help of our technical teams and the SMEs you can see on the screen, additional tools were created to facilitate the use of the Earth observation data. The sectors we wanted to address the most were three which are very crucial on the global scale. It's not only European problem, but as we discussed the challenges before, food, environment, and energy are the sectors which need to develop the most in the upcoming decades. And it's a global need. And especially, luckily, European regulations are pushing us to introduce changes. And again, we believe that the Earth observation could support that and make it more quickly. So with Parsec, which we started 2 years ago, as Salome mentioned, we launched 2 calls. First, we just wanted to learn from guys from different sectors, what are their ideas, what are their needs. And almost 400 entities applied to share their ideas, to share their needs, and start to think about something new using Earth observation. We supported them. We helped 100 companies, the best companies that selected each other, and we worked with them how to fine-tune the solutions and what would be the best ones to work with. And from the 100 who were working with us for several months, they created cross-sectoral and cross-border teams. What it means, we put together Earth observation experts and experts from different sectors to create together solutions suitable for different domains. And out of 100 Parsec, then they applied in different teams, as I mentioned, in different consortia, to develop further the best solutions. And 15 of them were selected. And today on stage we have representatives of 3 of such teams, so we'll learn more about it. But what is important is that we already created 15 new solutions to be available on the market, which are actually available on the market, and are ready to revolutionize different sectors. What is important is that it's not only space-based, it's not a closed ecosystem. It's a big picture. It's a lot of stakeholders from different regions of not only Europe, actually, from different regions of the world, from different domains, who create an amazing ecosystem ready to implement new Earth observation based solutions. And as I mentioned, what is exceptional about Parsec and our acceleration program is that we created additional tools with the help of our partners, which facilitate the use of Earth observation. We have Big Data Toolbox, which gives you access to the data, but already with a little bit of added value, which are pre-processed. We have EOML galleries, which are 2 websites on which Earth observation providers and users can meet, can exchange, can promote their solutions and ideas. And In Situ Data Hub, which provides you additional data on ground-based sources and airborne sources. Okay, but that's theory. But what does it really mean? What are the solutions? And what can you do with satellite data or in situ data? And I would like to start first with the example of use of in situ data provided by Robert from Breeze Technologies. So now I would like to give the floor to Robert.
Thank you. Thank you. Great to be here again. Can I have my presentation? So my name is Robert Heinecke. I'm the founder and CEO of Breeze Technologies. I was actually here on the stage yesterday for the startup pitch, so great to be here again. And together with a partner of ours, Proximy.io from Finland, we built an app called Healthy Places. And just in a nutshell, Healthy Places helps you as a pedestrian to get from A to B in your city while exposing yourself to the least amount of air pollution possible. So basically it helps you to protect your health, protect the health of those that are particularly important to you, and also contributes towards generating more awareness about the global issue that is air pollution. And I'm still waiting for my slides. Let's see if we can actually get them here. But in the meantime, yeah, there we are. The interesting bit is that Parsec basically enabled us to get into the Earth observation and satellite data space with us not really having been in there before. So we're coming out of the segment of air quality sensors, air quality data, in situ air quality data, and looking at the effects of cleaner actions in our cities. And we are doing that because air pollution is the greatest environmental health threat of our time. 9 out of 10 people globally are living in areas with too high levels of air pollution. So what does that actually mean? That means that well, how many people are we here in the room? Maybe 50? 45 out of you are probably living in areas of your city that have too high levels of air pollution. And we are currently relying on monitoring technologies like these, big, bulky monitoring monstrosities that cities typically use to generate air quality data. And thanks to Parsec, we were actually able to leverage satellite data, so data that is freely available, generated by objects that are flying far above us, to also integrate that into our platform and make it available to others. So we are combining in situ data, data from air quality sensors like this one, with satellite data on the other side. And what that means is that we're not only able to deploy infrastructure in the streets, like you see here in the example where on the left you have the kind of traditional way of monitoring air quality in the city, and on the right you have what we've typically been doing with the cities that we've been working with. So far more air quality monitoring sites because the technology has just become so much more scalable, but actually you can put a layer of air quality data from satellites on top of that and even close the gaps that you have in between the sensors. So coming as Breeze Technologies from an area where we work with air quality sensors, in situ data, and bring these data sets together on a cloud platform, we saw as our mission to actually also enable other businesses and enable other organizations, as cities, for instance, to monitor and to improve air quality. And the result of that in the end was that app Healthy Places that I just teasered. So basically you can download it on iOS, you can download it on Android, it's in the App Store. It currently works in Hamburg and Helsinki. Hamburg, the second largest city of Germany, Helsinki, the capital of Finland. Because, well, we are based in Hamburg as Breeze Technologies. Our partner Proxima is based in Finland, in Helsinki. So for us, these were the two natural piloting cities where we could deploy our solution. It helped us to test effectively there, but it also helped us to generate the necessary traction of local users, of citizen groups that we already had experience in working with to actually test the app and verify a couple of assumptions that we had. And now we're looking to scale Healthy Places to more cities, for instance, in the UAE, for instance, in the Baltics, and for instance, also overseas in the US. The great thing about what we did, I think, with Parsec is that we brought together two kind of mindsets and skill sets. On the one side, from Breeze Technologies, we've been traditionally an expert on air quality, and then Proxima on the other side, an expert on positioning and geofencing. And that together enabled us in the end to create this kind of holistic approach where we were able to use these two skill sets together and develop that app. And that in turn also brings societal impact to all of us, because on the one side it helps us to create more transparency about air pollution, it helps us to enable change, and as long as we're trying to also improve the air quality in our cities, it gives citizens a tool to protect themselves, which in turn is connected to a lot of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So thank you very much for listening, and I'll hand back over to Veronica.
Thank you very much, Robert. And yeah, I gave you my microphone. Sorry for that. But thank you very much for explaining what does it really mean to us, and that based on the Earth observation, we can create an app which is just used in our cities, which can be used by all of us. But now I would like to move a little bit more deeper into the satellite data, because we're talking about satellite images. We have seen Spain from the space, and there are many more crucial cases that you can monitor from space, which can cause a real damage and crisis globally. So now I would like to invite Juan Peña to share the story of Okeanos team.
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon. Pleasure to be here. Funny thing, I used to work here, and I used to feed these fish. I know the name of each of them. I'm meaning not the scientific one, but the real one. Yeah, this is, the big one is Roberto, that one. Yeah, and there's a shark called Maria. She's a female shark. So that was a long time ago, but it serves as a nice introduction for the topic I'm going to cover now. So I'm going to present Okeanos, a product developed by CMCC and Orbital EOS. I am Juan Peña. I am the CEO of Orbital EOS. And let me start with a reflection. Uncertainty is the new normal, right? We now live in a very, very complex world, and we have often more questions than answers. So let me play a little quiz with you. Imagine that you are a decision maker and you are leading with an environmental crisis that implies high financial and environmental risks. These are the facts that you are given. There's been a major leak in an oil refinery close to the shoreline. We don't know when the pipeline will be fixed. And the spill is moving freely at sea, threatening as well other countries, not only yours. So this is exactly what happened this summer in Western Mediterranean. An oil refinery in Syria suffered a major leakage in a tank that was containing 20,000 tons of oil. So this is the challenge that we have, right? An oil spill can be quite large and very dynamic. So there are three key questions that you need to answer. Where is the oil right now? And where is it going to be in the following hours or days? What are the characteristics of the oil spill? And when the oil is going to reach the shoreline? So in order to address all these issues, within Parsec, we developed Okeanos. And Okeanos is a digital platform designed to be a one-stop shop for oil spill monitoring, reporting, and forecasting. So it's based on satellite data. We use advanced artificial intelligence algorithms to automate the processes. We use automatic identification system to identify ships when the spill is linked to a ship, and advanced models to forecast where the oil is going to move. So let's see some real use cases. You might be able to detect deliberate pollution, which unfortunately is very, very common, something that many people doesn't know. So this is a real case of an oil spill produced by a ship deliberately in the Mediterranean Sea this summer. You could use this tool for asset monitoring. I have oil rigs at sea, and they might produce oil leaks. So I might be able to monitor my environmental footprint and improve it. And of course, you could potentially use this tool for emergency response. This is the real oil spill that we characterize in Syria. For this case, we analyzed more than 70 images, satellite images, during a period of almost 2 months. So how are we different? Because this is not new. Some other companies did it in the past. So the idea was to design the most advanced system for oil spill monitoring, the one that we would like to have. So we count with more than 25 years of operational experience. I mean operational experience, being in the field, trying to fight these kind of events. We aim at being the fastest service in the market because we know that speed is crucial. The digital platform has been designed to be a one-stop shop, so highly intuitive and easy to use. And also we integrate AI so we can be very accurate, very fast, and very scalable. So I'm going to present here the 2 members of the consortia, Orbital EOS. It's a spin-off of the Spanish Coast Guard, and CMCC SRL, which is a spin-off of CMCC Foundation, and they're experts in ocean modeling and climate change. And so glad to have been part of Parsec and using satellite data to take care of our planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, I will just take it. Thank you.
Thing is like it's a complete mess, okay? So we got to
Yes,
get back on the whole microphone
this is
thing.
mine. I'm
I know
staying
you
to
do
this
clever
one.
things with satellites and all sorts.
And we mixed with mics.
You know, you and your air purity, you know, but the damn microphones, you know, like so. Who's got the microphone? You have
Everybody
that one.
has. Yes.
You have
mine was touched.
There you go. You have one. You have one. Okay, so everyone has a microphone.
Yes, we just like sharing.
Okay,
Sorry.
so like Big Bad Man can come running in that door at any moment and shut everything down, and you and your fish, you know, with their names, and okay. Right, anyway, we're all good again. Victoria, adelante.
That's not my name, but thank you. So thank you very much. Everybody has their mic, so we're good. Thank you very much for introduction of fish, and of course of your case. And the last sector we haven't discussed yet and we haven't addressed, though is one of the most crucial ones as it touches all of us, which is food security. And also its societal impact. So Earth observation also can be used in this, I can say, new domain, which is parametric insurance. And today we have with us Osman from Accurate, who will tell us a little bit more about it. And now I'm giving you just a clicker, not my mic.
Thank you. 400 million family farmers, that is 4 out of every 5 family farmer, are still uninsured. Why? First, reaching them and assessing their risks requires extra effort and brings additional costs, which is because they are located in remote rural areas with poor infrastructure. Second, they are majoritarily fully reliant on rainfall, which means that their climate risk cannot be overstated. So they have little to no insurance. But they have risks and they are aware of these risks, and they are trying to actively mitigate them by employing things like crop diversification, community loans, and more. And studies show that they are also willing to buy insurance products if introduced. So what should we do to help them to introduce the product that they need? There are two major trends going on right now. One is the availability of and abundance of satellite imagery. And the two is the expansion of use of cell phones and mobile money. So we are benefiting of these two. And here we come into the equation. I'm Osman, CEO of Accurate, and a satellite imagery analytics company. And together with our partners, Okos Finance, who are experienced in parametric insurance design and is leveraging mobile money, we designed the index insurance product that these farmers need. Farmers apply to our platform directly via SMS. They pay by mobile, and then we start tracking their regions, the rainfall in their regions. In case of a shortfall of rainfall, we automatically compensate them. Why is it different than the others? First, we are different in terms of business model. We are directly accessing to the farmers, directly having relationship with them, which means that we have a truly universal access compared to other players in the market, which uses cooperatives or microfinance institutions as gateway to these farmers. But these cooperatives and microfinance institutions have a variety of requests, needs, and sometimes conflicting incentives. Second, we are using satellite imagery, detecting croplands, and applying this cropland mask on top of a satellite-derived rainfall data so that we have more accurate parametric insurance product, which decreases the thing insurance people call basis risk, which is the measurement error, which is also the reason of high farmer churn. We have a revenue share business model. Compared to the traditional insurance, we handle a lot of things ourselves, except underwriting, which is handled in Mali in our pilot case by Allianz, and Orange, which is a payment gateway provider. We insured 721 farmers, cotton farmers in Mali, and the average revenue we had was around 17 euros, and which increased 30% from last year. And they were really willing to buy it because the conversion rate was 97%. We have complementary expertise. OCO has the expertise, many years of expertise in index insurance, parametric insurance, and agri-finance. And we have the many years of experience in satellite imagery and machine learning plus software development. So we turn this expertise into competitive advantage. No other player in the market has the concentration of talents that we have. And there's no clear market leader, which is an opportunity for us to scale among the competition. And we know that large insurance providers are also looking for index insurance products, namely weather index insurance products. But they are looking for it through acquisitions, and which means that there's an exit opportunity for the partners of the consortium. So the market is actually relatively small compared to the geographical size of these smallholder farmers, all underdeveloping countries, we mean. But it's growing really fast with the introduction of index insurance products. 45% year over year adoption rate is increasing right now, and we estimate the potential market to be over $4 billion when we also account the unmet insurance need that these farmers have. Right now, we started in Mali. We did our pilot. Now it's time to expand our crops, expand the geographical regions that we cover so that we help more farmers in the sub-Saharan African regions and then other developing and underdeveloping countries. We are looking for partners, especially seed companies, and if anybody knows seed companies, please introduce us. And we are also looking for funding in the upcoming year. Thank you for listening, and we are more resilient. We are assuring income for those who feed the world. Thank you.
Thank you very. Hello, hello. My mic. Yes. Thank you very much. You see, that's why we're changing. So thank you very much, Osman, and thank you very much, everyone. Now, we hope that we explain to you a little bit what can be done with the Earth observation, and if I may say, it's a little bit tip of the iceberg. There is much more happening, and there is much more potential than just the examples we covered today. Starting with with the whole team of 15 solutions, and we discussed just 3 today, so imagine what is still there. But now I would like to ask you guys and discuss a little bit with you. I know that yesterday, Robert, you mentioned that a little bit in your pitch, but my question is if you could explain how the Earth observation changed the business and made your solution possible.
Yeah, so basically, if we look at how air quality has been monitored and managed in the past, we traditionally are talking about a very infrastructure-heavy business. So we have these huge monstrosities of air quality monitoring stations that are costing cities millions of euros every year. And even now with the technology that we had developed in the meantime with the lower cost sensors, we were still talking about significant investments in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands if you want to cover a whole city and get in situ air quality data. And for some cities that makes a lot of sense, particularly those where you have also huge economic impacts of air quality. But we encountered quite a high hesitancy of mayors to heavily invest into the topic before actually getting some kind of first-hand data and being able to play around with that a little bit. So Earth observation data in that sense helps you because it's generally available globally. You have the satellites flying above us, probably right now, generating another picture of how the air quality looks like here in Valencia, and data just exists and you can use it. Right? So you can integrate it into the SaaS platforms, into the technology platforms that you already have, and you can create very entry-level applications that you can just offer for very little money than to cities like to customers like cities. And then on the other side, talking about, for instance, healthy places, which we developed, you sometimes need data in a resolution that just doesn't make sense together with sensors. And there we're also talking about the satellite data that is freely available that you can just use to fill the gaps that you have, which in turn also enables you to create a better and more holistic service for citizens, for instance.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for clarifying that and emphasizing the elements that it's global. It makes it so much more objective to have the overview of everything. That's why it's also oftentimes used as the enforcement regulation and the justice sector. So that is a great potential of that as well. Could I then move the same question to you, Juan? I think that especially in your case in tracking something in such a distance, usually from land and so on, how do you think how the Earth observation impacted your solution? And was there any alternative in the traditional way, let's say?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So as I explained in my presentation, we used to work for the Coast Guard. So we were part of the crew of an aircraft, and we had the role to patrol the sea, right, and find oil spills and rescue people as well. Aircraft run with oil, obviously, and the cost of operating an aircraft like this, which is a high-tech aircraft, is huge. So if you can do it at scale and free, I mean, there's no other way we can go forward, right? So, for instance, we can now, being a small startup based in Valencia, Spain, we can offer our services to oil companies in Australia, and it's not complicated at all. So with traditional technologies, there's no way you can do something like this. I mean, there's no way. And especially the political agenda, I mean, we need to reinforce technologies that have a very low footprint on the environment, especially. And I also would like to reflect on the fact that we all have global challenges. The challenges are not regional anymore. The pandemic is a global challenge. The climate change is a global challenge. So for me, the best way to understand these global challenges is looking from the outside, looking from space. So for me, Earth observation is going to revolutionize the way we understand the world and how we extract the relevant information to make the best decisions.
Thank you. Oh, hello, hello. Thank you very much, Juan. And especially that, yes, all the problems, but all the challenges we were discussing today are the global ones. It's not a regional thing anymore. And then similar question to you, Osman. I mean, agriculture is already a big user of the Earth observation for those new to the technology. But then how did it change, particularly in your domain?
As I mentioned, insurance actually existed in agriculture, I don't know, more than 150 years. And the hard thing about agriculture is it's hard. And it means that there are a lot of perils that can happen to you, affecting the failure, causing failure of the crops. And this is the reason why insurance policies got more complex over time, and which means that it got more costly over time. And index insurance is here to solve it, actually. It's a kind of, index insurance as well is an old concept, but when you measure it something remotely, you have to account the measurement errors. And with the Earth observation, the measurement errors are getting smaller and smaller, so that still being cheap, but getting more accurate, so that it's in the level where farmers are willing to pay, in the amount that they are willing to pay, but also they are accurate so that they can be happy with the results, with the payouts of the insurance. And we are doing it. We are integrating several technologies right now, and yesterday we got accepted for another prestigious call supported by Microsoft. So we continue researching, this time yield, so that we directly insure the yield, actually, which is what farmers want, because farmers don't want to insure against every single thing differently. They want their total yield to be insured. So we are trying to do that, and Earth observation is the only way to do that.
Okay. Great, thank you very much, and congratulations once again with all the further projects. And then now I would like to move to you, Salome, and your questions.
Yes, because I think that we have inspired the attendees about the use of Earth observation, but I suppose that you have realized that Parsec is not a traditional accelerator, not only for the use of Earth observation. It's also a different accelerator, because we are working together different clusters from different sectors, from different countries. And I would like to inspire the future about this collaboration of clusters and the role of clusters in the inspiration for having a good future. So I would like to ask you, the three of you guys, about what do you think that are the key elements that have helped you to have a good future in your business, from Parsec Accelerator and from this help received from the European Commission? Which one of you first?
This is me. Okay. Thank you. So yeah, for example, we were aware that insurance can be a potential market that we as a satellite technology company can enter into, but there's a lot that we didn't know, that it was just somewhere in our sheets all the time, but we didn't take any step. And with the Parsec, with the introduction of Oco-Finance, and with the good synergy that we have, now we have a solution. And as I mentioned in my pitch, we have the concentration of different expertise right now, which we believe will be a key differentiator for us in the market in terms of business and in terms of technology, so that we can make it really scale across all these countries of Sub-Saharan Africa, and then maybe Latin America, Eastern Europe, and Southeast Asia.
Okay, thank you. So I think that you think that the Parsec ecosystem that we have created, more than 1,000 entities, has been helpful for you, and we have connected you to potential customers and to investors. And what's your opinion, Juan, for example?
Thank you. So I will put a real example. Yesterday we had a commercial conversation with the Maritime Authority of Oman, which is far away from Spain, but not so far away if we speak in terms of Earth observation, right? We showed them the digital platform that we have developed in Parsec, and gave birth to Parsec. And he said, it's the first time I see something like this, and I'm in the market for more than 30 years, so I know every solution that it's out there. So it's the first time I see something like this so powerful. That's the main key aspect that I may take as takeaway. So it's been a great journey. The business has been improved in the journey with mentorship. And I mean, difficult questions to startups. Also, a shoulder to cry on. That is something important as well. So I think the program itself has been great to make us a better company.
Okay, thank you, Juan. And in your case, Robert, for example, in ABSN, we have also a network of city councils that is your potential customer. What is the key elements that you think we have helped you?
Yeah, I think getting access to networks like that is really important for startups, because we are, 15, 16 people based in Germany, so we don't have a reach to so many councils. We don't know so many councils personally. So having access to basically networking opportunities to Parsec really helped us there. And I also completely agree with the others that there was also a lot of effort in the de-risking, because with the co-financing from Parsec, it gave us a bit of runway, it gave us a bit of leeway to try things out and to then develop an app like Healthy Places, which we wouldn't have done on our own completely. We might have done it in the future at some point with a partner, or we were actually always dreaming of that somebody else would develop something like this and we could partner up with them. But Parsec gave us the opportunity to do it ourselves.
Okay, thank you. So I see time's up, so I have been completely on time. So thank you very much, all of you, and I hope we have inspire your good future with Earth observation and with collaboration, working with clusters. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, and I hope you're not all mad with me about the microphone thing, because someone was mad with me, so then I had to be mad with you. That's just the way the world works, Someone kicks and then you kick down and then it all happens. Anyway, so that's it. So we have a 15-minute break before we restart the stage. This was a sort of like an extra thing, so you guys can leave. And we're going to leave the stage kind of blank for 15 minutes, and then we will start again at 4 o'clock. So I don't know whether music will come on and lights will go down, maybe not, but nothing's going to be happening here until we start again, super bright and bubbly at 4 o'clock. Okay, thank you to everyone. Bye. No, eso no se puede. Ahora ella manda por aquí y he dicho que no. Ok. Bueno, well, estamos. Okay, rápido. Okay. Es que estamos pendiente de los streamings siempre. Okay, welcome back. It's me again, and I can stop talking Spanish. So I guess it's the beginning of the afternoon panel, so I introduce myself again. I'm Joe Haslam, professor at the IE Business School in Madrid, and I've been on this stage yesterday and for the rest of today. So those of you that have been listening to me, I apologize, and I hope my voice isn't getting very charry. I mention this also because my area of research and expertise is in how to scale companies, both first of all as an entrepreneur and now as a professor. So I spend really all of my life talking to people who have scaled companies, and it's an area that doesn't get as much attention really that it should get. So it's very interesting to have these in the panel here. So we're going to have a 30-minute conversation all about scaling. With an interestingly configured stage. I don't really know why there's a big gap. Maybe you want to see so all we have to do really is just test the microphones and make sure everything's okay. So if Raquel, if you want to begin. No, it doesn't. See, that's why we test them. Okay, you have to keep talking. 1, 2.
Good afternoon.
Okay,
everyone.
Something?
Yes, now it's
okay,
working.
That's better. Okay, very good. Okay, so that's Raquel. Joaquin. Okay, can you speak in?
Hi. Hello.
Perfect. Sebastian.
Hello.
Okay,
Hi.
Very good. Manuel.
Good afternoon.
Okay, give it more force.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I know, it's like fantastic. And Vincente, finally, speak.
Good afternoon, nice to meet you.
Fantastic, okay, very good. Okay, I'll leave you everything in your hands. Raquel, adelante. Big round of applause, please. Let's get the afternoon session, the beginning of the second day. Very good.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to all of you, and very welcome to this super interesting table. Startups Scaling Up Challenge with 4 real experiences. These 4 gentlemen are the ones who are going to represent these 4 real experiences. These 4 companies.
Oh my God!
Okay. Well, so good afternoon again. I think you have listened to me, and now I was saying that this table is composed by 4 gentlemen who represent 4 companies, 4 real experiences, 4 companies who have taken part in the Scale Up program, a program which is launched by IBACE, which is the Valencia Institute for Competitiveness, together for the Business and Enterprise Innovation Center, CEI in Valencia. And those 4 companies, have been the companies who have won who have been the first in that Scale-Up program. The program starts its 5th edition early next year. It takes 12 months, and 10 companies are the ones who can take part in the program. And during those 12 months, the companies are being trained and mentored by a specialist on scaling up, growing up. So welcome to the 4 of you, and congratulations, because you were the awarded in your edition. I'm going to introduce them. Starting by Joaquin Costa, here on my left. He is the CEO of Casfit. Then we continue with Vicente Navarro, CEO of Bioitas. Then we have Manuel Porcar. He is the CEO of Darwin Bioprospecting Excellence, as well as a lab leader at the Institute of Integrative Systems Biology at the University of Valencia. And the last but not the least is Sebastian Rodriguez, who is the CEO of Insud. The table is going to be divided into two parts. The first part is in order for you to know them and the companies. So, starting by Joaquin, could you please tell us, inspire us about your company briefly, and why did you apply for the Scale-Up program?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Raquel. Good evening. First of all, I want to say thank you for the organizers for this event, to bring this event to the city of Valencia, because they made a lot of effort to make this, and thank you for organizers. My name is, I'm Joaquin Costa. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Group Casfeed. Casfeed is a global provider of services, technological services of events. We have different brands focusing on different kinds of events. We have, for example, IT Congress, focusing on MICE events, meeting, incentive, conference, and exhibitions. We have ITAS Fest for music events. We have IT Sport for sports events at least. We have Enter Ticket, is a platform for selling tickets online. The objective for us, when I saw the program of the first edition of Scale Up, I remember seeing the teachers of the mentors, and I say, wow, they were, all of them, teachers of one of the most very important business schools in Madrid, Barcelona, and Valencia. And the Scale Up is like a mini Leader MBA, because the subjects are the same, and they help us because it's like an MBA. For us, it was very important because they changed our mind to start thinking in global, to start thinking in scale, because we were a provider, a local provider for cashless, for example, but we start to think to have to be in the market, the Spanish market, and to be the provider number one in the market of Spain of festivals, for example. Selling tickets for Mad Cool is one of the most important festivals in Spain and Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Joaquin. Vicente, would you like to continue?
Thank you, Raquel. Good evening, and congrats for the organizers for this event. Well, BioITAS started in 2017, it's about 4.5 years ago. And the main goal of BioITAS is the knowledge they had on human microbiome, and taking in mind this knowledge and also publication that my team published 5 years ago, we developed this company in order to produce new treatments based in this knowledge. We are working with probiotics. With these probiotics, we are developing new treatments, especially for inflammatory skin diseases. And in the second part of this time, the company began to develop new biomarkers based on the human microbiota data. We are developing a new early diagnosis test. Why to apply to Scale Up? Well, the prestigious of the group that performed the Scale Up here in Valencia is known. And I think that the company, in this moment, when we applied 1 year ago, had a problem is we were a research group, but we need to improve in the business, in commercial, in marketing. In this moment, we decide to step on and go on learning in these issues. And I think that it's been marvelous what we have learned during this year.
Okay, thank you. Manuel?
Yes, thank you. It's a pleasure for me to be here, surrounded by both terrestrial and marine organisms. And well, the name of our company is actually Darwin Bioprospecting Excellence, because this is what we do, bioprospecting. So in plain words, what we do is hunting. So we are hunters. We are not hunting ducks, nor bones, or kangaroos, but we are hunting bacteria. So what we do is screening for natural environments out there, or artificial environments like this one, or semi-artificial environments like this one over there, in order to look for microorganisms that can be used in the industry. I was in the audience just before this talk, and someone said here that he knew the names of the fishes here. There's one fish called Pedro, and one shark called Maria. So the idea is, what is in the gut of Pedro, or what kind of microorganisms live on the surface, on the scales
of Maria that might have industrial applications. So in Darwin Bioprospecting Excellence, what we have is two main divisions. One, food. So we develop bacteria for fermented products for the food industry, probiotics as well, but not only human probiotics, animal probiotics, and even plant probiotics. And the second division is about energy. So what we do is bioremediation, and this is the use of microorganisms to remove pollutants from the environment. So for example, we have bacteria that can degrade plastic very well. And very shortly, the reason why we entered Scale Up, the program, is that I think that our business model is scalable by definition, but we lack the experience on how to do that. So the diversity of organisms in the biosphere is something which is a plus, because it also places you in the road of scalability, but we needed that professional support that was very successfully, I think, given by the program.
Thank you very much. Sebastián, could you please inspire us as well?
Yes, thank you. Thanks a lot. So our mission is to make the digital world accessible for people with disabilities and senior people. And so InSuite is a web accessibility platform, a software as a service, and also a set of services to provide compliance for legal and World Wide Web Consortium recommendations about digital accessibility or web accessibility, and also to provide tools for people and with disabilities and senior people to navigate through the website. All this without modifying the website, and it's a platform in the cloud. So we entered a scale-up program because we suspected there was going to be a huge growth in digital accessibility business or market and an inflection point. So we needed to think more strategically because we were very tactical in general, and we also needed funding to keep the pace up with this growth that was going to be produced in the next years. So that's why we entered the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the four of you. Well, they are the winners of their editions, and on top of the mentoring and training, they did also have access and meetings with potential investors, and their award was money. It was 5,000 euros because it's a recognition and a push. Because at last, the target, the goal of the Scale Up program is to boost startups to scale up, to grow. And this is a good push as well. So congratulations again. And now we are taking the second part of the table, which is focused on goals and challenges achieved, strategy that you have followed after your successful participation in the scale-up, how you have grown, and as well as about your tips for new scale-uppers. Since we don't have time for questions and answers, it's a good time for giving some tips for the people who would like to grow or follow your steps. So I just launched the question, which have been your challenges and goals achieved from Scale Up to now. Vicente has just finished the 4th edition, so he can mention about which goals they have achieved during the program. And if you wish to start, since you have been the last, you're the first one.
Okay, thank you. So one of the key points was access to funding. So we explored private and public funding, and finally we access to public funding from 2 entities, CEDETI and IBACE. This was about 250,000 euros that allowed us to improve the product and be able to launch a new service which provided 360 degrees compliance for the legal aspects of the business, which we thought were going to be very important, and that was the case. And so the results have been 99.5 or more renewal rate. This is very good. and also growth in annual recurrent revenue of 80% in the last year. And this is in a big part thanks to all the knowledge we were able to access during the program, and tips for people that or businesses that or startups that need to grow. I think one very important one is to focus your time really in taking the most out of the program, so listen to the experts that may give you tips, but take your own decisions, because you know the business, you know your people, and so I think this is a big point. You need to understand really what you're doing, because sometimes we can follow some trend or some tip, and you need to really understand. Also, as you grow, it's more important the strategic thinking than the tactical thinking and the tactical skills. So when you are small, you need to manage a lot of things, but when you are growing, it's more important to do the big decisions with enough wisdom, so to say. So I think it's important to read about different sources. For me, the T model, where the CEO of the company knows enough about a lot of fields related to business and to his market, and so this is the horizontal line, and the vertical line is to know a lot and to have deep knowledge about some parts of the business where you really add a lot of value, and hugely delegate all the rest, controlling, of course, the important aspects of the business. So I think this would be the most general and important tip I could provide here.
Thank you. Well, you can contribute whenever you want, and you can, if you would like to add anything to Sebastian, you're free to do it. Okay.
I think it was very, very interesting what he said, and something that I may say that can complement what you said is that, of course, these tips and this like mental structure in order to improve are crucial in your case and in others has been. So I think it's a very good example. I would like to add to that in my opinion, one key aspect, the central aspect for the success of Darwin, of course, but I think that for any company, is human resources. So there's something that very often we see in talks like that people say, in our company, the most important thing are people, and then they continue with other things. It's like they don't believe that much. For us, we are obsessed in that. So we try to get the best people possible, but the best people possible professionally, but also they have to be nice human beings as well. They have to get well integrated with the rest of the team. Something that I like very much when I'm in the lab is that when I see that they go together to have a beer, to play basketball or whatever. So this personal feature of the professional staff that you have is very, very important. And I think that is very important, and this comes to the tip part, that you have to be as kind as possible with your people. And being kind means pay them as much as you can. That, of course, at the beginning is not much. So it's not the amount of money that people can get in a startup at the beginning, of course, by definition, but at least the trends that they have to experience, that they see others experiencing, must be like that. So you cannot have a startup growing like that and salaries growing like that. There's something that is not working. So you have to make a clear link between the way you treat your staff and the way your staff is treating your company. Because if we are experiencing an exponential growth after 5 years and we are doubling turnover every year, etc., this is not because we are so smart. It's because we are a team and we are contributing to that as well. So my tip would be for CEOs or for companies that there's nothing better that you can do for your company than finding the way to align the dreams that you have in your company with the dreams of your workers. If every worker is in line with the objectives of the company, everything is going to be a spectacular success.
Thank you so much. I think this is very much aligned with the new needs of this VUCA and global scenario, in which we have to be agility learners, and we have to active listening to the people we work with, to our stakeholders, and to treat them as they wanted to be treated. This is the key question for having the good people, and that good people can stay at our organizations. Thank you so much. Vicente, which would be the main goals and challenges achieved together with your strategy and tips for the new scale-uppers?
Yeah. Well, as you said previously, Bioitas is the youngest company. Yeah. We have finished the scale-up 2 weeks ago. The challenges during the scale-up program, the most important, I think, was the learn on business. Because, you know, we are a research group in the beginning 4 years ago. And I think that during these 9 months, during the scale-up program, we have learned a lot about business, about marketing. Some specific details are important. All we have learned during the program, I think that is useful for the company. The second point, well, I agree with previous intervention. People working in Bioitas is very important. How to select people. I need people that trust what we are doing. I need people that work at least as I'm working. And I don't want to be a boss for the people. I want to be a leader that people respect you. So to do that, you should work more than other people in your company, at least in the beginning. I think it's very important, the selection of people work in the company. For me, is a clue to make the company grow. And this is what I should say to other companies that begin now in this business. I think it's very important, the selection of people. Take care who is working with you, who trusts you, because this is probably the most important point. And for the future, what I hope to do in the company, well, I think that Bioitas could be a referent trade in probiotics for health. I think here in Spain we can do that in 2-3 years and go on with our main business since the beginning, that is the license of our products. We have at the moment 5 patents with probiotics in healthcare, 2 of them with biomarkers for early diagnosis, and we began working with the license of these products to big companies all around the world. But here in Spain, Bioitas should be the reference to push our products and show to other companies all over the world that we can work and they can trust us. I think that this is the main goal for Bioitas in this moment.
So you're inspiring both inside the company and from the headquarters to your clients and stakeholders.
Yeah.
Thank you. So Joaquin, could you please tell us which are the tips that you can transmit to scale-uppers, the keys to your success and strategy for your growing up or for the scaling up and goals and challenges achieved?
Yes, to continue speaking about human resources, like my partners, I think good people, you hire good people is the key to reach the next level for the company. Because when you achieve this goal, when you start to have very good people around you, that they make you better every day, is the only way to reach new objectives and to reach next level, to be, for example, in other countries, or to have, for example, new partner or new client. For us, since we finished the first edition of Scale Up, our objective was to stay more deeply in the Spanish market, not only in local market in Valencia or around, Barcelona, Madrid, Malaga, all of these places. They have a lot of events. We're starting to work with Live Nation. It's one of the very huge promoters of the world, who has events like Download, Decode, Mad Cool. We start to work with Live Nation Barcelona, with Barcelona Beach Festival. We're starting to work with Football Club Barcelona, or EuroLeague, it's like the Champions League of basketball. For example, this year for us is very, very successful in number of tickets sold. We achieved the amount of 1 million of tickets sold in 2021 with COVID, because it's very successful for us. It's the best number for our short history. For example, in cashless, we managed this last year nearly 12 million euros in the different events. For us, the next steps will be international. We are closing deals in Croatia, Portugal, Italy, Mexico, and Chile. And this will be our next steps, 2022 or 2023. And my tips is don't be afraid of the mistakes, really, because in my self-experience, I learned more than a mistake than a success. I say a lot, I say in Spanish and I translate in English, fracasa pronto pero barato. I say in English, fail as soon as possible but cheap, because the most important is like the first thing you have to do is create an MVP, a cheap MVP, and this is the best thing to know if your services or product fit with your market. It's the best thing, it is the quickest thing, the fastest thing because you have a very good idea in your brain and your mind, and when you put it in the market, you say, hey, the market they don't like my product, my service, and this is the best thing and the fastest thing to know if your product or service fit with your market, and if you have to make some changes, little bit changes to make the second iteration or 3 or 4 to have the perfect services for falling in love with your target and the market. This is the objective of every person who has an enterprise.
Thank you. How important do you think is to think big?
Well, I think it's crucial to think big, because it is important to think small, because you have to take a look on the quality. So this is a very simple tip, but if you want to be competitive, you need to carry out things better than competitors. This is something, and this is to see it in a very small scale. But at the same time, Valencia is too narrow, Spain is too narrow, Europe is too narrow as well. So any company, any startup that wants to grow has to aim at the whole world. So I'm a very optimistic person, but I think that maybe in the past I haven't been as ambitious as I'm becoming now, because the predictions that we carried out were very optimistic in our company. But now we are in a better position than we expected. So this is something that we have to be ready for. So we are all ready to fail, because you know that in a company you can fail, but maybe you're going to get better results than you expected. And you have to be ready for that. You have to be ready to get big, and then to have the whole world as your market.
Well, I think this is very aligned with the fact that all the startups are born global, and this is very important because, well, there's a factor, which is an external factor, which is the globalization. Slower or quicker, but the fact is that the world is global, the competition is global, our consumers are global, the economy is global. So I think, and when I talk to scale-ups or to startups, I used to tell them that I used to tell you that this mentality, this born global mentality, this think big mentality is an advantage that most SMEs don't count with, because they didn't start from scratch with that mentality. So at last, when scaling up or going international, as Joaquin was mentioning, if you balance which is most important, mentality or resources, at last mentality is the most important issue, because with the proper mentality you can look for resources. If not, you think you cannot find them, because I'm sure the most challenging issue for you have been resources, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think to do this, you need to have a healthy, very capable, very able and healthy team, and also to be capable and healthy yourself. And this is very important, because to be able to think big and to transmit this to your team, you need your balance and your health. So the health and the mental balance of the C-level executive of the scale-up are very, very important. So I think we should also invest in this and be able not to be overwhelmed by all the details that we have in our businesses, and to be able to transmit this think big strategy to all the team.
Yes, it's true. When you begin to have partners in the market, it's true that everybody says, don't be scared, you're going to grow a lot of. In the beginning, you are very scared, sure, but it's necessary to grow, it's necessary to improve, it's necessary because the market is all around the world and not only here in Spain. And sure that these companies, well, you know, we are only 4 years old, but it's necessary to grow if you want to be competitive with other companies in your business.
Yeah, the only thing you have to do for be global and scale international is to hire good people, because it's impossible to know all the markets and all the products, all the services, impossible, and you have to have a very good team around you, because they make you better, and like I said before, they made you a very good scale company and a startup, and to achieve new international goals.
Well, thank you so much. Briefing your tips: think global, act local, think big, and count with human resources which can be inspired and aligned with the mission of the company. And for that, stay healthy and balanced. And I think in this so volatile and ambiguous and complex world, be balanced is a must, because, well, we face many changes every day, and that's a very good tip for scaling up, and also for aligned people with the company. Another tip is delegate. Delegate. The C-level doesn't mean to do everything, and with a scale-up is more important. And keep learning. Keep learning. You've been mentioning the importance of the scale-up program when you learned a lot. It was like a mini MBA or an MBA. And you have to keep learning. All of us have to keep learning. We have to be agility learners. Sebastian was mentioning reading and learning, and not only about our specific professional issues, but almost about everything. Because when we are agility learners, we can learn from everyone and from everything. Any other thing to contribute, to add? No? Well, so thank you very much for telling about your stories, for inspiring us, and for challenging people to follow your path. Vicente has just mentioned his company started just 4 years ago, and they are already growing internationally. So congratulations to all of you. That's why you have been awarded with a winner of a Scale Up, and we continue working on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and appreciate your timing very much. So thank you, Raquel. That was like 45 minutes, but when there's a big panel, the time always goes very quickly. So as I said before, my expertise is in scaling up, both as an entrepreneur and also as a professor. So it's very interesting. Like, anyone can start a business. The question is, can you scale it? Like, starting a business is like joining a gym. You know, it's no real deal. The question is, can you scale it? But anyway, if you could ask you guys to leave the stage, please, because I'm actually going to moderate the next panel, which is going to be incredible. So if you want to stay around, you should listen to that. So Fran, if you'd like to come out, please. Send out the next victim, as they say in all the best movies. So we just wait for everyone to go in. He's all microphoned up and everything like that, so he should be okay. So maybe I'll do some like furniture removal while I'm waiting and something like that, so that the light is shining into our faces. Okay, there you go. And we have 10 minutes to talk. Hello, Fran. Is he there? Yes, he was there. Fantastic. Okay. Right then, Fran, sit down there and let's have a chat. We have 10 minutes. Anything you'd like to say before the grilling begins?
No, everything is...
Right, so convince me that blockchain is not just a waste of time.
No, there's a lot of hype. So, did you say who I am?
No.
Okay, so I'm Fran, I'm the CEO at Internext.
They know that already. Convince me blockchain is not a waste of time.
So with regards to blockchain, there's a lot of hype. There's 99% of the stuff happening in the blockchain space is very hyped up. Doesn't make sense.
Okay.
So we're trying to tackle those things that do make sense under our opinion.
But blockchain is just a slow database, right?
For many things, yeah. For many things, it doesn't make sense at all, and for some things it does, and that's what we're trying to do at Internext. We're trying to use blockchain in a way that makes sense and people can benefit.
What were your learnings from when you started to work with blockchain versus what you work with now? I mean, I have some internet company, or well, crypto companies as well. I have some familiarity in this area. The first time you start to work with it, you learn a lot. So talk to me about the things you've been learning.
So basically, at the very beginning, we thought that blockchain could be used for many things here at Internext. Right now, for instance, what we're doing at Internext, we're offering distributed cloud storage. So basically, a decentralized version of Dropbox, Google Drive, and so forth. So for that, we think the blockchain can be very useful. But one thing that I've learned from the blockchain space is that there's a lot of hype, just like in the .com bubble back in the days, and that's one of the things we've learned.
Yeah, but so if blockchain is the right solution for Dropbox, for Internext, why aren't Dropbox using it?
Many companies are already embracing it. There's a lot of money being invested in this space. There's companies like IPFS, Filecoin, and Storj that are building stuff similar to ours. Yeah. And there's an increasing number of big tech companies or big corporations that are embracing blockchain in ways that do make sense. But
are they embracing it, Fran, or are they just using it like in a kind of an experimental way just in case it becomes big? I mean, talk to me about companies who have made bets on the blockchain.
No, I mean, you're right. I mean, for 99% of the cases, blockchain is literally just pure hype. So companies like Nike or Adidas and stuff like that, they're literally just using it to build hype around the company and doing these NFT stuff and stuff. So most of it probably won't go anywhere. So it's hard to find companies that are actually doing useful stuff in the space, I would say.
So what about your generation? You're about half my age. In fact, you're less than half my age. Maybe because you look older and I look younger. But anyway, the interesting question is: are your generation embracing blockchain, or is it sort of something? I mean, how does your generation feel about blockchain in general?
I think that in many ways blockchain is used wrongly. People my age are using it just to make quick money or to invest in cryptocurrencies, and that that very often doesn't make sense either. They're just betting in stuff that probably won't go anywhere long term. So it's literally just like the casino of my age. Many people are just literally using it for that, sadly.
Yeah. And also a generational question. It's only 3 minutes gone. We've covered a lot in 3 minutes. Maybe the blockchain is slow, but I'm not slow. The interesting question also about your generational is that your business is based on the premise that companies will go in a privacy direction, a privacy-first kind of direction, as opposed to companies like Google and Dropbox that we've mentioned. But I mean, really, all of Silicon Valley. I mean, very little of Silicon Valley is actually based on a privacy-first basis. So, I mean, convince me that privacy is a concern for people either of your generation or for anyone. Convince me privacy is a concern.
We're progressively using more and more of the people are switching more and more to internet services such as cloud or social networks and stuff like that, and that has basically caused a lot of pain for privacy, and there's a lot of data leaks in companies selling data all over the internet, such as Facebook, Amazon, and all these companies. I'm pretty sure. I mean, we're seeing an increased focus by many of these companies. Apple, they're embracing privacy very well as well.
But not really, Fran.
Not really.
Yeah.
But
you can be. absolutely sure, and I've been in the rooms myself, that when the key decisions are being made, there is no privacy officer.
No, for sure.
Like most people's attitude is, if there's a leak, I'll just get another job in another company. That's I actually. Here we go. Plug. I wrote my master's in information security. Anyway, that was a long time ago. But that's the problem with privacy. Like that, if you sort of you can go in one direction unless you build it from the beginning. Then you sort of, it's like a leaky bucket,
And that's exactly how we differentiate from Apple and all these corporations. So we are embracing privacy here at Internext. We're creating internet services that respect the user, respect privacy, and that's how we built Internext from the ground up.
Yeah, but how do you pay for that then? I mean, are you going to charge a lot?
No, so we've got a subscription business model. So people, so unlike Google or many of these companies, Facebook, where the product is usually the user, here at Internext, the product is the product itself. So people literally just pay for our service just like they would pay for anything else, and then that's it. We don't sell their data. So our first service, Internext Drive, for those who don't know, it's as I said, a cloud storage service, and you just pay subscription for that, and we guarantee that we can't access your data. We don't have the key to access your data, nor do hackers.
Right. So I'm a smart guy coming out of college with a master's in computer security or something. Convince me to work for you rather than to work for Google.
I mean, it really depends on your interests and your ambition, but right now we are hiring a lot of really, really talented people, so we are actually building a really strong team. We're hiring people from ProtonMail. They're a direct competitor to ours, but they're way, way bigger, so they're coming to Internext. We're hiring people from CERN, CERN,
the lab thing that goes around and round and finds quarks and something.
Where the particle accelerator is. So we're hiring people from there as well. So the reason why people come to Internext is because they see that the company is growing. We are an innovation-first company. They want to build a career. They want to grow. And if you go to Google, although it's also a great choice, you're going to just get stuck
you
there.
don't have to say that.
No, but
you really don't.
No, but I mean, it's a cool company.
You're too nice, Fran. Like Google are Death Star.
Yeah.
Say it with me. Google are the Death Star.
Yeah, they are Death Star. But
easier than I expected. Anyway,
no,
go on.
But truth be said, people that do come to Internext is because they believe in our values and they want to build a strong career long term, and they do think that we can become the next big thing, and that's why they're with us.
Okay, and then what about funding? I mean, how are you going to handle that? Are you going to raise money, or are you going to build it slowly based on subscription, or are you going to, like, if Juan Rech or someone turns up with a big checkbook, and what are you going to do?
No, so this year alone we've grown more than 1,000% year over year in terms of revenue and user base. So we're sustainable from a financial point of view. And we're growing fast. This month alone, we're generating 100,000 euros in monthly revenues. And we expect to keep a similar growth rate throughout next year. As I said, we have enough money ourselves right now to keep that growth. But we don't, we'll see whether we'll do another investment round or not. We did do a round a year ago where we got Angels Capital, Juan Roch from here, Valencia, Esada University, and the Venture City from Miami. They're part of the company. But for now, we're growing fast, so we're good.
Yeah, and what do you think your skills are, Fran? Okay, you can't do everything. Are you a good programmer? Are you a good people person? Are you a good salesman? Are you, like, what are your skills? What are you good at?
I think I'm good at, I'm a bit good at everything, or however you want to say it.
No, that's the wrong answer. You have to be good at something. Come on.
I don't know. I mean, I'm slightly good at a lot of things.
You know what you're not good at? Saying what you're good at. That's what you're not good at. Now, you got to get better with me saying, are you in the top 10 best programmers of the world or something? No. Okay,
no.
Top 20? No. Okay.
No.
Come
Top
on,
30 maybe.
You have to be good at something.
No, I am good at programming. So I started coding like 8 years ago or so. I started working at a cloud company called Hostinger. I worked at programming and coding there as well.
And that's absolutely not normal. Like, people who start programming at 14 is absolutely not normal. So you must be good at it.
No, I am good at it. But as I said,
well, you got there as well. God, this is like court of law or something. Like
No, I am good at programming.
The truth. Yeah.
I am good at programming. I'm good at also handling people and seeing how to get the best out of our employees and leading our company as well. So, but I do think that good leaders, they need to know a bit about everything. That's what I was trying to say. So that's my view.
It's very hard to do that. Like, it's really hard.
It is hard.
Yeah, and
life
it's
is hard, so...
Yeah, well, life actually isn't hard. My life isn't hard. I have a great life.
Mine is.
Yeah. Well, when you get to my age, don't worry, you'll work out that all that stuff you stressed about actually isn't really important. And actually working really hard on a problem, I'll start to turn like advice thing. But it's really important to be able to identify the one thing and be really good at it. It's almost the single distinguishing factor among successful people. I have to be able to say, that's Fran, that's the X guy, you know? And that's sort of like, because if you're like, that's the thing that differentiates you. And that's, if you really want to compete, the nature of your business means that you will either be wildly successful or nowhere. There's nothing in the middle. Like either people will embrace privacy from the beginning and you know, go away in the other direction and you'll exponentially scale, or you'll be nowhere, because there's no space for a kind of a niche sort of thing, unless you're like, you know, doing...
Yeah, there's no middle ground.
Yeah, there's no middle ground. So you have to be a bit like, you know, you have to be a bit, you know, a small bit more like, you know, where, you know, I say things like, an hour in my company, there's nobody in the world that wouldn't benefit from spending an hour in my company.
Yeah.
You know, there you go. Yeah, that one's for free. Okay, anyway, time's up. It's been really quickly, and, you know, love to continue to chat more. And, you know, congratulations. And remember that the average age of a successful company founder is...
I don't know.
45. So you got loads of time. Okay, thank you very much, guys. Thank you. Okay, cheers. Okay, so I'll continue to moderate. You can see why they don't let me moderate very much, can't you? Okay, so the next panel are David and Danielle and Beatrice. If they are ready, that would be cool. Usually I'm inside the green room speaking to them before they come. But not this time. And they're going to talk about food, which I guess is appropriate because it's just after having eaten. Although I didn't really get anything to eat because I was moderating. Okay, so we're seeing some signs of light. Beatrice, yes? Very good.
Hello.
And you are?
Daniel.
David, great. Sorry we didn't meet, but I was out here working.
Yeah.
It was sort of kind of being kind of rude. Is there just two of you, or is there another guy coming as well?
Just the two of us.
Oh, that's perfectly fine. Okay, it just says on my, you know, my information that there's whatever. Okay, you can take off your masks. There's no problem there. Totally up to you, unless you have a reason to keep them on. So we're going to talk about food, and my, oh my, is there a lot of stuff going on in the food ecosystem. Everything from meat replacement to dairy replacement and stuff like that. So this will be a really interesting topic. Okay, so we will have 20 minutes with Beatrice and with Danielle. Big round of applause, please. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello. Yes, so we are going to be talking about food, which is an exciting topic, I think, for all of us. So in this case, we're going to be discussing how can we use food for good. So how will the startups revolutionize and transform the way we are producing, consuming food? And in this case, I'm delighted to have with me Dani Ramon to discuss this topic from a very specific perspective, from the perspective of food waste, which is one of the most problematic, but also one of the largest opportunities for our sector. So let me welcome Dani Ramon from Appeal, one of the most active and amazing startups operating in this sector. So to kick off the conversation, I would like to share with you some numbers, a number that is very scary for all of us. 1/3 of all the food we produce is wasted. And this number really tells us we really have to reflect on how we are doing things. And even some numbers tell us that it's even higher, so even 40% of what we produce goes to the garbage. So what can we do about all of this? So one of the startups, as I said, Appeal, is working hard to reduce this number. And I would like Dani to share with all of you what are they doing about this huge challenge.
Sure. Well, hi everyone. First of all, I'd like to say that being a local is so nice to be in such an environment, and nice to see also common faces here in the audience. So this is a huge problem, as you were mentioning, Bea. And at Appeal, we like to say that we are mainly using food to preserve food. Mainly what we are doing is giving and providing more time to food so that we can reduce food waste. And how do we do that? So we have been able to extract specific food molecules from fruits and vegetables that have been gone through waste and create a formulation that then we apply again to fruits and veggies. So it's an edible plant-based coating. The good thing is that depending on the crop that we apply this solution, we've seen that we are doubling, tripling, or even extending shelf life plus 4 times. And this is amazing. But we are trying to go above and beyond that, and we are living in a world where products are not enough. So we have to deal with technology to leverage all those capabilities that we are finally applying with this product. In this specific case, we had a challenge that was extremely interesting, that was a simple question, which is, okay, now we can see what's going on outside the fruit. What about inside the fruit? So we have created this amazing technology, which is hyperspectral imaging technology, so that we can see attributes and characteristics that with your naked eye, you are not able to see. And just to provide an example, with this technology, we are able to think of 50 avocados going through the fruit line. We are able to exactly detect how long they will last, so that we can separate them, putting them in different lots, and sending to the retailers, and informing consumers on how long this will last.
Yeah, so what you are explaining sounds maybe complex for people outside the industry, but I think that what really brings value is that it's not very different to traditional processes. It's like the wax many of you might have seen that make apples look like the one Snow White would eat, very shiny, but this is not at all sustainable and not healthy either. So what Appeal is developing is a solution that is much better for the planet and for people. And as Danny was saying, they are developing this this process, this product to improve it much more. And they have gained attraction from many international and interesting figures. You were telling me about the investors behind the company, and it's one of those unicorns. Some of you working in the startup sector might know what this means, but what it really means for me is that there's a lot of hard work going behind the doors and really bringing in some unprecedented value. So congrats for that. And what I would really like to pin on now is about how can we bring more awareness to the general public. So as you said, retailers and food companies, they are already introducing this solution, but how can also the general public become more and more aware about the urgency of this topic?
Yes, this is a really good question. And actually, I like to share something with you that is fundamental to understand how can we raise awareness, which is, if you think on the supply chain, I mean, we all agree that we have a huge problem. This is crystal clear. However, we see a lot of inequalities. It will be fantastic, taking for granted that we have a problem, that everything might be concentrated in one specific part of the supply chain, either at the origin, at the end. But we don't see that. So if you think, for instance, in developing countries, they lack infrastructure. So the majority of the food waste is actually created at the very beginning of the supply chain. Whereas in this part of the world, like European Union, North America, it happens the opposite. So we are wasting food at the very end. All of us feel guilty as consumers, and retailers as well, right? So we have to create awareness through the whole supply chain. This might seem pretty obvious and common sense, but we really have to do that. And there are many different alternatives. But I want to be, well, I came here optimistic, so although we have a huge problem, and good news is that not just with Appeal, so we're seeing that in the industry as a whole, we see that a lot of stakeholders within the whole value chain, they are embracing these new ideas. So we have that sense of urgency, as you were mentioning, and they are super keen on taking those innovative ideas and trying to be what I like to call food waste warriors. So yeah, simple answer.
Yeah, you mentioned the developing world, the developing countries that are now starting to kick off their economies. So how can we ask these countries to now shift their behaviors and introduce more sustainable practices? It's going to be a hard task.
It's going to be a hard task, especially, as I said before, due to the all inequalities that we have. And the main problem with these countries or these areas of the world is cold chain, right? They have, as I said just a few minutes ago, they have either limited or unreliable food systems, especially when referring to cold chain. There are too many implications here. First of all, they have less income opportunities, and therefore they have less ability to trade. So we might start incentivizing them by providing them / finding alternatives to new trade lanes, meaning better logistic scenarios, and making them access or providing them with access to higher value markets. It's going to be a hard task, but as I said before, I'm optimistic, and I think that we can achieve it for sure.
Definitely, and in this work process, I believe retailers are also going to have an essential role in communicating all of this message to the end consumer. So I know you work closely with that agent, that stakeholder. How do you think their role can make a difference?
Yeah, so the role of retailers is key, and the reason why is mainly because they are actually the last piece in the value chain before consumers, right? So they have a huge opportunity to educate and disseminate. And things are working with them from a food waste standpoint. So just to share with you guys some figures from Appeal. Since 2019, we've been able to reduce plus 50% of food waste at the retail level. And that means around 42 million pieces of fruit. That translates into around 10 million tons of greenhouse gas emissions and 4.7 billion of liters of water. But there's even more, which is, and we all have experienced that, because of COVID, online shopping has boomed, right? So all of us, and I include myself, we're making our grocery online. So if you think on that, you are able to spend time in front of your computer reading any kind of message that the retailers might provide to you. And that applies, obviously, to sustainability / food waste related messages. So they have a huge opportunity in that sense.
Yeah, it sounds like the retailer, the food industry, the consumer is already activated and aware about this big challenge and the fact that we need to shift the way we are doing things. But sometimes laws take a bit longer to adapt to the scenarios. So I was wondering what you think we would need from a political standpoint to really shift this at the speed we really need to.
So our answer will be regulations. I always like to use the analogy of mental health that is trendy, thanks God, nowadays. So we've seen that after politicians, and I will be super clear here, finally decided to disseminate on that, all of a sudden, people were not afraid anymore of saying that they had depression and so on and so forth. I think the same will happen, obviously, with some differences with food waste. And that happened actually with climate change. We need our politicians to, A, disseminate on that, communicating to the population that this is a key topic, and secondly, regulating. Good news, again, is that if you think on the COP26, just happened a couple of months ago in Edinburgh, in Scotland, food waste was actually one of the main topics. And yeah, I think that they have that duty, and I'm pretty sure that this will happen. And the good thing about the regulations is that although, as I said before, more and more stakeholders within the value chain are aware that they, us, have to change things in food waste, with strict regulation, they will have to do that, right?
Exactly. So many companies, even if it wasn't in their plans, they will have to include sustainability and circularity to their processes. So just to summarize the food chain and all the waste that goes in each one of those parts, can you do that for the public? So where is food wasted along the food chain? And what's more important, how can we revalue and reduce the amount we are wasting?
Yeah, so as mentioned before, food waste is everywhere, unfortunately. But let me share with you, there's a figure that is dramatic, which is the economic implications, the economic cost of food waste through the whole value chain. Is 2.6, not million, not billion, but $1 trillion. So the funny thing is that if you think about it, even it's a little bit conceptual, food waste is an invisible tax. And we, all of us, we are part of it, as we are paying a small fraction of it, right? So the key challenge, as I said at the very beginning, is to provide more time. So if we are able to provide more time with solutions like Appeal, but others, we will be able to reduce food loss index, food waste index, and somehow pay back that tax.
And there's also like an invisible cost related to food waste we were mentioning before. That is, we are not only throwing away the apple to the garbage, but also all the resources that were put to grow that apple. So the water, the fertilizers, the land, the distribution, the logistics, and so on. So it's really crazy what we're doing, and also from an economical standpoint, it doesn't make sense either. So I think that brings us hope, because it's not only going to be the conscious companies who are going to make a shift, but all of them, if they don't want to lose in the market. So just as we are coming to our closing of our conversation, I would like to take a step back and speak about the other challenges and opportunities around our food system. So what is the future of food you would like to see in general terms?
Well, this is a really good question. That will be like the $1 million question. So the future that I envision, or that I would like to see in the food industry, will be a more participating food system. Because good food should not be a privilege, should be a right. And I think that we forgot that basic thing most of the times. And that means everyone to have access to healthy food, sustainable food, and not forget something that you were mentioning just a few seconds ago, which is when you take an apple and you eat it, there's a lot of stuff going on, right, before that. And that entails labor costs, growers of mangoes in Kenya, as an example, to be paid decently. That means those countries having reliable infrastructures. That means offer of different products, and so on and so forth. And again, I like the distinction, and we were discussing that before, of good and bad food. It's not about the food, it's about the good food.
Exactly. It has to be nutrient dense, it has to be sustainable, in harmony with the planet, and this does not have to be a niche anymore. It's not only the developed countries who will have access to this food, and I think for that purpose technology can really help scale things up and bring that broad access to the market. So it's been a splendid discussion with you today. You know, you and me are crazy passionate about the food sector as a whole, and I believe it's the most impactful one in the planet, in people, in our economy, our culture. So we could continue speaking about this for hours, but I think it's not the case today. So we'll wrap this up for now, but it was an honor to speak with you today. Thanks, Daniel.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you guys. You had 1:20 of unused time, but that goes with sustainable vibes in general. Okay, so no worry, I have no more questions. I'm not going to do anything.
Can we leave? Yeah.
Yeah, you can leave. You can.
You can ask any question. Were you listening closely?
I know.
No?
That's the thing about the green room, you know. Like once the person is out on the stage, we're just on to the next person. You know, it's like a very transactional. It's like when you finish a carton of milk, you just throw it in the bin, you know, and you go on to the next carton. Sadly. Anyway, right, so I think we have one more panel before all the VIPs and politicians and award ceremonies and God knows what comes along. But rather interestingly enough, we have a chef who I met at a party yesterday, and I didn't realize he was a chef, and it was only later I found out, because there was so many interesting questions I would have had for him. You know, chefs are like the new artists of our era. You know, they're just always interesting people. They're not just rustling up food, but their creativity and stuff like that makes them. I've watched far too many, you know, documentaries on Netflix about chefs. I like to watch this is a really odd thing, you know, bluefish tuna. Once you watch one Japanese chef slice up a bluefish tuna, I mean, it's just, next thing you've watched 50, you know, it's just an incredible, the artistry of it and everything. I hope someday that someone doesn't look at my YouTube records and like he's like obsessed by watching people cut up bluefish tuna. But anyway, it's a really interesting kind of a thing. So yeah, in case you are worried, we're trying to find begonia, which is sort of why I'm talking about bluefish tuna live on stage. But anyway, maybe she shall appear. Danny is definitely there. Okay, I'm getting signals. Juan Luis is in there as well. Yeah, let's walk over there and see what happens. Anything from Begonia, no? Has she shown up? Okay, not yet. Oh my God. He's like, now he says I'll call her on her mobile. Like, imagine having her mobile and not calling her until now. It's like, you know, as if you wave your hands and have something that will happen. Okay, so what are we really going to talk about? We're going to talk about, I don't know how many of you were here earlier on, but we learned from a guy who, I don't know whether he was making this up or not, maybe he was, but he actually claimed that he used to be the guy who fed these fish, okay? And he used to tell us that they all have individual names, like the shark has a name, and the shark's name is Maria, which I thought was an interesting name for a shark. You know, the Irish Navy, which of such a thing does exist, we used to call all our battleships after like girls' names. So we had like the Aoife and the Ethna and all that kind of stuff. And it was a sort of very, you know, the British Navy always called their ships after, you know, Invincible and Destroyer and stuff like that. But we found it much more scary to call them girls' names. I don't know whether that joke translates or not, but in Ireland it's absolutely hilarious. The best jokes are the ones that are not funny. Anyway, but he told us, yeah, that they have a name, like the fishes have I forget it, was it Paco or something? Maybe someone was able to tell me. But they all have names and they're all, you know, they would feed them and that kind of thing. How are we doing on the old Begonia? Oh, well, Danny, you can come out because we can have a chat while we're waiting for Begonia, because let's face it, if she doesn't show, I become Begonia, unless one of those two things will happen. And Juan Luis, are you going to take over? Are you going to become Begonia?
Yes. I just called Begonia. She's coming. She will come in 5 minutes, so we can start.
That's not good to us. Okay, once we start, we're not pulling you. Okay.
Yeah.
So, right. So, do you guys want to start?
Yeah, we will start.
Okay, fantastic. Okay.
Should we sit, Danny?
Juan Luis and also Danny, big round of applause. And Begonia may or may show later. Thank you.
I will put here. So, thank you, everyone. As I told Joe, Begonia has a restaurant. I think she was ending the service today and will come a bit later. It's for me a great pleasure to have today Danny with us, Danny and Begonia. Danny Jedot, for most of you that may not know him, he's the chef of a restaurant called Chiquet. You can tell us later why the name Chiquet, but Chiquet for the non-Valencian ones is a small child, or we say a small boy, or that he opened in Washington, D.C. in 2020, March 2020, right, Danny?
Correct, March 2020.
He opened it in March, and tell us what happened after that.
So I did renovations in July 2019, and it took us 9 months to open, and we finished renovations in around February, and we were preparing everything to be open, and so everything was working out well. We're filling up reservations the first week, and then all of a sudden things started changing really fast. We're getting as much new reservations as we were cancellations because of COVID. And then a very short time after, the restaurant industry shut down in Washington and throughout most places in the world as well. And that was one of the first things that happened to us when we opened.
So it was one week open, or for 1 week, or when you close?
Yeah, we were open for about a week and a half.
A week and a half.
Yeah, before we had to close to the public.
And then tell us about the Michelin star, because he got a Michelin star really close to opening a restaurant. That's not usual as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, getting a Michelin star is very challenging on its own. To get it your first year is even more challenging. And to do it in a year in a pandemic seems highly improbable.
It's like a miracle.
So it's quite interesting how things developed. For those people that may know Washington, D.C. or have heard of it, well, it's the capital of the United States. It's an international city. So, we have other restaurants there that have had great success. And the part of the challenge that I had was that people really didn't know Chiquette. So, and I wasn't really well known at that time. And so what are other restaurants that already had their stars or had their reputation, they were able to quickly go to a to-go format, or they were very able to go to a, like if they had a fine dining concept, they were able to sell sandwiches, to make money. And for me, it was, part of what I wanted to accomplish was to make sure I stayed on brand. And therefore, when the indoor dining opened up in June last year, I thought to myself, I had to stick to what the purpose of Chiquette was, which was, fine dining, Valencian cuisine. And so it was harder. If looking back, I would have maybe lost less money during the pandemic now, no disrespect to sandwiches, but if I changed concept to make the economics work better at that time. But also one of the things besides doing to-go, which here I'm sure everybody knows is takeaway food. Over there in the United States, we just call it food to go. I did paella classes via Zoom, and that became its own business within itself, something that really took off. I did like 8 classes in May last year, and then I just kept doing like a class every week, and I made it a business. It was not just a class. The people like came to the restaurant, bought ingredients, and like if they were a household of 4 people, they got enough ingredients for 4 people. They got wine, they got dessert from us, and so that became a real business. So much so that then companies started hiring us to entertain their employees. And so all of a sudden I was doing paella classes for 50 families, 100 families, 150 families. And we're talking about an operation that took a week just to put together. All the packaging, 400 grams of rice, saffron, broth, seafood. It was quite a production of doing these classes to go, and then we would also deliver it ourselves, or sometimes they would come to the restaurant, sometimes we would deliver it at their house. So it became quite a business, and surprisingly. And even today, with the restaurant, I still have guests that come into my restaurant that say, I took a paella class with you last year in September.
Really?
And so it was interesting because I stuck on brand, and I made it happen in a different way. I made money that way. The indoor dining, I kept true. And even during the pandemic, I think personally we're about like a couple years ahead of ourselves in terms of where we thought we were going to be. And so we took really the pandemic as an opportunity to develop faster. And so in the beginning, we were a la carte and also offering a gastronomic menu of 7 and 10 courses. And now we're just offer 14 courses, no a la carte. So based on demand and also just what the restaurant was really meant to do from an operational standpoint. So it's interesting, we see this pandemic as an awful thing, and it has been an awful thing, but at the same time, we did what we had to do, and now we're, you know, a company, a restaurant that generates quite a bit of revenue.
Cool. Looks like a nice challenge to do paella lessons in the US. And the logistics, I mean, it's easy to get all the ingredients if you want to do paella and not rice with things.
Sure. I mean, now it's not an issue in terms of ingredients for paella. You know, some of the other challenges are just supply chains being broken down.
Yeah.
Whenever we create a dish, you know, it takes maybe weeks to create a new dish on our tasting menu. And it's not just creating the dish. Now you have to, like, you know, find the plate that best fits that dish. And I remember once it took 3 months to get the right plate into our restaurant. So it's the supply chains across the board, whether it's plates or food, or we import the red prawn of Denia. We import from here in the Valencia area. We import espardeña, what is called sea cucumber. We import from here. So we import direct products from Spain, you know, to the United States. So the supply chains overall are extremely challenging.
You think we need to thank you because we will start to see real paellas on Instagram and not these things with chorizo and all that stuff? Or
I think it's interesting because in the beginning, I really thought that we were trying to make the best rice dishes, the best dishes in general, and when it comes to representing Valencian gastronomy.
Yeah.
But then after a while, I think after we received our star, I saw a new challenge, which was more of being a little bit more modern Spain. So from that aspect, now we're looking at more creative rice dishes, as well as other aspects that are a more modern take of Valencian gastronomy using world ingredients.
Thank you, Danny. So I will present Begoña. Begoña is the heart behind La Salita. Some of you may have visited her. 1 Michelin star, as well as Danny, and a few other projects, right? And I am a big fan of all her restaurants. Hope to visit you soon. And Begoña, first of all, congratulations for renewing the Michelin star 2 days ago, right? Please, a big applause. We hope Danny will renew his Michelin, or maybe got a second one. Yeah? Let's see. Maybe for next year we will have a 2-star Michelin star.
Our guy comes out in April.
And Begoña as well. So the title of this panel is The Good Restaurant. You recently announced that you will have 2 different teams working on your house, and to have the people working max 4 days a week, especially because you wanted also to spend more time with your family, with your son. To be able to improve the work balance that I don't think restauration or restaurant business has the best work-life balance of all kind of business. So, and I think you are one of the first chefs to announce that. Do you think this could become a trend in the near future, and more people will do that? What was the reactions to your announcement?
Well, first of all, sorry, because I didn't have time to change myself. I was quite busy with the Christmas time. But I hope so. I hope it's people doing exactly the same or looking for some chance to change everything. Because it's not just, this doesn't want to mean, okay, we're going to change and we're going to work now 4 days in a row. This is going to mean it's our profession is going to be more professional.
Yeah.
This is something that we never did. And it's a change for everything. We have to change how we work, the time we work. We need our own lives, because if you have your own life, in the end, you are moving just like these fishes, just around. And in the end, you see nothing. Yeah. But you don't have too much chances to change it. You know, it's in the beginning you are totally explosive and you are running. But right one moment that you are seeing all the people around you, it's tired. And it's too tired to think and to move and to be improvement all the time. It's difficult. And then for me, well, I have an already special space, and then I can do it to work 7 days in a row, and I can do people working like 8 service or 3.5 days or 4 days, depends of the business. And we did a co-working. Yeah. This is something that I think in 10 years will be really normal, to have an already special place, and then you think, why I have to stop this place for 2-3 days if I can make money in this place? And then I can have 2 teams, and these people, can work just 4 days in a row. But for myself also, I want to stop and to do something else. I feel like a few years ago I was far more interested than I am on this moment, because I'm too tired, and I cannot arrange everything that I want. And for example, to travel is something that I cannot do too much often. I travel a lot, but just for work.
Yeah. Cool. Danny, what do you think about this? Because remote work, and we have here a lot of entrepreneurs, tech entrepreneurs. It's much easier in a tech company than in a restaurant. I don't think you can have any remote employee.
No, it doesn't really work that way.
Yeah, I know. So do you think improving work-life balance in your business will become a trend? Doing something similar as Begoña is doing in
I think when it comes down to work-life balance, is about finding... It doesn't... Oh, now it works. I think when it comes to finding a work-life balance, it's just finding what works best for your restaurant. I know in the Valencia community, it has a lot of seasonalities when it comes down to what are good times to open and to close and things like that. In the United States, we have our own seasonality. So we try to take advantage, the philosophy of our company is to have more of a work-life balance. And we have Sundays and Mondays off. We work 5 days a week. Over there, the dinner is more important. So we only open 1 day for lunch, which is Saturday. Okay. So that's a little bit of our schedule. And we want, like, once a quarter to have 1 week off, whether that works out perfectly or not. Yeah. This last year, we took 2 weeks off in August, which we did. We focused on a little bit of research and development. We changed a little bit in terms of our expansion of our menu and concept. And then we also, took that time because we worked without really having a day off because of COVID and the pandemic for over 2 years. Or when your business is on survival mode, you have to do whatever it has to do to survive. But then you start taking the opportunities to find little holes here and there to kind of give everybody a little bit more of a balance.
Thank you. So Begoña, we are in a technology event. How do you think technology can help your business, or maybe has helped already during the pandemic, or how do you think it may affect in the near future?
Well, I think on these days it's absolutely necessary to have somebody that is taking care of this. Because, you have, in social media, you have enough followers, and your followers are the good ones, not like you pay for them. Or it's, for example, for myself, I have people that is following me because I was in the television, and another people that is following me because I'm a cook, and they are like a cook lovers or something like that, or food lovers. But you have to focus yourself and to be intelligent in this point. It's far more people that watch television than food lovers, but everybody needs to eat. And then you have to put your social media on the way that all of them can be interested on the things that you are talking about. But we really need it. It's like, it's not just the social media, it's about how you take your how you say, comandas in English? Orders. The orders, when you take the orders in the restaurant, or how you make or the schedules, or how you do all the stocks for everything. We have everything is under technology, because and I'm really excited about the meet, the new thing from Facebook is because I think for cooks to have like a cooking in your house, more or less, is going to be a really exciting experience. I don't know if I'm really pro of technology all the time.
Yeah. Danny, what kind of technologies have helped, if any, during the pandemic? You told us about Zoom being one of the tools you use to do these cooking lessons, these paella lessons, and.
So yes, Zoom as a company really helped me reach hundreds of people to do paella classes with. But also, it was interesting because our reservation system is called Talk, exploretalk.com, and they really listened to us once. And I was one of the people that was always thinking ahead, like, here's Mother's Day, here's Father's Day, and so when we were stuck in a to-go format in terms of food takeaway, it was necessary sometimes to like have everything planned out, so Talk transformed from just to have a reservation system for your bookings, for your tables, to also doing to-go orders. And so once it came down to like doing paella classes, I needed, once I launched that, I needed classes to be like, this is Valencian paella class on this day, this is Alicante Valencian paella this day, or this is Black Ink rice paella on that day. So like whatever classes, I wanted to make sure that people were able to see that far in advance. And once it became, and since they were really launching with them, I was really able to work hand in hand with the people up high within the Talk company to really promote and help promote, our businesses across the board. So technology, I think, was fundamental for our industry in the States, from a to-go, takeaway food aspect, as well as for doing classes.
Yeah, thank you. So I got two questions in Twitter. One is about the no-shows. One chef asked me to ask you, but that's one of the biggest problems of your business are the no-shows. And more and more restaurants are starting to ask for some deposits, as you are doing in your restaurant. I don't know if you are asking for a deposit when they.
Yeah, in the restaurant we ask for the credit card, and it's been a drama almost all the time because people doesn't understand, and we just ask for a credit card if in the way that you don't come and you don't advise and you don't do a lot of things.
But you just get the credit card for.
We just when they.
But you don't charge anything at the beginning.
No, we don't charge. But first of all, we don't do reservations by phone. If somebody want to make a reservation in my restaurants, he have to do it by the website because it's always a lot of mistakes. And in one point, I always can say, you did it, I didn't do, because it's a lot of time. No, I call and somebody say me, and it's, in my restaurant it's not possible.
So you have only one place where you can book, and no.
You have to confirm or reconfirm. And sometimes I hear somebody saying, yeah, it's a little bit heavy to do a reservation. It's okay, but we need it because I have 25 people to serve 32 people.
Yeah.
Then in one point, it's like, if you don't come, I have one table free, then could be used for somebody else. If you go, in the restaurants happen a lot of things. It's like, okay, you go to the theater, and you just pay for the ticket, and you don't go, and nobody bring you back the money. But also, you go to the theater, and you don't like the show, you never say, I want my money back. Or you don't go to the actor, and you say, I didn't like your show, I want. Always
you can complain on Twitter or Instagram, wherever.
Yeah, but not too much. Not in the, but in the restaurant, we always feel like we have to serve something for free, or we have to invite something, or wherever. And it's really stupid in the way that we are doing something because we want to do it properly, and we are ready to make satisfy all the people that is coming to the restaurant. And if we don't reach it, it's like we get frustrated for that. But we have to get payment for the things that we are doing because we did the job, the people who was working there, and everything was ready for our show.
Yeah.
And then the people have to pay for that. And if we ask for if somebody called me now because of the pandemic 2 hours earlier, then they have to come to the restaurant, I never charge the money. But it's sometimes that you have some people and it's calling 4 or 5 restaurants, they wake up in the morning, oh, where we go today? Yeah. Oh, this one. And the other one, somebody called to say, okay, we don't gonna go. Then I charge 70 euros per person. And I think it's fair because this is my business also. And the bills are not coming and going up for free. Yeah. I have to pay all of them. And then I think this is something that everybody have to be agree. Yeah. And now I'm just asking for the credit card. But in the future, I think I'm going to ask for a deposit also. Because it's the only way that the people get really into the thing is when you ask for the money.
When you already paid. And I think in the US it's more common to ask for a deposit. They are more used here. Here, if you ask for a credit card, I am sure most people will leave the
Yeah,
reservation. What do you think about that, Danny? You started asking for a deposit from the very beginning, $50, right?
Yes, from the beginning. I think just like Begoña here, the important thing is that we're not just restaurants, we're selling experiences. And so therefore it's important for people to treat it with the same level of respect, as going to a concert or as going to any other sporting event. And so we're selling experience, and for us, we apply the deposit to the check at the end. They have 96 hours, 4 days basically, to cancel. And we only have 6 tables. Every table can be a table 2, table 4. So for us, one table doesn't show up. Yeah, even though we're expensive, we also have a lot of, we have 25 employees as well. Yeah. So it makes a lot of sense that we have to protect our business at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you. So we are out of time. It has been really a pleasure to have you here, to have 2 really great entrepreneurs, Danny in Washington, Begoña in Valencia. I hope you will have some new customers coming from this audience in the near future. Thank you for being here. I think it's really great to have people from other business come to tech events and also show that we are facing similar challenges and we are trying to have our business running, and having you guys here, both with your Michelin star. We have 2 Michelin stars, one on each side. It's really fantastic. So thank you, and a big applause for both of them.
Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Bueno, gracias, Begoña.
Okay.
Nada.
You have to stay here.
Yeah. Let me.
Okay,
let me
you
come with
promised
that.
me you'll
Yeah,
come
I will
back.
come.
Yeah.
I will come back.
I'll ask once any bad things. Okay, so nos faltamos un vicealcaldesa. Entonces, si alguien quiere ser vicealcaldesa, es que es un trabajo complicado o no sé. Nada, ok, mejor en inglés. Bueno, es que tengo que tener un poco de disciplina ahora, en vez de decir los chistes del bar en abierto. Bueno, entonces, aquí estamos. Es la última parte del evento y vamos todos a premiar a los grandes. Vamos a tener... ven conmigo, come on. Ok, bueno. Entonces, ¿hemos encontrado un vicealcaldesa? ¿O...
¿Hay alguna vicealcaldesa?
Ya. Bueno, cualquier.
No, ¿algún voluntario para...?
Bueno, la capacidad es firmar cheques, ¿no? Eso es la más importante.
No,
bueno,
los alcaldes firman cheques.
Ya, es bueno, es que es tu trabajo más importante. Ok, entonces, ¿cómo sientes después de todo eso? Es casi terminado. ¿Sientes orgulloso de tu trabajo?
No, me siento muy contento. Creo que ha sido un evento muy importante para la ciudad. Creo que ver a tanta gente aquí durante 2 días, tú es que no has salido de aquí, Joe, no has visto los pingüinos, no has visto...
No, es que no tuve la oportunidad.
Ver toda la gente que ha pasado por todos los escenarios.
Todo el trabajo.
Ya lo sé.
Yo no sé tomar tapas.
Estamos muy contentos. Creo que ya viene la vicealcaldesa.
Bueno.
Un gran aplauso para Sandra Gómez, vicealcaldesa de Valencia. Pues nada, voy a presentar a Sandra Gómez, vicealcaldesa del Ayuntamiento de Valencia, uno de los partners de la asociación, está apoyando al ecosistema desde un principio, nos va a dirigir unas palabras y a continuación tendremos la ceremonia de entrega de premios, subirá Alejandra a presentarla. Así que, Sandra, gracias por venir un poco tarde y el atril es tuyo.
Gracias.
Bueno, Juan Luis, qué vergüenza. Has hecho pasar vergüenza con lo discreta que soy yo. ¿O lo intento? Bueno, pues muchísimas gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todas y a todos. La verdad es que no se me ocurren mejores palabras que acompañaros en este cierre. En primer lugar, dándoos la enhorabuena y seguidamente las gracias. Enhorabuena porque desde luego podemos afirmar sin ningún género de dudas que esta nueva edición del Digital Summit ha sido un rotundo éxito. Ha sido un éxito no solo por la participación de empresas, emprendedores, sino también porque hemos tenido una grandísima calidad en nuestras ponencias, entrevistas, charlas y, cómo no, por la inequívoca apuesta y apoyo institucional que humildemente intentamos hacer desde las instituciones. Y como os decía anteriormente, enhorabuena y gracias. Gracias porque hace unas semanas tuve la oportunidad también de acompañaros en esta misma sala para hablar de lo que iba a ser esta semana y la verdad es que dije que me parecía un absoluto acierto la elección del claim de este evento, que es Inspiring the Good Future. Creo que sin lugar a dudas logra transmitir lo que son los valores no solo de Startup Valencia y de esta ciudad, sino muy concretamente de este evento. Os dije que creía que este evento marcaría un antes y un después en la ciudad y creo que no me equivoqué. Teníamos claro que Valencia y nuestro ecosistema tenía talento, tenía capacidad y sobre todo tenía fuerza y que con el Digital Summit íbamos a conseguir demostrar además que teníamos potencial y madurez para referenciarnos como uno de los ecosistemas que van a marcar el futuro, no obviamente de Valencia y de nuestra comunidad, que eso lo damos por hecho, sino también de nuestro país y de Europa. Y yo la verdad es que estoy plenamente orgullosa porque vuestros éxitos serán los éxitos de Valencia. Por eso quiero que Valencia sea una ciudad que avance, se conecte con la tecnología, con la innovación, el conocimiento. Por eso muchos conocéis que estamos desarrollando además un espacio para vosotros, un espacio para atraer inversiones que generen y que refuercen nuestro ecosistema con el polígono de Vara de Cuar para que sea un distrito innovador, con zonas residenciales, con un mezclado de usos que nos permitan, por lo tanto, tener una zona en nuestra ciudad que no solo permita atraer inversiones, sino que también ofrezca calidad de vida a todas las personas que deciden apostar por Valencia, por hacer su lugar de trabajo, pero también su lugar de residencia. Como también pusimos en marcha Valencia Tech City, que no me cansaré de contar las bondades para que más instituciones, más entidades os formáis parte de un proyecto que apuesta por la colaboración público-privada, que nos permite, por lo tanto, conectar la administración pública con todo el ecosistema emprendedor y que tiene como resultado cosas tan positivas como la Startup Market, donde tenéis el papel protagonista y donde cada vez más estamos consiguiendo abrir este ecosistema a toda la ciudad para que todos los valencianos y valencianas conozcan el talento y la capacidad que tiene nuestro ecosistema. Porque nosotros lo sabemos, vosotros lo sabéis, pero tenemos que abrirnos al resto de la ciudad para que comparta el orgullo que vosotros y vosotras y nosotros como administración sentimos por vuestro trabajo y vuestro esfuerzo. Como os decía anteriormente, además hemos trabajado mucho, habéis, mejor dicho, trabajado mucho por generar un espacio apropiado para que sobre todo vuestro ecosistema se vea reforzado con un nuevo marco legal. Cuando planteasteis este evento, la verdad es que no teníamos ni idea, y eso ha sido pues una de esas magníficas casualidades, que iba a coincidir con la misma semana de uno de los hitos más importantes para el ecosistema emprendedor de nuestro país, y es la aprobación del proyecto de ley de las startups, que tiene un ambicioso marco jurídico que situará a España en una posición privilegiada para atraer talento y inversiones y, sobre todo, que va a tener por primera vez un apoyo firme al emprendimiento como sector clave para la reconstrucción económica de la crisis sanitaria y económica que estamos viviendo. De hecho, ayer tuvisteis a Carmen Artigas, estuvo también Paco Polo, ya podemos decir, si me lo permitís, amigo prácticamente de esta ciudad, que os contó con mucho mejor detalle que yo, pues no quiero pecar de decir bondades, pero sí al menos cuestiones positivas que tiene la ley para este sector. La verdad es que creo que precisamente recoge lo que hemos intentado hacer siempre desde Valencia, y es que exista un marco de colaboración público-privada. Yo siempre he defendido que lo público, desde luego, si trabaja de espaldas al sector privado, no llegará a nada, pero el sector privado, sin el apoyo de lo público, se quedará a mitad camino. Y que si queremos que esto, desde luego, llegue a buen puerto, tenemos que tener una relación y una interlocución continua. Y dentro de esa cooperación yo creo que a nivel nacional se refleja muy bien en esta ley. Yo creo sinceramente que si podemos establecer un marco que nos facilite la convivencia y ayuden a potenciar determinados sectores, lo tenemos que aprovechar desde nuestra ciudad. Por eso, con vuestra ayuda, hace 2 años, en el año 2019, con la Asociación Valenciana de Startups, remitimos una carta al Gobierno de España en nombre del Ayuntamiento, pero nutrida y firmada por vosotros y por vosotras, para poder complementar y mejorar esa ley que nos permita, por lo tanto, establecer ese marco idóneo de colaboración. Un documento que hoy también podemos decir con cierto orgullo que tiene un sello valenciano, que tiene el sello de nuestras startups, que tiene el sello de las personas que trabajan día a día en este sector y que, por lo tanto, aspira a representar las necesidades y los retos que plantea nuestra ciudad. Se nos ha reconocido la singularidad del ecosistema, ha mejorado la fiscalidad, elimina la burocracia y las cargas administrativas para la creación y financiación de las startups, aboga por una nueva regulación, bonifica o ayuda en las cargas de seguridad social y de los costes laborales para primeros trabajadores y, sobre todo, apuesta por la atracción y la retención del mejor talento internacional a través de la mejora de la fiscalidad y la participación de los trabajadores en el capital social de las startups. Todas estas cuestiones tienen, como decía, ese sello de Valencia y en concreto de nuestra comunidad. Y la verdad es que creo que es hoy una ocasión magnífica para agradeceros el esfuerzo de trabajo que habéis realizado en estos 2 años para que esta ley recoja, por lo tanto, mejor nuestras propias necesidades y nuestros propios retos. Y ahora, pues como bien sabéis, se inicia un proceso en el Congreso y, bueno, pues tenemos que hacer porque todo lo que hemos estado trabajando en estos 2 años salga hacia adelante. Yo creo que es absolutamente imprescindible para que España pueda competir al nivel internacional de otras empresas de otros países que avanzaron muchísimo antes que nosotros. Francia, Estados Unidos, Reino Unido son espejos o son referencias que continuamente en todos estos años en los que hemos estado trabajando conjuntamente habéis puesto encima de la mesa. Y nosotros no solo queremos aspirar a esos marcos jurídicos, sino que los queremos mejorar. Por eso tenemos que acelerar el camino que pues ya llevan andado otros países desde hace largo y que nosotros empezamos a andar ya, y por lo tanto tenemos que empujar y, como os decía antes, acelerar y recortar distancias para situar España, oye, y egoístamente lo digo, nuestra ciudad y Valencia, a la altura que se merece, para que sea un lugar de vanguardia donde se desarrolle la innovación, la tecnología y el conocimiento y, por lo tanto, podamos referenciarnos como uno de los principales ecosistemas emprendedores, como siempre digo, no solo nacionales, sino internacionales y de nuestro arco mediterráneo. Y ya no me quiero extender más, pero sí que quiero hacer una última reflexión. Y es que creo sinceramente que estamos en un buen momento. Y es verdad que hoy, esta mañana, en otra conferencia le hablábamos, los valencianos nos cuesta mucho hablar de nosotros mismos y ponernos en valor, pero creo que lo tenemos que hacer. Y no es un momento de lanzar campanas al vuelo, pero tampoco creo que sea de compartir visiones apocalípticas, sino que tenemos que hablar de que, oye, pues nuestra ciudad se está recuperando a unos niveles de empleo y de generación económica previos a la prepandemia. Estamos superando los datos que dejamos en marzo de 2020 de afiliación a la Seguridad Social. Hemos recuperado muchísimos trabajadores y trabajadoras de los ERTEs, de la crisis sanitaria. Tenemos que estar muy orgullosos que como país y como comunidad estamos en la cabeza de vacunación, de personas que han decidido de forma responsable vacunarse, y que además el Fondo Monetario Internacional asegura que España puede estar a las cabezas de recuperación de la economía. Y eso no es mérito de ninguna administración ni de ningún gobierno, es mérito de la ciudadanía, de los emprendedores y emprendedoras, de la ciudadanía, como os decía anteriormente, responsable, que ha apostado por primero cuidar la salud para poder cuidar a la economía. Y eso es lo que nos va a hacer salir como país fuertes. Y esa fortaleza la tiene que aprovechar nuestro ecosistema. Porque somos una ciudad que tiene talento, que tiene una gran capacidad de iniciativa, de trabajo, que tiene grandes pero también pequeñas empresas que se abren camino, incluso como empresas exportadoras en el comercio internacional, que tenemos un puerto que es líder en el Mediterráneo, que tenemos una riqueza cultural envidiable, unas universidades que están no solo en nuestros rankings nacionales, sino también internacionales, que somos un ejemplo de cómo colaborar pública y privadamente, que somos capital, si me lo permitís, del turismo inteligente, que vamos a traer el año Berlanga con la gala de los premios Goya, que hace 2 días celebrábamos la gala de los Michelin, que vamos a ser capital del diseño, que somos, por lo tanto, una ciudad que se está posicionando en el mapa del talento, y cómo eso tiene que ser una palanca de desarrollo y de crecimiento de nuestro ecosistema emprendedor. ¿Cómo no lo va a ser? Lo tenemos que aprovechar para que eso se genere en verticales que sepan aprovechar y desarrollar la iniciativa de nuestros emprendedores y emprendedoras. Por lo tanto, estamos poniendo las piedras de un camino que, si lo hacemos bien, lo vamos a recorrer rápidamente. Y si no rápidamente, al menos estoy convencida que llegaremos a meta. Tenemos un futuro apasionante y en el mundo que se encuentra en plena metamorfosis, nosotros tenemos el reto de adaptarnos a estos cambios y tener ganas de ser protagonistas de esa transformación. Con el talento y la capacidad y la fuerza de nuestros emprendedores y emprendedoras valencianos y valencianas, estoy convencida que lo vamos a conseguir. Gracias y enhorabuena por estas jornadas. Con vuestro esfuerzo y con vuestro talento conseguiremos llegar a la meta.
Muchas gracias, Sandra. Te vamos a perdonar lo del retraso y también la pantalla que estaba roja como medio discurso, a cambio de que el año que viene redobléis la apuesta por el Valencia Digital Summit, ¿vale? ¿Lo habéis oído, no? Muchas gracias por vuestro apoyo.
¿Traemos alguna cosita más?
¿Sí? Vale. Te lo compro. Muchas gracias por vuestro apoyo y bueno, ya estamos acabando. Antes de que suba Alejandra a presentar la ceremonia y se despida Joe, quería terminar dando las gracias a todos, especialmente después de todos nuestros partners, nuestros colaboradores, la administración, a todos los que habéis venido durante estos 2 días y sobre todo a todo el equipo, a toda la gente de producción, a todos los voluntarios que han hecho posible que estos 2 días, la verdad es que hayamos estado, algunos más liados, otros menos, pero que hayamos disfrutado mucho este evento. Esperemos o esperamos que lo hayáis disfrutado, que hayan salido de aquí nuevas relaciones, nuevos contactos, nuevos proyectos, dinero para muchas startups y esperamos vernos el año que viene. Creo que lo decía ayer cuando empezaba el evento, que queríamos consolidar el Valencia Digital Summit como el evento de referencia, desde luego, en la comunidad y situarlo como un evento cada vez más de referencia nacional e internacional. Creo que no soy muy exagerado si digo que lo hemos conseguido. Así que nada, muchas gracias a todos, gracias a Nacho y a Alejandra, gracias a Ben, especialmente por todo el esfuerzo. Y espero veros el año que viene con el doble de apuesta del Ayuntamiento. En ese se ha ido Sandra, pero bueno, lo vuelvo a decir. Y con el apoyo de todos vosotros. Así que nada, Alejandra, un aplauso para ella también. Ha sido el alma del evento. Ya está mucho más relajada, ¿a que sí? Y va a presentar la entrega de premios. Así que nada, muchas gracias a todos. Me voy a quitar. Gracias.
Por aguantar estoicamente. Thank you, everybody. I forgot, we're in English now. Juan Luis, what happened? This was supposed, the award ceremony was in English. Something happened. Anyways, everybody, it's a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. We're all exhausted, so let's try and make it quick and fun. Today, we are going to actually give some prizes. We've had several contests happening, a pitch competition, a hackathon challenge. The first prize we're going to give today is the University Startup Mentoring Program by Glovo. And I'm going to invite Álvar Porcar. Please join me on stage. Big clap for... So, Álvar, we have... Exactly. Thank you, Pierre. A big applause for Pierre, the production manager of the event. Great job, Pierre. Thank you so much. So, Chova, we need the slides to get things a little warm up, please.
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
Álvar, all yours. Yeah, it's working.
All right, great. So the first winner of the university startup mentoring is Sprocket.
Rocket, nice. Carles, join us. The second one? Congratulations. I'm going to ask you, well, Pierre brings, okay, thank you. We have two winners of this program.
And the second one is Agrari.
Agrari. Congratulations, Agrari. I'm going to ask you all to actually stay on stage. That way, we'll take a lovely picture at the end. Come on, guys. Hala, un aplauso. Thank you. So the next prize, I'm going to invite Paula Mascaros, porfa, on stage, because we're going to give, they've been working hard all day in a Python workshop by Geek Subs. Paula, please. And so I think we have 3 prizes, right? Because we had 3 challenges. Okay, shall we start with Mercadona, I think.
I suppose I have to read the names.
I'm afraid you do. Okay. You have them there, you have them here.
For Mercadona Tech, Daniel Rodriguez. Come and join us.
Okay. Do we turn this on, Pierre? How does this work? What happened? Okay. Enhorabuena, querido.
Gracias.
This is for me? Okay. Oh.
Udeca Labs, Pepe Fabra.
Okay, I think we had several volunteers that are probably watching the dolphin show or something and have disappeared. Enhorabuena, congratulations. I hope you really learnt a lot with these people today.
And the winner from Cecotec, Luigi Minardi.
Luigi, congratulations, dear.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Okay, 3. So, next round, we have another workshop, the second workshop that happened yesterday, From Zero to MVP by Amazon, well, AWS and Líder. Joining us today, I believe we have Andrés, sí, Nicolás. Welcome on stage. So, guys, how did the workshop go? Intense, right?
It's amazing, yes.
Okay, so the winner team.
Diversitool.
Diversitool, please join us on stage. Enhorabuena. Okay. diversity tool, a little gadget. Thank you all. Okay, so please stay with us. So the next prize we're handing is the hackathon we organized with UPV, the Politécnica, and we have the vicerrectora Esther Gómez here. Yes. Bienvenida, Esther.
Thank you.
Tell us who is
And the winner is Versus.
Versus.
Congratulations, Andrés, Victoria,
Delia.
Alía, Almudena.
¿Cómo se entiende? Oh, okay. Okay. Hay truco. Okay. So. Enhorabuena. Enhorabuena, chicas. Lovely having you on stage with us. Congratulations. Oh my God, but you guys are behind the cubes. Please, come in front. Okay, so I believe that we have reached the moment. Yes, we have. We have apparently an honorary award today to be given by Karina Birrueta from our team. And Karina, who are we giving this award to? I believe someone who deserves it.
Bueno, esta parte la digo en español.
Oui.
Oh, bueno. Bueno, tenemos la suerte de tener en Valencia una persona que ha cumplido 30 años de trayectoria en el ecosistema de emprendimiento e innovación y ha sido un referente no solo en Valencia, sino a nivel nacional. Jesús Casanova, que se acaba de jubilar, director general del CEI Valencia.
Jesús. Enhorabuena, Jesús.
Muchísimas gracias, Karina. Muchísimas gracias.
Enhorabuena. Pues puedes darle el micrófono, hombre.
Bueno, pues la verdad es que muchísimas gracias por este reconocimiento y además, es decir, con la suerte de que está siendo en la clausura del Digital Summit de este año, que ha sido todo un éxito. La verdad es que desde el CEI, en estos 30 años, hemos hecho muchas cosas, pero hace 30 años de todo esto no existía prácticamente nada. Y la verdad es que en estos 30 años hemos desarrollado mucho y tengo la alegría de ver cómo han surgido cantidad de entidades que están apoyando el emprendimiento que hace 30 años no existían. Y una de las más importantes yo creo que es Valencia Startup, que creo que ha desarrollado mucho, y dar la enhorabuena por lo bien que se ha desarrollado el Digital Summit en este año, que el año que viene será seguro mejor, porque yo creo que todos los años lo superáis, y muchísimas gracias por el reconocimiento.
A ti, Jesús. Congratulations. Quedaros aquí con nosotros. Y ha llegado el momento de entregar the last two prizes. I'm mixing languages, sorry for that. Anyways, we had a lovely competition, a call for startups. A few months ago, we received over 400 applications. It was fantastic. Yesterday, we had the pitch competition. We saw 10 of the best startups pitching here on this stage. And I'm going to invite Nacho Mas, CEO of Startup Valencia, and Juan Luis Hortelano, the president. I'm going to ask them to join me on stage, please, so we can welcome the two winners. What a couple days, eh?
Wow.
Wow.
Crazy days, yeah.
Pretty intense, but we made it.
Okay. The best seed startup is Streamion.
José. José Barreiro, founder and CEO of Streamion. Congratulations.
Please.
Thank you.
Okay.
And last but not least.
Just 30 seconds just to thank
perdón.
thank everybody for this award. I'm not from Valencia, I'm from León, and I came here 3 years ago. And this is the city where I met all my coworkers, and it's because of this environment and this city that I could start my own startup with people from here. And it's something about the city, it's something about this place that make us like growing and start something new, something good. So thank you very much to the cities, to the organization, and for everyone to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Y ahora sí, last but not least, we have the last prize, which we are giving to the best
growth
startup. Hortelano, please, will you do the honors?
So, and the winner for the best growth startup is Nect. A company from Hamburg, Germany.
Congratulations.
So we have León, we have Germany, Hamburg. Congrats.
Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We need Pierre to turn this on.
Alejandra,
Oh,
muchísimas
hola.
gracias.
Hortelano, the power of the president.
I am charged.
Thank you.
yeah,
You have it, you hold it, thanks. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for believing in our project and the way we want to help and inspire the future. Thank you very much, Valencia, all the ecosystem, it's incredible. Everything you have and all the potential, the talents, the startups and the corporates around, investments as well. Really, it's incredible and we are very, very happy to be welcomed that way. Thank you.
So will you move the company to Valencia?
Eso.
We might take some decision in that direction.
Okay, happy to help with that.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. Thank you. I cannot thank, the fantastic group of volunteers that have worked with us today. If there's anyone around, because they've been working non-stop, I want you to come on stage so we can take a lovely picture. Ben, Amanda, we couldn't have done this without you. Please join us on stage. Mi querido Chova, up there. Thank you for everything, for dealing with all the presentations last minute from our lovely speakers. And I don't know who I'm missing, obviously. Thank you for...
We are missing Sandra,
Where's
vicealcaldesa, please.
Sandra, que no te veía aquí a oscuras, por favor. I basically want everyone on stage now, so anyone who wants to jump in and take a lovely picture with us, please come and join us. A lot of people, we've had over 300 speakers today between the 3 stages, networking, it's been fantastic. Maybe, a ver, no sé. Obviously, Pierre, come on. The Startup Valencia team, thank you so much for going through this with us, I guess. Sara, Roberto, Isma, Angela, Diana, Karina is already here. Thank you to our partners who believe in us throughout the year. Am I missing anybody?
I will ask a big applause for the Master of Ceremonies,
I
Joe.
was getting there,
He's been with us for
Joe,
2 days.
Joe, let's
Favorite
confess.
Irish guy.
Poor Joe wasn't even meant to be the MC. Alex Barrera, we hope you're doing okay. He couldn't make it. Sunday afternoon, we had to call Joe and say, please come and save us. We don't have our main stage MC, and he accepted. And
Thank
here
you
he
very
is.
much,
He
Alan.
did-
It's
he
been a
did an
pleasure to be
extraordinary
here,
job.
you know, but hopefully COVID will be gone and Alex can come back next year. But I was very happy. In life, anytime you can, hay que hablar en castellano, no. En la vida, cuando se puede ayudar a otra persona, te dan siempre una sensación de alegría. Entonces, siempre me encanta ayudar a mis amigos porque me han ayudado mucho a mí. Okay, muchísimas gracias a Ali y a Juan y el equipo técnico, más que nada. Amanda, Ana, es que, yo soy solo el guapo, es que ellos hacen el trabajo. Okay.
Miriam Reyes, who's our MC, has been our MC on the Antarctico stage. I don't know if she's around, if she's frozen, diving in with the penguins. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you all. Okay, vámonos a dormir, por favor. No puedo más. No lo sé.
For organizing the Valencia Digital
Jesús,
Summit
enhorabuena otra
and
vez.
Okay.
inviting me
Nada,
to
gracias,
address
me
this
alegro.
distinguished audience. I will start by highlighting the importance of building a true pan-European innovation ecosystem as a strategic stimulus for the economy. I will continue with the presentation of the main European instruments that we have at our hands in terms of innovation. And I will end with an exposition of areas for improvement that could be part of a new European innovation agenda. First of all, I would like to emphasize that we are at the verge of a new wave of innovation. We are moving from innovations driven by digital startups into a new generation of innovators that are addressing deep societal problems, the so-called deep tech innovation. It is important to understand that these new deep tech innovations have, in most of the cases, a hardware and a software component, and that they always target the sustainable development goals. They are targeting our deep societal issue. Europe has three main competitive advantages to become the global powerhouse of this new wave of innovation. First competitive advantage is our talent pool of engineers related to hardware domains, such as mechanical engineers or aerospace engineers. Talent is the basis of this new wave of innovation. Second advantage is our leadership in industries with a hardware component, such as agriculture, fashion, or automotive. Valencia is a good example of these type of industries. And finally, we need to build our leadership on our strong position in science. These new type of startups are driven by protected intellectual property, like in the case of BioNTech or the Spanish Celeros Hyperloop. However, Europe will not be able to grab all the opportunities offered by this new wave of innovation if we do not have a true pan-European innovation ecosystem in place. We need to move from fragmented and disconnected local ecosystems in the big cities to well-connected local innovation ecosystems from everywhere in Europe. An ecosystem where a startup from Valencia could find investors and customers located anywhere in Europe. To build this pan-European innovation ecosystem, we count with a new set of instruments: the European Innovation Council, the European Institute of Innovation and Technology, the European Innovation Ecosystem Programme, and the University Alliances, just to name a few. To have a glance of the transformational power of these instruments, allow me to focus on the European Innovation Council. The European Innovation Council, our Europe-wide unicorns factory, supports disruptive innovators from all fields of science and engineering. It includes an accelerator to scale up our startups with a unique combination of grants and investment. Another good example is the European Innovation Ecosystems Programme. It aims at building an effective and interconnected innovation ecosystem at European level. This programme will fund projects that connect the most advanced innovation ecosystems with less developed ecosystems across Europe. Allow me now to conclude my intervention by giving examples of areas for improvement, areas in which we still need to advance in order to strengthen the innovation potential of Europe. We need to improve our talent pool with better instruments to attract and retain talent. I'm referring to instruments like the startup visa or the special regime of stock option for startups, ideas that I noticed that have been included in the recently announced startups law in Spain. Another area of improvement is on funding for the scale of our innovators. In 2021, the amount of capital invested on European startups is similar to the amount invested in US startups. However, while 2021 has been a remarkable year for investments in European startups, the majority of these investments are not European. And if you want that the European startups keep their bases in Europe when they become unicorns, we need to ensure that their anchored investors are Europeans. Better collaboration between industry, universities and startups is another area for further improvement. It is an essential element of a future European innovation agenda. And another area for further work is related to the need to increase territorial innovation cohesion across all European regions, including rural regions. So I invite you, members of Startup Valencia and the wider innovation ecosystem, to contribute with your ideas to this joint endeavor to build this pan-European innovation ecosystem. We can only succeed if we work together. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful digital summit.